Thomas Edison taught his second wife, Mina Miller, Morse code so that they could communicate in secret by tapping each other's hands when their families were around. It's estimated that there are approximately 3 million shipwrecks on the ocean floor worth billions in value and treasure. In North Korea, it is currently the year 109 because their calendar is based on the birth of Kim Il-sung, the founder of North Korea. If 2 rats were left alone in an enclosed area with enough room, they can multiply to 1 million within 18 months. Russia has 1.8 times the landmass of the US. The deepest indoor pool is located in Belgium, Brussels, named Nemo 33 at 108 feet 32 meters deep. The term for forgetting something after walking through a doorway is called an event boundary. Humans are capable of feeling the effects of a broken heart. This is known as stress cardiomyopathy in medical terms. If you're suffering from a broken heart, your blood can have 3 times the amount of adrenaline than someone suffering from a heart attack. The tin can was invented in 1810. The can opener was invented 48 years later. People used hammers and chisels between this time. The youngest mother in medical history was Lina Medina from Peru, who gave birth when she was 5. In Italy, the richest business is the mafia that turns over $178 billion a year, which is 7% of the country's GDP. It would cost approximately $42,000 a year to attend Hogwarts if it were real. Cats don't meow to each other, they meow to get the attention of humans. The human brain cell, the universe, and the internet all have similar structures. There is an island off the coast of Brazil in the Atlantic Ocean known as Snake Island, as there are up to 5 snakes per 10 square feet square meter. Airports had to standardize their names in the 1930s with airport codes, so those with 2-letter names simply added an X, hence names such as LAX. A chameleon can move its eyes to different directions at the same time. The Singing Tree is a wind-powered sound sculpture located in Burnley, England, and was designed by architects Mike Tonkin and Anna Liu. Each time you sit under it, you'll hear a melody played depending on the wind for that day. The Lion King was considered a small B movie during productions, as all the top Disney animators were working on Pocahontas, which they considered in a movie. Only a third of the snakes you see in the movie Snakes on a Plane were real. Delciology is the collection and study of picture postcards. Bob Marley's last words to his son were, "Money can't buy you life." The Solvay Hut is the world's most dangerously placed mountain hut, located 13,000 feet 396 meters above ground level in Switzerland. Red pandas use their long, bushy tails to balance whenever they're in trees. Their tails were also used to cover themselves for warmth in the winter. When flying in a flock, flamingos can fly as fast as 35 miles 55 km per hour. They may seem clumsy in flight, however, because their long necks stretch out in front of their bodies, and their long legs dangle well past their short tails. In 1992, thousands of plastic yellow ducks broke free from a cargo ship in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and for the past 23 years, these ducks have since turned up in locations all over the world, and have even been used to track ocean currents. After its tourism sector boomed, Kazakhstan's foreign minister thanked Sacha Baron Cohen back in 2012 for the release of Borat after the country saw a 10 times increase in issued visas. When neuroscientist James Fallon was studying the brains of psychopathic killers, he scanned his own brain as a control, only to discover that he himself was a psychopath. When he told his friends and family, the universal response was, "That explains a lot." If you're looking for a job, the application and resume are not nearly as important as a reference. In fact, knowing someone who works at the company increases your chances of getting an interview and makes you 40% more likely to get the job over someone with a fancier resume. Studies conducted by the University of Toronto concluded that the more that one trusts people, the better they are at spotting liars. Purple is known as a royal color because back when they relied on only natural dyes, purple came from sea snails and it was the hardest dye to extract and produce, so only royals could afford it. In fact, it would take 12,000 snails to produce 1.4 grams of purple dye. When Romania made their Ice Hockey World Championship debut in 1931, they lost 0-15 to the USA. Their captain approached the referee after the game and asked him to write a message on the official game sheet. "Thank you for playing against us. We have learned a great deal from this game." In 2008, Daniel Day-Lewis knelt down on stage for Helen Mirren to knight him with his Oscar for There Will Be Blood, claiming, "That's the closest I'll ever come to getting a knighthood. Lewis was officially bestowed knighthood 6 years later for his contribution to the theater and cinema. You pay to have your star on the Walk of Fame in Hollywood, $30,000 to be precise. The reason movie crews use a clapperboard, the blackboard they clack at the beginning of a movie scene, is to help sync the audio and video together later. Even though the Hindenburg was inflated with 7 million cubic feet of highly flammable hydrogen gas, it had a smoking room. In 1983, Marvel Comics actually published a number of comics about a spider pig, though his name was Peter Porker, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Ham. North Korea used to buy full-page ads in the New York Times and other popular newspapers of the West. At least 100 such ads were published from 1969 to 1997. Franklin D. Roosevelt wanted to pass a second Bill of Rights that would help assure financial equality, or the Economic Bill of Rights. When the leading emergency asthma medication, albuterol's patent expired, the patent-holding pharmaceutical companies lobbied to have their own inhalers banned based on environmental issues, allowing them to file a new patent and continue to monopolize the market. Texas abolished the last meal for death row inmates after a prisoner ordered a 10-course meal including 2 chicken fried steaks, a triple cheeseburger and a pound of barbecue meat, and then turned it down saying he wasn't hungry. Weird Al intended to parody the Beatles' Free as a Bird on his album Bad Hair Day. Paul McCartney gave permission for the parody, but since John Lennon wrote the song, he passed the decision on to Yoko Ono, who said no. Samuel L. Jackson was supposed to have an afro in Pulp Fiction. The production assistant who bought his wig didn't know the difference between an afro and a jerry curl. Deep inside an abandoned mine, 230 feet below Pennsylvania, 600 federal workers process truckloads of retirement paperwork by hand, moving files to and from over 28,000 file cabinets, desk to desk, from cavern to cavern. Even today, the process works as slowly now as it did in 1977. The human cerebellum weighs about 150 grams. The corpus callosum, the fiber tract that connects the right and left hemispheres of the brain, contains more than 300 million axons. The brain of a cat weighs about 30 grams. Taste buds are not just found on the tongue, they are also found on the palate, pharynx, and larynx. Slime eels have no eyes, but they do have light-sensitive sensors in their tails. The octopus and squid belong to the class of animals known as the cephalopoda, meaning head-footed. Sharks can detect pressure that depresses their skin only 8/10,000ths of an inch, 10 microns. The word retina comes from the Latin word meaning net. In the USA, 50 billion aspirin tablets are consumed each year. In 2001, the 3 drugs that caused the most visits to emergency departments were alcohol 34, cocaine 30, and marijuana 17. Although stroke is the 3rd most common cause of death in the USA, its death rate has declined 65% since 1950. There's a dog named Faith that was born with no front legs but learned to walk on its hind legs. The dog and its owner both travel to military hospitals to demonstrate that even a dog with a severe disability can live a full life. Mike the Headless Chicken was a famous chicken from 1945 that was beheaded by a farmer for his dinner, but continued to live for another 18 full months. J.K. Rowling is the first author to reach billionaire status. She also holds the status of losing her billionaire status due to giving away most of her money. There are approximately 250,000 active patents applicable to the smartphone. Before Sylvester Stallone sold the script for Rocky, he was broke and had to sell his dog for $50. A week later, he sold the script and bought his dog back for $3,000. In Quebec, Sweden, and Norway, it's illegal to advertise directly to children. This is to prevent companies from encouraging children to beg their parents to buy them stuff. A grizzly bear's jaw strength is so powerful that it could crush a bowling ball with it. Blind people who have never seen before will still smile despite never having seen anyone else do it before because it's a natural human reaction. In Switzerland, if you fail your practical driver's license 3 times, you are required to consult an official psychologist to assess the reason for your previous failures before you're allowed to retake the exam. Jackie Chan is an actor as well as a pop star in Asia, releasing 20 albums since 1984. He also sings the theme songs to his own movies. The first commercial flight only lasted 23 minutes and cost $8,500 in today's money. It was between St. Petersburg, Florida and Tampa, Florida. The first ever occurrence of the name Wendy was in Peter Pan. This name had never been registered before the book's publication. Insurance companies have blacklisted Jackie Chan and anyone else who works on his stunt team. This means that if anyone gets injured while on the set of a Jackie Chan movie, he has to pay for their recovery treatment. Sea otters hold hands when they sleep so they don't drift away from each other. Some Japanese companies such as Sony, Toshiba, and Panasonic have banishment rooms where they transfer surplus employees and give them useless tasks or even nothing to do until they become disheartened or depressed enough to quit on their own, thus avoiding paying them full benefits. In 1979, debris from NASA's space station Skylab crash landed in the town of Esperance, Western Australia, for which the town fined NASA $400 for littering. They actually paid it. When they made Breakout for Atari, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak agreed to split the pay 50-50. Atari gave Jobs $5,000 for it, but Jobs only told Wozniak he got $700, only giving him $350. The Pentagon spends over $250,000 each year to study the body language of world leaders like Vladimir Putin. There is a 1966 Volvo with more than 3 million miles on it. The Pixar team came up with the concepts of WALL-E, A Bug's Life, Monsters, Inc., and Finding Nemo all over a lunch break in 1994. Alan Gans holds the world record for the longest person as an ice cream man. He's been serving ice cream since 1947 in the greater Boston area and knows 90% of his customers by name. A college student in 1979 only had to work about 182 hours per year in order to pay for tuition. The average student in 2013 had to work over 991. A study once found that while sober, rats prefer silence, but on cocaine, they prefer jazz. Knowledge of silk production was thought to be very valuable, and the Chinese kept it a secret for over 3,000 years. In fact, it was so secret that anyone who revealed it was sentenced to death by imperial decrees. Panama is the only place in the world where one can see the sun rise on the Pacific Ocean and set on the Atlantic. On the set of the movie, Apocalypse Now, the production cast design decided to actually use real bodies instead of fake ones. It was only discovered when a pungent odor became too strong for the rest of the cast to ignore. Barbie's full name is Barbara Millicent Roberts. Her creator, Ruth Handler, invented her back in 1959 and named her after her daughter, Barbara. Ken also has a full name too, which is Ken Carson. During the Vietnam War, a South Vietnamese Air Force pilot stole a Chinook helicopter to save his family and friends. He flew them to the American destroyer Kirk and found that the landing deck was too small for the Chinook. Therefore, he hovered the Chinook just above the deck and dropped everyone aboard onto the ship's deck. He then rolled the Chinook onto its side and jumped into the sea. He and everyone on board survived. If a child loses their fingertip, it may sometimes grow back nail, bone and all, though without a fingerprint. Philip Morris discovered that its new fire-safe cigarettes were instead much more apt to cause fires. Their response was to fire the scientist who told them this. In 1832, 57 Irishmen were most likely murdered and buried in a mass grave in Malvern, Pennsylvania while working on a stretch of railway. Amtrak will not permit an excavation, so the men are still buried there to this day. A man's brain tumor caused him to orgasm whenever he looked at safety pins. In 1977, the band Pink Floyd tied a giant inflatable pig to a power station as a publicity stunt. The pig broke free and floated over Heathrow Airport, where all flights had to be grounded to avoid collisions with the pig. In 1970, due to a wheat production quota dispute between a farming family in West Australia and the government, the family declared their land to be independent of Australia and created a legal micronation called the Principality of Hutt River, which exists till today. In 1966, the US Army released a bacterial agent into the New York City subway system to test how vulnerable passengers are to biological agents. While Hollywood and cartoons often depict nuclear waste as a gooey lime green glowing substance, in reality, it is usually an innocuous-looking, colorless contaminated water. Some materials do glow like the radium Marie Curie worked with, but that glows blue, not green. There is a permanent underwater laboratory called Aquarius that is owned by NOAA but used by NASA to study how people handle extreme living conditions. Residents are referred to as aquanauts. Astronomers have discovered a planet where it rains glass silicate sideways in howling 7,000 km winds. This gives the planet a blue hue. It is 63 light years from us. Research has found that when ignored by that person whose attention means the most to you, the reaction in your brain is similar to that of physical pain. In shampoo and moisturizer ads, essential oils means that the oil gives off a distinctive scent, not that they're essential. Zambia had a space program in the 1960s. It consisted of a grade school science teacher, a teenage girl and her cat, and a missionary. In Armenia, all children aged 6 and up are taught chess at school, as it is a mandatory part of their curriculum. During World War II, a Soviet pilot named Alexei Morosev was shot down by Germans. He dragged himself for 18 days to Soviet-controlled territory. After having his legs amputated, he learned how to fly with prosthetics and returned to combat. The very first time when DNA fingerprinting evidence was used in a criminal case, its use cleared a teenage suspect of a murder he had confessed to under intense grilling. Old NYC subway cars are dumped into the Atlantic Ocean to help build an artificial reef to serve as a habitat for marine life. A man blinked a book. Jean-Dominique Bauby, who suffered from the locked-in syndrome, could control only his left eyelid. By blinking his eye, he slowly dictated one alphabetic character at a time, and by doing so, was able to write his memoirs The Diving Bell and the Butterfly. During WW II, German Field Marshal Erwin Rommel would often personally pilot a reconnaissance aircraft over the battle to view the situation. Although Rommel did not have a pilot's license, his skill with machinery made him a competent pilot, and none of the Luftwaffe officers had the nerve to stop him. There's a time-honored tradition of allowing brewery employees all the free beer they wish while working. It's called Der Sternewerth. The average length of the adult spinal cord is 45 centimeters for men and 43 centimeters for women. If people sleep 8 hours each day, they sleep the equivalent of 120 days per year. The cerebellum is only 10% of the entire volume of the brain, but contains more than half of all of the neurons in the brain. There are 10 billion neurons in the human cerebral cortex. Thomas Willis coined the term neurology in 1681. In 2001, approximately 20.8% of the adults in the USA were smokers. In 1993, approximately 25.0% of the adults in the USA were smokers. Morphine, the analgesic pain reliever drug from the opium poppy, is named after the Greek god of dreams, Morpheus. The Technical University of Munich in 2010 built slides 4 stories high to help their students get to class quickly instead of them having to take the stairs. In Australia, there are trees that grow several different types of fruits, known as fruit salad trees. Nintendo has banked so much money that they could run a deficit of $250 million every year and still survive until 2052. The most expensive thing ever created is the International Space Station, at a cost of $150 billion and rising as new sections are added. The typical American spends $1,200 on fast food every year. There are 2.32 billion monthly active users on Facebook as of 31st December, 2018. The reason birds fly in a V formation is to save energy due to wind resistance. The birds take turns being in the front and fall to the back when they're tired. In 1983, a 61-year-old potato farmer named Cliff Young, who was not an athlete, won the 544-mile 875 km Sydney to Melbourne Ultramarathon, simply because he ran while the other runners slept. The first ever modern toilet was created by Thomas Crapper, hence the phrase to take a crap. There is a flower called the chocolate cosmos that smells like chocolate but isn't edible. Even though the Eiffel Tower is stable on its 4 legs, it is known to move. The 900-foot 320-meter structure can sway if the wind is strong enough, or expand 7 inches if the sun is hot enough. Switzerland has enough nuclear shelters to accommodate 114% of its population. It's a legal requirement for the Swiss to have a protected place that can be reached quickly from their place of residence. Cats can't taste sweet food. A woman from Michigan named Barbara Soper gave birth on 888-999 and 10-10-10, the odds of which are 50 million to 1. Jim Cummings, the voice of Winnie the Pooh, would call up children's hospitals and talk to them in his Winnie voice to make them feel better. Black tomatoes can be grown without any genetic engineering. They are full of beneficial anthocyanins which are believed to help with obesity, cancer, and diabetes. Watson, IBM's artificially intelligent computer, learned how to swear from the Urban Dictionary. Because of that, it began talking sassy, so scientists had to remove the entire Urban Dictionary database from its memory. Barcode scanners actually read the spaces between the black bars, not the black bars themselves. The Pallas's cat is the oldest living species of modern cat that first appeared 12 million years ago. McDonald's has more than 37,000 stores around the world, making it the largest fast food chain globally. Country singer Dolly Parton once anonymously entered a Dolly Parton lookalike contest and lost to a drag queen. Elephants are constantly tiptoeing around. This is because the back of their foot has no bone and is all fat. Polar bears' hair is actually clear, and it's the light they reflect that makes them appear to look white. Around 350 to 420 million years ago, before trees were common, the Earth was covered in giant mushroom stalks. The chances of an American being killed by lightning is the same chance a person in Japan has being shot and killed by a gun. Ninjas didn't actually wear black. According to the ninja museums in Japan, the best color to wear during the nighttime for ninjas was actually dark navy blue. There are over 500 different ways to cook potatoes. In fact, a recipe book on it was put together by former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev's wife and was gifted to Britain. It now sits in the British Foreign Office. The world's tallest man, Bao Zishan, used his long arms, reaching 1.06 meters, to remove plastic from the stomachs of 2 dolphins, which ultimately saved their lives after trainers tried numerous other methods. You can't usually smell your own house or perfume because of the survival instinct called olfactory adaptation. The brain is always looking for new, unusual, or changing smells as a sign of possible danger. So, it ignores smells that it has become familiar with. In 2009, archaeologists discovered the fossils of a primitive species of crocodiles that actually galloped. They lived 100 million years ago, walked with the dinosaurs, and sometimes even ate them. The Chinese giant salamander is the world's largest living amphibian and can grow up to 6 feet 8 meters long and can weigh as much as 110 pounds 500 kg. The band Blink-182 incorporated under the name Pennywise Poo Poo Butt, Inc., so that their accountants, managers, and attorneys would have to say that when doing business. In 1898, Bayer introduced diacetaminophen, marketed as a cure for morphine addiction and cough suppressant. Today, that drug is better known by the name heroin. Potatoes have almost all the nutrients that humans need to survive. To prove this, the executive director from the Washington State Potato Commission ate nothing but potatoes for 60 days and was just fine. A Japanese gymnast named Shun Fujimoto once broke his knee at the Olympics in 1976, but didn't tell anybody and performed miraculously despite his injury, even winning his team a gold medal. There is a dog breed called Basenji that doesn't have the ability to bark. It can produce a yodeling howl sound though. It's a small to medium-sized, square-shaped animal that is believed to be bred intentionally without the ability to bark. Due to human efforts, the ozone layer will recover to 1980 levels by 2050 and will be fully repaired by 2070. The eastern part of Laos was so heavily bombed during the Vietnam War that most people can supplement their income by collecting scrap metal 40 years later, and some completely rely on it. Motion sickness occurs due to confusion between perceived movement and actual movement. The brain's conclusion is that one of the senses is hallucinating due to poison ingestion, and thus the brain induces vomiting to clear the supposed toxin. In 2001, the island country of Niue issued several Pokemon coins and is still the only country in the world that uses images of Pokemon on their currency. Elijah Wood created his Lord of the Rings Frodo audition tape in his backyard with a homemade Hobbit costume. In 2012, mathematician Vi Hart sent an open letter to Nickelodeon proving SpongeBob's pineapple was geometrically impossible. Pineapple designer Kenny Pittenger then responded on his blog by posting a new mathematically correct design. This new design is currently being used on the show. The bottle of Heinz tomato ketchup specifically mentions tomato in the name because when it was introduced, ketchup of varieties other than tomatoes was common. Christopher Columbus, on the way to the New World, was stranded in Jamaica in 1503 AD. Knowing that he was wearing out his welcome with the natives and that a lunar eclipse was near, Columbus warned the natives that the moon would vanish if they did not continue to feed him and his sailors. After hitting his head in the shallow end of a swimming pool, a man named Derek Amato from Colorado woke with a condition known as acquired musical savant syndrome. He then went on to become a great pianist without ever learning to play. Some lizards, in which the tail is a major storage organ for accumulating reserves, will return to a drop tail after the threat has passed, and will eat it to recover part of the sacrifice supplies. KGB defector Anatoly Golitsyn claimed in 1984 that USSR would intentionally collapse in order to lull the West into complacency. The word oxymoron is actually an oxymoron, oxy meaning sharp and moron meaning dull. There's a small sculpture on the moon named Fallen Astronaut made by Belgian artist Paul van Hooijdonk and placed by the crew of Apollo 15 in 1971. It is the only sculpture on the moon, yet it remains relatively unknown. German scientist Gerhard Domack developed the antibacterial agent Prontosol, a sulfonamide. He used this agent to treat his own daughter, preventing her from an arm amputation. He won the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1939. Noah Webster, the founder of Merriam-Webster, learned 26 languages in order to evaluate the etymology of words. The cortex gets its name from the Latin word for bark of a tree. In 1891, Wilhelm von Waldier coined the term neuron. A textbook on phrenology, the science correlating bumps on the skull with personality traits, sold over 100,000 copies in 1827. The pupil in the eye of the giant cuttlefish, a squid-like animal, is rectangular. The Terracotta Army is a collection of more than 8,000 clay soldiers, chariots, and horses that took around 37 years to make. They were buried with the emperor in 10 BC with the purpose of protecting him in his afterlife. The largest empire the world has ever seen was the British Empire, which covered almost a quarter of the planet in its peak in 1920. In 1971, a man named Jean-Claude Romand lied about passing important medical exams, where he continued crafting elaborate lies until everyone he knew thought he was an actual medical doctor. He got away for it for 18 years, until he eventually killed his entire family to avoid being revealed. The skin of a honey badger is so thick that it can withstand machete blows, arrows, and spears. The only sure way to kill one is to use a club or a gun. The 4 ghosts in Pac-Man are all programmed to do certain things. Blinky, the red ghost, chases you. Pinky, the pink ghost, simply tries to position herself in front of Pac-Man. Inky, the blue ghost, tries to position himself in the same way. And Clive, the orange ghost, moves randomly. In 2012, a 63-year-old man named Wallace Weatherhold from Florida had his hand bitten off by an alligator, and he was charged with illegally feeding the animal. A software company called PC Pitstop once hid a $1,000 prize in their terms of service just to see if anyone would read it. After 5 months and 3,000 sales later, someone finally did. The arteries of a blue whale are so large that an adult human could crawl through it. The average adult has 8 pounds 6 kilograms or about 22 square feet 2 square meters of skin. In the early bottles, Coca-Cola contained cocaine. In 1961, Mel Blanc, the voice of Bugs Bunny, was in a serious car accident that put him in a coma that he could not wake up from. Doctors began speaking directly to the characters that he voiced, from which he would actually respond in their voices, and 3 weeks later he actually woke up. Uncopyrightable is the longest normal word you can use that doesn't contain repeat letters. Subdermatographic is longer, however, is only used by dermatologists. Walt Disney used to visit his parks in disguise and test ride operators to make sure that they weren't rushing guests. According to a study conducted by Brock University in Ontario, Canada, racism and homophobia are linked to having lower IQ, as those with lower intelligence tend to gravitate towards socially conservative ideologies. The one-click option was invented by Amazon, who have a patent on it, and Apple pays them a licensing fee to use it. When dying in 1955, Einstein refused surgery, saying, "I want to go when I want. It's tasteless to prolong life artificially. I've done my share. It's time to go. I will do it elegantly." Snails can sleep for up to 3 years. 59 days on Earth is the equivalent of 1 on Mercury. Earth is the only planet not named after a god. A study conducted by the University of Oxford found that for every person that you fall in love with and accommodate into your life, you lose 2 close friends. There are more bicycles than people in Copenhagen, and 5 times as many bicycles as cars. Over 50% of city dwellers commute by bicycle, and over 41% arrive at their place of work or study by bike. In 1883, the body of a bear and a man named Frank Devereux were found dead side by side with the ground around them thrashed. It's believed that the man and bear fought to the death. Some of the largest spider webs in the world are built by the Anulosomus eximius, a breed of social spider that works together in a community. Over 50,000 spiders can live on one web until they eventually outgrow it and have to form new colonies. In 2013, a bank worker in Germany fell asleep on his keyboard's number 2 button, causing him to transfer 222,222,222 euros on a transfer that should have been worth only 62 euros. Interestingly, his co-worker was the one fired for not spotting the error. There's something that exists called elimination communication where, instead of using diapers, the parent learns to use timing, signals, and cues to know when their baby needs to pee or poo. Jackrabbits are actually hares, not rabbits. They can reach speeds of 40 miles 64 km per hour and jump as high as 10 feet 3 meters in the air. Believe it or not, you can determine the temperature outside by counting the chirps made by crickets. According to the Farmer's Almanac, to convert cricket chirps to Celsius, you count the number of chirps in 25 seconds, divide by 3, then add 4 to get the temperature. Before Samuel L. Jackson became a movie star, he was Bill Cosby's camera stand-in on The Cosby Show. There is a bookstore in Australia where books are wrapped in paper with short descriptions so that no one can judge a book by its cover. Clint Eastwood booted Philip Kaufman as director of the outlaw Josie Wales 1976 and assumed the job himself. In response, the Directors Guild of America created the Eastwood Rule that prohibits an actor or producer from firing the director and then becoming the director himself. Claire Cameron Patterson, the man who figured out how old planet Earth really is, was the same man who discovered worldwide environmental lead contamination, which eventually led to leaded gasoline's banning. Victorian maid Kate Webster chopped up her mistress, boiled her and then assumed her identity. Her body was discovered in the garden of English naturalist David Attenborough 130 years later. All the American flags on the moon are now white due radiation from the sun and absence of atmosphere. In 1998, Venus and Serena Williams challenged any male ranked below 200th in the world. A man ranked 203 promptly beat both of them after playing a round of golf and drinking a 6-pack of beer. Elephants are so morbidly afraid of bees that the mere sound of buzzing is enough to make an entire herd flee. They have even developed a special rumble just to warn each other if bees are nearby. In 1922, Americans were consuming 1 million Eskimo pies a day. That resulted in the rise of the cost of cocoa beans by 50%. This single-handedly lifted Ecuador's economy out of a depression. All humans have a magnetic bone in their upper sinus, at the point thought of as the third eye. There are thought to be 100,000 uncharted mountains under the sea. A guide dog calmly led 30 people down 1,463 steps out of the World Trade Center on 9/11, despite the confusion, smoke, and noise around them. Once safe, the dog then helped a woman who was blinded by the debris. Reintroducing wolves to Yellowstone in 1995 changed the entire geography of the park, as elk were displaced, saplings that would have been eaten by elk were spared, riverbank erosion was brought under control, and streams and rivers shifted their courses. The inventor of upside-down ketchup bottle earned $13 million for this invention. In 2006, Honda became the sole supplier of engines in the IndyCar series. It was for the first time in Indianapolis 500 history that the race was run without a single engine problem. The waffled-style ice cream cone, hamburgers, hot dogs, iced tea, cotton candy, and Dr. Pepper were all first introduced to mass audiences or popularized at the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair. In Sweden, your car headlights have to be on at all times when driving, even in broad daylight. Switzerland has over 3,000 points of demolition to stop invaders, with bridges rigged to detonate and or fall on railways, artificial landslides and hidden artillery are set. On the German side, all tunnels are rigged and mountains are hollowed for whole divisions. A dash is an eighth of a teaspoon, a pinch is a 16th of a teaspoon, and a smidgen is a 32nd of a teaspoon. Many girls in China pay $700 for a surgery to restore their hymen before their wedding night to fake virginity so that husbands can see blood on the sheets during the honeymoon night. The 2001 video game Ghost Recon takes place during a fictional 2008 Russian invasion of Georgia country. In reality, Russia would actually invade Georgia that year. Johnny Cash was born with the name JRPN, Cash because his parents couldn't think of a name. When he enlisted in the Air Force, they wouldn't let him use his initials, so he began to call himself John. The venom of the black widow spider is called latrotoxin. This toxin causes a massive release of acetylcholine from neuromuscular junctions. The eardrum tympanic membrane is only 0.1 mm thick and weighs only 14 milligrams. The entire last name of the person for which Tourette syndrome is named is Gilles de la Tourette. People drop the Gilles de la and the disorder is known simply as Tourette syndrome. The absolute threshold in humans for hearing, a ticking watch 20 feet away in a quiet place. Parkinson's disease affects 1-3 of people over the age of 65 years and 10% of those over 80 years. In 2001, approximately 20.8% of the adults in the USA were smokers. In 1993, approximately 25.0% of the adults in the USA were smokers. There are over 1,200 different species of bats in the world, and contrary to popular belief, none of them are blind. Bats can hunt in the dark using echolocation, which means they use echoes of self-produced sounds bouncing off objects to help them navigate. Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon.com, is also the owner of The Washington Post. In a study to improve hospital design for children, researchers from the University of Sheffield polled 250 children regarding their opinions of clowns. Every single one reported disliking or fearing them. Almost a tenth of all Chinese have the last name Wang, which translates to king. Penguins' legs are actually longer than they appear. They only look short because of the amount of feathers covering them. Depending on the species of sharks, they can either give birth to live young or lay eggs. The reason Lego heads have holes in them is so air can pass through them if a child ever swallows one. Norway allows any student from anywhere in the world to study at their public universities completely free of charge. The human hearing range is from 20 to 20,000 hertz. If it was any lower than 20, we'd be able to hear our muscles move. Vern Troyer, the actor who plays Mini-Me in the Austin Powers movies, has to do all of his own stunts because at 2.7 feet 81 cm tall, there's no stunt double his size that can fill in for him. There is a side effect of sleep deprivation called microsleep, in which a person will fall asleep for a few seconds or even a few minutes without realizing it. It's extremely dangerous and is one of the largest contributors to accidents on the road. It would take 1.2 million mosquitoes, sucking once each, to completely drain the blood in a human adult. Popes can't be organ donors because their entire body has to be buried intact as it belongs to the Universal Catholic Church. 90% of Earth's ice is in Antarctica. The largest ocean on Earth is the Pacific Ocean, covering 30% of the globe. 63-year-old former math professor Joan Ginther, who has a PhD in statistics from Stanford University, has won the scratch and win lottery 4 separate times for a grand total of $20.4 million. She never revealed how she did it, but the odds of accomplishing what she did is 1 in 18 septillion. There are now 20 countries worldwide that have no army, navy, or air force. Walt Disney was fired from Kansas City Star in 1919 because his editor said that he lacked imagination and had no good ideas. Since Venus is not tilted on an axis like Earth, it experiences no seasons. One lightning bolt has enough energy to toast 100,000 slices of bread. If you open your eyes in a pitch-black room, the color you'll see is called Eigengrau. A multi-millionaire named Forrest Fenn has hidden a treasure valued between $1 to $3 million in the Rocky Mountains, and in order to find it, you must solve his riddle. So far, no one has done it or found the treasure. There is an app that exists called PhotoMath that solves any math equation you can point your phone at. Researchers at the University of Montreal have concluded that everyone has the potential ability to be a good singer. It's a developed skill that gets better with practice and worse by lack of use. Babies are born without kneecaps. They don't appear until the child reaches 2 to 6 years of age. A Japanese soldier was stranded on an island for 30 years after the Second World War had ended. He continued to stand his post in uniform until his commander came to the island to personally dismiss him in 1974. The type A or B personality theory was actually invented by the cigarette industry in the 1950s to prove coronary heart disease and cancer were risks related to high-stress personality types instead of tobacco use. For months after returning from long stays in space, some astronauts will still let go of an object in midair, fully expecting it to float. During the production of Revenge of the Sith, George Lucas came into work one day with a cough and decided that it would be amusing to record it and use it on the new Episode 3 villain, General Grievous. The burnt remains of Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun were destroyed in 1970 by order of KGB head Yuri Andropov, except for a few fragments of bone and skull, which were rediscovered in 1993. In 2009, DNA testing by University of Connecticut on the fragments confirmed they didn't belong to Hitler or Braun. The infamous crocodile jump by James Bond in Live and Let Die was performed with real crocodiles. The only person willing to attempt the stunt was the owner of the croc farm. Writers named the film's villain after the owner, Kanaga. Aboriginals of Australia, in their coming-of-age ritual, cut a birth control hole in the base of the boy's penis and insert a splinter in to keep it from closing. Urine and semen come out of the hole unless this sub-incision is plugged with a finger. Throughout Seinfeld's run, the chance to sit in the first booth at Monk's Cafe to be included in a scene was auctioned off for charity. When Christopher Nolan offered Heath Ledger the part of Batman in Batman Begins, he said, "I would never take part in a superhero film." During one of his innumerable presidential affairs, John F. Kennedy tore a groin muscle and had to wear a stiff shoulder-to-groin brace that prevented the reflexive ducking, which might have saved him from the second fatal bullet. The longest prison sentence ever requested was 384,912 years of jail against a 22-year-old postman in Spain, who was accused of failing to deliver 42,768 letters. This sentence was requested by the prosecutor, while actually he was sentenced only to 14 years and 2 months of imprisonment. For those who have trouble sleeping, researchers say that 1 week of camping without electronics usually resets our biological body clock and synchronizes our melatonin hormones with sunrise and sunset. The flag of Nova Scotia was only officially adopted in 2013, after 155 years of use, when an 11-year-old girl researching a project realized that it had never been officially recognized in all that time. In 1955, a 6-year-old boy incredibly fought off a starving cougar while his friend ran for help, taking 45 minutes before finally finding an adult who believed him. In 585 BC, a solar eclipse occurred in the middle of a battle between the Lydians and the Medes. They promptly ceased fighting and signed a peace treaty. Obsidian blades are so sharp 3 nm thickness that, on a cellular level, obsidian knives will cut between cells rather than tear the cells as steel knives would do. In 2005, an inexperienced trader at a Japanese bank tried to sell 1 share of JCOM stock for 610,000 yuans. He accidentally sold 610,000 shares for 1 yuan each, the equivalent of selling 3 bill worth of shares for the price of $5,000. The Turkish government denies that the persecution of Armenians can be referred to as genocide, despite the fact that the term genocide was coined in 1943 by Raphael Lemkin specifically to describe the killing of the Armenians by the Ottoman Turks. Professional bowling involves different, specific oil patterns on the lanes that the bowler must figure out, as it affects the performance of the ball, adding an unperceivable level of difficulty to the sport. If you die homeless or with no money in New York City, you are buried by prisoners on hardest land in a mass grave, up to 1,000 per grave for children and 50 for adults. With one exception, Special Child Baby 11985, the first child to die of AIDS in New York City. The intense rationing in England during World War II actually reduced infant mortality by guaranteeing nutrition to everyone. Epilepsy affects about 2.5 million people in the USA. The four-eyed fish Anableps has 2 pupils in each of its eyes, therefore it can see above and below the water at the same time. The adult human spinal cord weighs about 35 grams o 1 lb. Young adults spend about 20–25 of sleep time in REM sleep. Women comprise 22% of the U.S. scientific and engineering workforce. The absolute threshold in humans for smell is a drop of perfume in a 3-room apartment. In 1921, Herman Rorschach developed the ink blot test to assess personality. Each day in the USA, 33 babies are born with permanent hearing loss. Pesticides, which disrupt the nervous system, are part of the reason why 32 species of frogs have become extinct in the last few decades. The human brain uses 15-20 of the body's oxygen supply. The brain of the African elephant nosefish uses 60% of its body's oxygen supply. Baboons in the wild have been known to kidnap puppies and raise them as pets. There's a fruit called black sapote or chocolate pudding fruit, which at the right ripeness tastes like chocolate pudding, is low in fat and has about 4 times as much vitamin C as an orange. Sand from the Sahara is blown by the wind all the way to the Amazon, recharging its minerals. The desert literally fertilizes the rainforest. There is a city being created in the Arab Emirates right now that will be entirely reliant on renewable energy sources with a zero-waste ecology. It takes a sloth 2 weeks to digest their food. It takes 12 bees a lifetime of work to create a teaspoon of honey. Only 1 to 2% of the total world population are redheads. The average commuter wastes around 42 hours waiting in traffic each year. A hacker group named Ignazi once took down Papa John's website because the company was 2 hours later than expected in delivering their food. In 2013, Vietnam unveiled a steel bridge that's shaped like a dragon that literally shoots fire out of its mouth. That's called the Dragon Bridge. The rules of most airlines require that the pilot and co-pilot of a plane eat different meals. This is just in case one of the meals causes food poisoning. Digital storage doesn't go up in measurements of thousands. 1024 bits make a byte. 1024 bytes makes up kilobyte, followed by megabyte, gigabyte, terabyte, and petabyte. There are only 2 parts on the human body that never stop growing: the ears and the nose. There is a tribe in India called the War Khasi that has been passing down for generations the art of manipulating tree roots to create a system of living bridges. The average strawberry has 200 seeds on the outside. It's also not considered a fruit. There is no explanation why there are no mosquitoes in Iceland. Sir, I demand, I am a maid named Iris is the longest palindrome that is. It makes the same sentence if you say it backwards. Jose Mujica is the president of Uruguay and the poorest president in the world, as he gives away most of his income to charity. Lotso the bear from Toy Story 3 was originally supposed to be in the first movie, but the technology needed to create his fur wasn't available at the time, so he got pushed back to the third film. A group of donkeys is called a drove. In one night, a mole can dig a tunnel 300 feet 1 km long in soil. The Vystavokhnaya subway station in Moscow accepts 30 squats as payment for a metro ticket as an incentive to exercise more. There is a method of art called tree shaping, where living trees are manipulated to create forms of art. Mobile phones emit electromagnetic frequencies that heat body tissue and can affect over 100 proteins in the brain. Colonel Sanders disliked what the KFC franchise had done to the food so much that he described it as the worst fried chicken he had ever had, and the gravy was like wallpaper paste. When James Bond actor Daniel Craig first ran off with his current wife Rachel Weisz in 2010, he actually had a fiancée at the time, and when she found out, she spent $1 million on his credit line in revenge. A guy named Seth Putnam wrote a song about how being in a coma was stupid, and soon after went into a coma himself. After he awoke, when asked how it felt to be in a coma, he said, "Being in a coma was just as stupid as I wrote it was." It has never rained in Calama, a town in the Atacama Desert of Chile. The FBI now tracks animal abuse like it tracks homicides and assaults. Their logic is that they classify animal cruelty as a group, a felony, because if you abuse animals, there's a good chance that you'd do the same to a person. Each king in a deck of playing cards represents a great king from history. Spades King David, clubs Alexander the Great, hearts Charlemagne, and diamonds Julius Caesar. The word retarded came into popular use during the 1960s because it was considered far less offensive and more politically correct than labeling someone a moron, idiot, or imbecile. Cosmonaut Sergei Krikalev was in space when the Soviet Union was dissolved. He went up a Soviet citizen and returned a Russian citizen. Thomas Jefferson proposed in 1784 to end slavery in all the territories, but his bill lost in Congress by 1 vote. If you are a Singaporean citizen above 21, your organs will be automatically donated upon death. The Ferris wheel moving walkway, Pabst Blue Ribbon, Press Penny souvenirs, Juicy Fruit Gum, and Aunt Jemima pancake mix were all unveiled at the 1893 Chicago World Fair. The funny bone ulnar nerve is the largest unprotected nerve in the body. In 1985, the French president authorized a state-sponsored terror attack on New Zealand soil, killing a Dutch citizen. Singapore has such a low birth rate that there is a government program set up to help people get laid. Nintendo sent shipments of the SNES at night to avoid theft by the Yazuka. The sister city of Boring, Oregon is Dull, Scotland. After the closure of North American airspace on Sept. 11, 2001, a small Canadian town had its population nearly doubled when 7,000 passengers were forced to land. The small community provided food, clothing, and prescriptions free of charge to all of the stranded passengers. Usain Bolt ate nothing but chicken nuggets while he was in Beijing because that was the only thing he knew and won 3 gold medals. It is rarely necessary to wait 24 hours before filing a missing persons report. Law enforcement agencies in the US stress the importance of a prompt investigation. The UK government website says explicitly in large type you don't have to wait 24 hours before contacting the police. In California and 3 other US states, ladies' night are against the law because they are gender discrimination. In Newfoundland, there is a berry called a bakeapple. The word comes from French baïquapele meaning what's this berry called? In 2009, Dolph Lundgren's house was broken into, and his wife was tied up. The burglars then saw a photo of Lundgren and fled, realizing whose house they just were in. Bees don't always die when they sting. They die when they sting a human or other animals with similarly thick skin, but can sting other insects just fine. Heath Ledger kept a Joker diary. In it, he wrote as the Joker and included a list of things he believed the Joker would find funny, including blind babies, geniuses with brain damage, and sombreros. There was an all-black regiment in Wee that the Germans feared so much that they called them the Harlem Hellfighters. They never lost an inch of ground and none of them was ever captured. Dialysis machines are actually really pretty simple. The first one ever was kludged together out of beer cans, a washing machine, and sausage casings. The human olfactory system is anatomically complete before birth. A shark's hearing is similar to that of a whale or dolphin. Americans spend $11 billion each year for glasses and contact lenses. Approximately 3.3% of snowboarding injuries involve the spinal cord. 1.4% of skiing injuries involve the spinal cord. Several types of beetles are attracted to forest fires. These beetles detect the heat of forest fires with receptors for infrared radiation. As of 2019, the country with the highest homicide rates is El Salvador with 82.8 for homicides per 100,000 inhabitants per year. With approximately 6 million people, that equates to 5,000 people per year. The extremely high homicide rate in this country is marked by significant occurrence of gang-related crimes and juvenile delinquency. In 2017, 19% of brides said they met their spouse online. This industry now brings in $3 billion a year. Only 2% of the Earth's population has green eyes. 100 acres of pizza are cut every day in the US alone. In 2013, a company called Limite Zero created a 2,300-foot 7-to-a-meter international zip line between Spain and Portugal. President JFK purchased over 1,000 Cuban cigars just hours before he ordered the Cuban trade embargo in 1962. A camel can drink 53 gallons to 0 liters of water in 3 minutes. There are 50 different types of kangaroo. Over 90% of the Australian population live within 50 km of its coastline. Jackie Chan's son will receive none of his $130 million fortune, as he's quoted saying, "If he's capable, he can make his own money. If he's not, then he'll just be wasting my money." The first hard drive was invented in 1956 and weighed over a ton. Coca-Cola was invented by an American pharmacist named John Pemberton, who advertised it as a nerve tonic that could cure headaches and fatigue. The word checkmate in chess comes from the Arabic shahmat, which means the king is dead. Russia and Japan have still not signed a peace treaty to end World War II. Koi fish can live for centuries, and the oldest koi to have ever lived was a koi named Hanako that lived for 225 years before it died. The Beast from Beauty and the Beast is a creature called a chimera which has features from 7 different animals. The first web page went live on August 6, 1991 and was dedicated to information. The world's biggest flower garden sits in the middle of a desert in Dubai, which has over 500,000 fresh flowers. The biggest moon in our solar system is called Ganymede, which is bigger than the planet Mercury. If you were to see a solid form of oxygen, it would be a sky blue color. In Iceland, if you want to name your baby a name that's never been used before, you must go to the Icelandic Naming Committee. Many animal shelters will not allow black cats to be adopted around Halloween time because most people just buy them as impulse purchases. There are completely black chickens in Indonesia known as ayam cemani. They have black plumage, black legs and nails, black beak and tongue, black comb and wattle, black meat and bones, as well as dark organs. It is estimated that about 100 billion people have died since Homo sapiens appeared over 200,000 years ago. A group of pandas is known as an embarrassment. After Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, his body was taken on a 160 to 500 km tour via train. He was accompanied by the body of his son, William Wallace Lincoln, who had died of typhoid fever at the age of only 11, and buried in the D.C. area of 1862. The train made a tour through 400 train stations, and viewings were arranged where his body was on display for mourners. Pharrell Williams was fired from 3 separate McDonald's restaurants when he was 17 for being lazy and stealing McNuggets. Pumpkins, watermelons, avocados, and bananas are all berries, while strawberries, raspberries, and blackberries are not. Scientists in Berlin asked adults to play Super Mario 64 over a period of 2 months for 30 minutes a day. The group showed increases of gray matter, demonstrating the direct causal link between video gaming and a volumetric brain increase. Coffee flour is made from coffee cherries, the discarded fruit surrounding the coffee bean. In spite of being high in fiber and protein, 75% of it is discarded post-coffee production. Samuel L. Jackson's performance as a crackhead in the movie Jungle Fever was so acclaimed that the 1991 Cannes Film Festival created a special supporting actor award just for him. The sun emits more green visible light than any other color, but we still see the color mixture as white. It only appears yellow because shorter wavelength colors such as blue scatter in the atmosphere, making the sky blue. Before the kale fad of 2013, Pizza Hut was one of the largest purchasers of kale. They used it ornamentally to decorate the salad bars. In 2014, a pregnant woman in India swam nearly 1 kilometer across a swollen river to give birth in a hospital instead of her home. Plastic magnets exist, and their magnetic strength can be adjusted by shining different colored lights on it. The phrase "give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day, teach him how to fish, and he'll eat for a lifetime," did not come from an ancient Chinese proverb, the Torah, the Bible, or any other such place. It was coined by Anne Isabella Ritchie, the daughter of William Makepeace Thackeray, in 1885. Around 300 AD during the Qin dynasty in China, government officials would use fingerprint analysis at a crime scene to help identify potential perpetrators, as they knew that no two people have identical fingerprints. In 1575, a German mass murderer nicknamed Pushpeter is reported to have kept his wits after being impaled. The stake hit his spine and he berated the executioner. Pushpeter commanded the executioner to draw the stake out of him and gave instructions for how to make the impalement properly. A college student wrote against seatbelt laws, saying they are intrusions on individual liberties and that he won't wear one. He died in a car crash, and his 2 passengers survived because they were wearing seatbelts. In 1770, the British Parliament passed a law condemning lipstick, stating that women found guilty of seducing men into matrimony by a cosmetic means could be tried for witchcraft. Woody Harrelson's dad was a hitman and died in prison while serving a life sentence for killing a federal judge. In 2009, archaeologists unearthed the oldest musical instruments ever found. There were flutes that inhabitants of southwestern Germany laboriously carved from bone and ivory at least 35,000 years ago. If the American president is unmarried or his wife dies during his term, another female relative will become the first lady. 3 presidents' daughters, 2 presidents' sisters, 2 nieces and 2 daughters-in-law have been first lady. The full moon always rises at sunset. The new moon always rises at sunrise. The first quarter rises at noon, and the last quarter at midnight. Al Scarface Capone got his infamous scars when he told a woman "you got a nice ass" in front of her brother while working at a bar. In 1957, a terminal cancer patient was given a worthless drug that caused his tumors to melt like snowballs on a hot stove. When he found out it was proven worthless, his cancer returned. He was given a placebo version and it went away again. He learned the truth, then died soon after from cancer. The word scientist did not exist until 1833. Before that, they were known as natural philosophers. Bees and butterflies can see ultraviolet light. In 1998, illegal drug use or non-medical use of legal drugs resulted in 542,540 for visits to emergency departments in the USA. The three most common fears are snakes 1, heights 2, and flying 3. The expression memorize by heart is derived from the old belief that the heart, not the brain, was important for memory. Also, the word record comes from the Latin word for heart. Approximately 1 in every 1,000 people in the USA has the autoimmune disease multiple sclerosis. In 2001, 8 young U.S. football players died as a direct result of injuries suffered on the field. Of these 8 players, 6 died of brain injuries, 1 died of a fractured neck, and 1 died of a ruptured spleen. The movie Rain Man, starring Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise, was inspired by a real person named Kim Peek who has memorized 7,600 books and every area code, zip code, highway, and television station in the U.S. The stapedius muscle is the smallest muscle in the body. This muscle, 6.3 millimeters in length, helps move the stapes bone in the middle ear. It is false that you can bite through a finger as easily as a carrot. It takes 200 newtons to bite through a raw carrot and 1,485 newtons just to cause a fracture to a finger. There was an orangutan named Fu Manchu who was repeatedly able to escape from his cage at the Henry Dorley Zoo in Nebraska. It was found that he was using a key that he fashioned out of a piece of wire. The reason was able to do it so many times and kept getting away with it was because every time the zookeepers inspected him, he would hide the key in his mouth. Teddy Roosevelt was shot in 1912 right before giving a speech. Noticing that it missed his lungs, since he wasn't coughing up blood, he proceeded to give the full 90-minute speech. The African driver ant can produce 3 to 4 million eggs every 25 days. Between the 1600s and 1800s, lobsters were known as the cockroaches of the sea. They were fed to prisoners and servants and were used as fish bait. Smokers are 4 times more likely to get gray hair in their lives than non-smokers. There used to be horse-sized ducks called Dromornithidae roaming around present-day Australia 50,000 years ago. In 2013, France banned child beauty pageants because they promote the hypersexualizations of minors. Anyone who organizes such a pageant could face jail time for up to 2 years and a fine of up to 30,000 euros. In 2014, Budapest broke the world record for the tallest Lego tower ever built. Made of 450,000 colorful bricks, topped with a large Hungarian Rubik's Cube, the structure stands at 114 feet 34 meters tall in front of St. Stephen's Basilica. In 1975, Professor Jack Hetherington from Michigan State University added his cat as a co-author to a theoretical paper that he had been working on. He did this because he mistakenly used words like we and our in the paper and didn't feel like revising it. The first email was sent in 1971. The email was sent to the computer right next to it as a test. If we somehow discovered a way to extract gold from the Earth's core, we would be able to cover all the land in gold up to our knees. Only 15% of all plants are on land. The Kuwaiti dinar is the strongest currency in the world, with 1 dinar equating to $3.9 USD. It is estimated that malaria has been responsible for half of the deaths of everyone who has ever lived. National Geographic star Casey Anderson has a pet grizzly bear named Brutus. The bear was adopted in 2002 when he was a newborn cub, and in 2008 served as Casey's best man at his wedding. Ostriches have eyes bigger than their head. In 2013, over 200 strangers responded to a Facebook invitation to attend a funeral for British veteran James McConnell, who had no friends or family members to attend otherwise. An octopus has 9 brains, blue blood, and 3 hearts. In 2022, the World Cup will be played in Lusail, Qatar, a city that doesn't even exist yet. The world's largest gold bar is 551 lb to 5 oak gg. The average shark has 15 rows of teeth in each jaw. They can replace a tooth in a single day and lose over 30,000 teeth in their lifetime. A flamingo can only eat when its head is upside down. Charles Baldwin, designer of the International Biohazard Symbol, said regarding his design, "We wanted to create something that was memorable but meaningless, so that we could educate people as to what it means." The word bi, which is popular in North American society, is actually the Danish word for poop. Psychopaths are only capable of perceiving the positive consequences for their actions as opposed to any negative ones. Watermelon is made up of 92% water. It's actually an excellent choice to stay hydrated and is low in calories. It's possible for cats and dogs to be allergic to human dander. Dander is made up of tiny cells shed from hair, fur, or feathers. And though you mostly hear it in relation to pets, humans produce it too. Jennifer Lopez's common nickname in parts of Hong Kong and China is Lord of Butt. Believe it or not, outer space is only an hour away. If you could drive a car straight into the sky at 96 kilometers an hour or 60 miles an hour. Nearly 80% of all animals on Earth have 6 legs. The Alaskan Malamute became the state dog of Alaska after a 3-year campaign and legislative process that started with a kindergartner asking the question, "Why doesn't Alaska have a state dog?" The decision to ground all planes in the U.S. on September 11 was made by one man, Ben Sliney, one of the FAA's national operations managers. It was his first day in that position. It was a closely guarded secret for many, many years that a number of American POWs were held where the Hiroshima atomic bomb was dropped. The cast of Friends earned at least $88,460,000 over its 10 seasons, each. This does not include syndication royalties negotiated from the 5th season onwards. Raindrops actually don't fall in the form of a teardrop. Instead, they look more like the top half of a hamburger bun. The first mutiny in space occurred in 1974 aboard the Skylab for space station due to exhaustive workload put on the astronauts. Cows never existed in the wild and were domesticated from wild ox some 10,500 years ago. Steven Spielberg purposely did not allow Matt Damon to attend the pre-production boot camp for actors in Saving Private Ryan, so the remaining cast would build up genuine resentment for his character. An Eagle Scout who joins the U.S. Army is automatically promoted to private first class. Pandas were carnivorous, but they inexplicably lost their appetite for meat during evolution. Hall of Fame boxer Sugar Ray Robinson once backed out of a fight because he had a dream that he was going to kill his opponent in the ring. After a priest and a minister convinced him to fight, Robinson went into the ring and killed his opponent, Jimmy Doyle, in the fight. Oxford University is older than the Aztec civilization. Oxford was founded in 1249, founding of Tenochtitlan in 1325. American journalist Anderson Cooper, soon after graduating college, forged a press pass and gained entrance to Myanmar to meet with students fighting the Burmese government. He was ultimately able to sell his homemade news segments to Channel One, launching his journalism career. A volcanologist died at an observation camp when Mount St. Helens exploded in 1980. He had agreed for one day to fill in for a colleague who was rotating out. A third scientist based at the camp, the man rotated out, died 11 years later during the Mount Unzen Japan eruption. Michael Jackson, though he did not receive credit, wrote "Do the Bartman" after calling the producers of The Simpsons and offering to write Bart a #1 single. The earliest known recipe for macaroni and cheese. People typically blink about 15 times per minute. If you are awake for 16 hours each day, then you blink approximately 14,400 each day. The brain of the fly contains 337,856 neurons. The lumbar puncture, a method to obtain cerebrospinal fluid by inserting a needle between the lumbar vertebrae and into the subarachnoid space of the spinal cord, was introduced in 1891 by Heinrich Kwink. A jellyfish has no brain. 3 neuroscientists were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2000. When tests for speed and accuracy are given, people who stay awake continuously for 20-25 hours have similar problems as people who have a blood alcohol level of 0.1%. In the USA each year, 1.4 million people have cataract surgery, making it the most common operation. Some fish, for example sharks, sturgeon, lampreys, salamanders, and the platypus, can detect weak electrical fields. The human brain uses 20% of the body's energy even though it's only 2% of the body's total weight. The smallest country in the world is the Vatican, which only has 0.22 square miles or 44 square kilometers. There are 350 pyramids that were built by the rulers of the ancient Kushite kingdoms now known as Sudan. On average, brunettes have less hairs on their head compared to red-haired and blondes. The top 10 cheese-eating countries are all in Europe, with French being number 1. The average French person consumes 57 pounds 25 kg of cheese per year. Jaguars in the wild are known for frequently getting high eating hallucinogenic roots, which also increases their senses for hunting. The largest organism in the known world today is a fungus that lives in the mountains of Oregon. It spans across 2.4 miles 3.8 km. There is a city called Rome in each continent. A man named Sogen Kato was thought to be the oldest man in Tokyo until 2010, when officials arrived at his home to wish him a happy 111th birthday, only to find his mummified remains. It turns out he had been dead for 30 years and his family had been collecting his pension money. Your mobile phone carries 10 times more bacteria than your toilet seat. Women have been using pregnancy tests since 1350 BC. They used to pee on wheat and barley seeds to determine if they were pregnant or not. If wheat grew, it predicted a female baby, and if barley grew, it predicted a male. The woman was not pregnant if nothing grew. This theory was tested and proved accurate 70% of the time. Brazil's prisons offer their prisoners the chance to reduce their prison sentence by up to 48 days a year for every book they read and write a report on. The pygmy monkey marmoset is the smallest monkey in the world, with an average length of only 5 inches 13 cm and an average weight of 3.5 ounces 100 grams. International Have a Bad Day is November 19th. If gorillas take human birth control pills, it will have the same effects on them. FutureMe.org is a website where you can send letters to yourself at any time in the future. In ancient Athens, the world's first democracy, they had a process called ostracism, where once a year the people could vote on the politician that they felt was the most destructive to the democratic process, and that person was banished from Athens for 10 years. In 2007, Joshua Bell, an award-winning violinist and conductor, conducted an experiment where he pretended to be a street violinist and had over 1,000 people pass him without stopping. He only collected $31 that day, yet 2 days previously sold out to a theater where each seat cost $100. The violin he was playing with on the street was worth $3.5 million. Quebec only finished paying off its 1976 Summer Olympics debt 30 years later in 2006. The man who designed Saddam Hussein's secret bunker was the grandson of the woman who designed Adolf Hitler's. A group of zebras is called a zeal. People who are in love can actually synchronize their heartbeats just by gazing into each other's eyes. Blind people forget many memories since they don't have visual imagery and can't look at pictures to reminisce. A 3D printing company known as Touchable Memories prints 3D objects from old photos so that the blind can touch them, feel, and relive their cherished moments like never before. If one spells out numbers, they would have to count to 1,000 before coming across the letter A. In 2004, a starquake was detected, which was so powerful that if the star was located within 10 light-years of Earth, it would have likely caused a mass extinction. SpongeBob SquarePants was originally going to be called SpongeBoy, and the show was originally going to be called SpongeBoy Ahoy, but they had to change his name after it turned out that SpongeBoy was the copyrighted name of a mop. J.R.R. Tolkien began work on The Hobbit one day early in the 1930s, when he was marking school papers. He found a blank page. Suddenly inspired, he wrote the words, "In a hole in the ground, there lived a hobbit." A boy was allowed by his parents to change his own name when he was 8 years old. Today, he is Dr. Loki Skylazard. Genetic imprint from traumatic experiences carries through at least 2 generations in mice. In the 1950s, TV shows in the USA were not allowed to use the word pregnant as it was considered indecent. The Catholic Church unknowingly made Siddhartha Gautama the Buddha saint after the Christianization of his life story in the 14th century. There was supposed to be a Pinocchio film released in 1936, predating Disney's Pinocchio by 4 years. It was meant to be the first Italian animated film, but for unknown reasons, the film was never completed and it is considered lost. Dolphins give each other names and will answer to it even when called by dolphins they don't know. North Star or the Polaris is actually a set of 3 stars orbiting each other. If you microwave a sliced grape, it can explode in a fireball of superheated plasma. It isn't base jumping, but rather Basset jumping. It refers to the four categories of fixed objects from which one can jump: building, antenna, span, and earth cliff. In 2012, a gang in the Czech Republic stole a 10-ton metal bridge to sell for scrap metal. German World War II pilots in North Africa used to fix bottles of Coca-Cola to the underside of their wings so that the drink would cool at high altitude and be ready to drink after landing. Members of the Nazi Party and KKK shot 5 unarmed protesters to death in North Carolina in 1979, in broad daylight, while being filmed, and all of them were acquitted in 2 separate trials. There is an abandoned 120-year-old concert hall buried underground in the middle of downtown Boston. 12% of Quebec is freshwater, which is 3% of all of the world's freshwater. Quebec holds only 0.1% of the world's population. PG-13 movies are allowed exactly 1 non-sexual fuck. 2 or more in the film automatically receives an R rating. Animators and visual effects artists for Disney's Frozen were sent to Jackson Hole, Wyoming to experience walking, running, and falling in deep snow. Both male and female personnel tried on long skirts to see how they interacted with the snow. George R.R. Martin bought the first ticket to the first Comic-Con in 1964. In the 1860s, a perpetual motion machine was demonstrated at the Paris Exposition. Visitors were invited to try and stop the wheel, which, unbeknownst to them, was the very action needed to charge the wheel back up. The company that owned the World Trade Center had scheduled a meeting for September 11, 2001 on the 88th floor of Tower 1 to discuss what to do in the event of a terrorist attack, but rescheduled the night before because someone couldn't attend. The distance separating two neurons at a synapse is 20-40 nanometers. 1 nanometer is equal to 1/1000th of a meter. The brain of the great physicist Albert Einstein weighed 1,230 grams. Receptor cells in the taste buds are replaced about once every 10 days. The pupil of the eye can vary in diameter from 1.5 to 8.0 millimeters. Therefore, the amount of light entering the eye can change 30-fold. Worker honeybees have a ring of iron oxide magnetite in their abdomens that may be used to detect magnetic fields for navigation. The country with the most neurologists per person is Lithuania, where there are approximately 6,240 people for every neurologist. Right-footed African gray parrots have a larger vocabulary than left-footed African gray parrots. Leonardo da Vinci designed contact lenses made of glass filled with water. The praying mantis has been called an auditory cyclops because it has only one ear. The ear of this insect is located in the middle of its underside, between its legs. The Canadian Post Office has assigned a postal code of HO to the North Pole, where anyone can send a letter to Santa Claus. Every year, more than 1 million letters are addressed to Santa Claus, each of which are answered in the same language they were written in. The first ever diamonds were found in India in the 4th century BC. The next country it was discovered in was Brazil in 1725. Hitler was Time's Man of the Year in 1938. As a child, Muhammad Ali was refused an autograph from his boxing idol Sugar Ray Robinson. When Ali became a prize fighter, he vowed to never deny an autograph request, which he honored throughout his entire career. Brass doorknobs automatically disinfect themselves in 8 hours, which is known as the oligodynamic effect. The largest living creature on Earth is the Great Barrier Reef, which measures at 1,200 miles 2 km long. The stickers that you find on fruit are actually made of edible paper, and the glue used to stick them on is actually food grade, so even if you eat one, you'll be completely fine. Journalist Sarah Bongiorni and her family attempted to live without Chinese-made goods for an entire year and found it almost impossible. They documented their experience in a book called Year Without Made in China. A man in Wisconsin took a photo containing 3 albino deer in the woods. The chances of this happening is 1 in 79 billion. Flamingos are not born pink and eventually turn this color from their diet of brine, shrimp, and blue-green algae. The loneliest animal in the world is a male whale in the North Pacific which can't find a mate due to the way it communicates. The whale's frequency is on another level and can't be heard by other whales. If the sun was scaled down to the size of a cell, the Milky Way would be the size of the United States. There's a flower located in Central and South America that looks like hooker's lips that are named hooker's lips. The clothing store H&M stands for Hens and Moritz. 99.8% of Cubans can read and write, making it one of the most literate countries in the world. The average lifespan of a redwood tree is 500 to 700 years old, while some coast redwoods have been known to live to over 2,000 years. They can grow to over 360 feet in height, 109 meters. In the UK, people that reach their 100th birthday or their 60th wedding anniversary are sent a personalized card from the Queen. The Shangri-La Hotel in China captured a record for the largest ball pit ever created, measuring 82 by 41 feet 25 by 12.6 meters and contained over 1 million balls. There are fewer than 50 of the original Apple I computers in existence, with some of them selling for over $50,000. The cheapest gas prices in the world belong to Venezuela at just over a penny a liter. There's a religion called Christian atheism, where practitioners believe in essentially the same things as traditional Christians, except that the Bible is completely metaphorical and that God is an allegory for human morality rather than a real being. There used to be sheep that grazed in Central Park up until 1934. They were moved during the Great Depression as it was feared they'd be eaten. At the 1912 Olympics, a Japanese marathon runner named Shizo Kanakori quit and went home without telling official, and was considered a missing person in Sweden for 50 years. In 1966, he was invited to complete the marathon, finishing with a total time of 50 for years, 8 months, 6 days and 5 hours. Ramon Artigavesia once survived a sinking ship in 1871. He was so scared from this experience, he didn't get on another ship till 41 years later. Unfortunately for him, that ship was Titanic. The Nasir al-Mulk Mosque in Iran is known for its incredible stained glass windows. When the morning sunlight shines through the windows, the interior of the mosque reflects the windows like a kaleidoscope. In 1922, Charles Osborne got a case of the hiccups that lasted until 1990. He was hiccuping 40 times a minute for 68 years, and possibly the weirdest thing is that when it stopped for unknown reasons. Astoundingly, the human brain, the universe, and the internet all have similar network patterns and the same growth dynamics. Bob Marley's wife, Rita, was shot in the head during his attempted assassination. However, she had dreadlocks so thick, they saved her life. In 2001, Dee attempted to ban glow sticks from parties by labeling them as drug paraphernalia. It takes 3 years of higher education to become a police officer in Norway. The training takes place at a university college, and each graduate gets a bachelor's degree in police studies. The familiar Valentine logo at the beginning and ending of I Love Lucy wasn't added until the show went into syndication. The show was originally sponsored by Philip Morris and began with Lucy and Ricky dancing around a huge pack of cigarettes. Before the 20th century, the death of the Pope used to be confirmed by striking him in the head with a silver hammer. New York City's Flatiron Building used to cause enough downdrafts to lift the skirts of women passing by, giving a daring view of their ankles and legs. The phenomenon was notorious and resulted in groups of young men regularly gathering on 23rd Street to watch. In 1994, a FedEx jet McDonnell Douglas DC-10 suffered a hijacking attempt by a disgruntled employee, who was armed with multiple melee weapons. The flight crew, in spite of receiving multiple hammer blows, performed extreme aerial maneuvers with the massive aircraft, at times flying upside down, with the intent of keeping the hijacker off balance. The flight crew eventually succeeded in restraining the hijacker. In ancient Egypt, any books found in ships coming into port would be brought immediately to the Library of Alexandria and be copied. The original would be kept in the library and the copy given back to the owner. IKEA is registered as a non-profit organization dedicated to furthering the advancement of interior design. This lets them pay a fraction of taxes they otherwise would. The owners make money by licensing the IKEA trademark to the non-profit side. One American consumes the same amount of resources as 30 Kenyans per year. Feeders of lice was a job in Nazi-occupied Poland, where individuals were wrapped with lice cages to serve as blood farms and food for disease-carrying lice. These cages were used to develop typhus vaccines. There is a fake village in Netherlands with fake shops and restaurants that are actually a care home for elderly with dementia. The record for the longest marathon run is held by Shizo Kanakori with a time of 50 for years, 8 months, 6 days, 5 hours, 32 minutes and 20.379 seconds. During the 1912 Olympics, he quit midway through a marathon race and went home to Japan without notifying the officials. He was considered a missing person in Sweden for over 50 years. In 1966, he was invited to complete the marathon. In 4 out of 10 of the UK's largest airports, it's cheaper to park a light aircraft for 24 hours than to park your car. There is a metal band called Hatebeak whose lead singer is an African grey parrot. Musician and singer B.B. King saved his guitar from a burning building caused by a fight between two men. The men were fighting over a lady named Lucille, and B.B. King named his guitar after her as a reminder to never fight over a woman or run into burning buildings. LSD cured a Holocaust survivor of Auschwitz's PTSD and allowed him to sleep for the first time in 30 years without nightmares. The purchase of Alaska from Russia by the U.S. was originally mocked by U.S. citizens, who called it Andrew Johnson's Polar Bear Garden. There is a clock being built inside of a mountain that is designed to tick for 10,000 years and play a unique melody that never repeats itself. The cardboard box was inducted into the National Toy Hall of Fame in 2005. There has only ever been one successful shoot-down of an F-117, a stealth plane, in 1999 during the NATO bombing of former Yugoslavia. The pilot ejected safely. Since then, the U.S. pilot and Serb that shot him down have become good friends. When Winston Churchill was warned by the German foreign minister that if we were to occur, the Italians would be on the German side, he responded, "That's only fair, we had them last time." In 1881, a woman got away with murdering a man who broke off their engagement by using the hysteria defense. That is, a doctor told the jury that any virtuous woman, when deprived of her virtue, would go mad. Undoubtedly, the jury acquitted her in 20 minutes. The National Institutes of Health was established in 1887. A 12 ounces can of Jolt Cola has 71 milligrams of caffeine. A cup of coffee has 60150 mg of caffeine. Birds are insensitive to the effects of hot peppers because they do not have receptors for the chemical capsaicin that makes hot peppers hot. The cauda equina is the name for the collection of spinal nerves at the lower end of the spinal cord. The term cauda equina comes from the Latin words meaning tail of a horse. The vagus nerve, important for controlling the functions of many internal organs, gets its name from the Latin word meaning wandering. The human body contains trillions of microorganisms, i.e. bacteria outnumbering human cells by 10 to 1. A 20-ounce bottle of Mountain Dew contains the equivalent of 22 packets of sugar. The pollution in Beijing is so bad they have come up with a term called the Beijing cough. The smallest poisonous frog is only 10 millimeters in length and secretes a toxic poison from its skin as a defense mechanism. Termites are currently being researched by scientists at UConn and Caltech as possible renewable energy sources. They can produce up to half a gallon 2 liters of hydrogen by ingesting a single sheet of paper, making them one of the planet's most efficient bioreactors. Coca-Cola only sold 25 bottles its first year. Today, it sells 1.8 billion bottles a day. When a person lies, they experience an increase in temperature around the nose known as the Pinocchio effect. Henry Ford was the first industrial giant to give his workers both Saturday and Sunday off in hopes that it would encourage more leisure use of vehicles, hence popularizing the concept of the weekend. Clymonia is the excessive desire to stay in bed all day. At the Crocosaurus Cove Aquarium in Australia, there's a popular tourist attraction called the Cage of Death, which allows you to get up close and personal with giant crocodiles. When Charles Darwin first discovered the huge tortoises on the Galapagos Islands, he tried to ride them. According to a study done by McEwan University in Canada, playing video games before bedtime actually gives a person the ability to control their dreams. It also suggests that gamers are more likely to have lucid dreams as opposed to non-gamers. There is a 16-story office building in Osaka, Japan called the Gate Tower Building that has an entire highway that passes through the 5th, 6th and 7th floors of the structure. In 2008, the North Face clothing company sued a clothing company called the South Butt. Most of the dust you'll find in your house will be your dead skin. The largest cave in the world is in Vietnam called the Sun Dune Cave. It's just under 9 kilometers long, and its interior is so big that it has its own clouds and forests. In fact, its ceiling is so high that you can fit an entire 40-story skyscraper inside. Getting hit by lightning heats up your skin to 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit 27, degrees Celsius, which is hotter than the surface of the sun. The only bird that can fly backwards is the hummingbird. A study done in 1915 by the Chicago University concluded that the easiest color to see from a distance was the color yellow, hence the most popular taxi color. Reciprocal liking is a psychological term used to describe when you start liking someone after you find out that they like you. It's a phenomenon that reflects the way people feel better about themselves and enjoy the company of those that provide them with positive feelings. Walt Disney holds the record for the most Oscars won by any one person, with a total of 22. When Stephen Hawking was asked what his IQ was, he responded, "I have no idea, but people who boast about their IQ are losers." NASA's robotic spacecraft Juno traveled a total distance of 1.74 billion miles to 9 billion km to arrive on the planet Jupiter. It launched from Cape Canaveral on August 5, 2011, and arrived on Jupiter on July 4, 2016. In the 15 and 1,600 seconds, women who were seen gossiping, riotous, or troublesome were made to wear Scold's bridle, also known as branks, as punishment. Disturbingly, it was made of an iron frame that encased the head, and at the front was a bridle or bit, like a horse, that extended into the mouth and held down the tongue with a spiked plate. It literally made it impossible to speak, so it was basically a muzzle for a woman. Sugar gliders are such social creatures that if they're deprived of social interaction, they can actually become depressed and die. The main library at Indiana University sinks over an inch every year because when it was built, engineers failed to take into account the weight of all the books that would occupy the building. It has been estimated that humans use only 10% of their brain. The Colossus of Rhodes, one of the 7 ancient wonders of the world, stood for a mere 50 years before it was destroyed by an earthquake. Its ruins stood and attracted visitors for way longer than the original statue, reportedly hundreds of years before it was finally recycled for scrap metal. Charles Darwin and Joseph Hooker started the world's first terraforming project on Ascension Island in 1850. The project has turned an arid volcanic wasteland into a self-sustaining and self-reproducing ecosystem made completely of foreign plants from all over the world. Vulcan Point in the Philippines is an island within a lake on an island within a lake on an island. The Greek explorer Pytheas was the first to encounter the northern Arctic ice caps, the Germanic tribes, the midnight sun, and visited Great Britain in 325 BC. He was also the first person to postulate that the tides were caused by the moon. The national animal of North Korea is the Kolyma, a mythical winged horse that they made up. Domain names were free until 1995. The U.S. government took the land on which Mt. Rushmore was built from the Sioux Nation, and developed Mt. Rushmore on sacred Sioux grounds without any compensation. The U.S. government has offered over $1 billion in compensation, but the Sioux refused to take it, saying the land was never for sale. During World War II, American factory workers produced more than twice their German counterparts and had 4 times the output of Japanese workers, prompting industrialist Donald Douglas to observe, "Here's proof that free men can outproduce slaves." Mike Tyson was arrested 38 times by the time he turned 13. Abraham Lincoln signed legislation that created the Secret Service hours before he was assassinated. In Nevada, public intoxication is not only explicitly legal, but it's illegal for any city or town in Nevada to pass a law making it illegal. Some older or less efficient worker termites will develop backpacks of toxic chemicals that explode when the termite is threatened. They are essentially used as suicide bombers when the colony is being attacked. After French soldier Jean Bernadotte showed kindness to a few Swedish soldiers, he became so popular in Sweden that the Swedes decided to make him their king when a vacancy came up. Despite him never having set foot in Sweden before, the House of Bernadotte rules Sweden to this day. The first human cardiac catheterization was done by Werner Forssmann, who, after failing to get permission from his department chief, anesthetized his arm, inserted a catheter into his vein and threaded it into his heart. He then walked down to the X-ray department and took a picture to prove it. Enzo Ferrari told a man, "You may be able to drive a tractor, but you will never be able to handle a Ferrari properly." The man was so pissed, he vowed to create the perfect car, and his name was Ferruccio Lamborghini. There was a Batman villain named Condiment King, and he was defeated by slipping on his own ketchup. Keanu Reeves has a private cancer foundation to help children's hospitals and cancer research, but he does not attach his name to it. He also has spent over $5 million to help his sister in her fight against leukemia. The population of Ireland still hasn't returned to what it was before the potato famine. In the late 1980s, Iraq began building the largest artillery piece in history, a gun that could have put satellites into orbit and conceivably hit any spot on the planet. However, the mysterious assassination of its Canadian designer and the First Gulf War ended the project. In 1902, Traian Villa, a Romanian engineer, designed his first flying machine, then presented his plan to the Académie des Sciences in Paris in 1903, but was rejected with the comment, "The problem of flight with a machine which weighs more than air cannot be solved, and it is only a dream." Fevers are controlled by the part of the brain called the hypothalamus. The human cerebral cortex has an area of about 2.5 square feet, has 25 billion neurons, is interconnected by over 100,000 kilometers of axons and receives 300 trillion synapses. 12.5 billion aspirin tablets, gel caps and caplets are consumed each year in the USA. Worldwide, 120,000 tons of caffeine are consumed each year. One child goes blind every minute. An octopus has twice as many nerves in its body than it has in its brain. The word pain comes from the Latin word pena that means punishment or penalty. The world's smallest vertebrate animal with a backbone is the stout infantfish Schindleria brevipinguis. In Tunisia, you can book an overnight stay at Luke Skywalker's boyhood home, which is a real hotel called the Hotel Sidi Driss, for only $10. In China, the extremely wealthy can avoid prison terms by hiring body doubles. The most visited city in the world is Bangkok with 20 million people in 2018, followed by London and Paris. Elephant grass can grow up to 10 feet 3 meters tall that even elephants can hide in. In 2013, Scottish scientists created a pizza that has 30% of your daily recommended nutrients. The Santa Rita do Sapucaí prison in Brazil allows its inmates to pedal exercise bikes to power lights in a nearby town in exchange for reduced sentences. For every 16 hours that they pedal, 1 day is reduced from their sentence. Fire whirls, also known as fire tornadoes, are whirlwinds of flame that occur in countries where it's sufficiently hot enough, such as Australia. In the state of Nevada, public intoxication is not only explicitly legal, but it's illegal for any city or town to pass a law making it illegal. Volvo invented the 3-point seatbelt, but opened up the patent to any car manufacturer who wanted to use it as they felt it had more value as a life-saving tool than something to profit from. All humans have lines on our bodies called Blaschko's lines, which can only be seen under certain conditions, such as UV light. In 2011, a 46-year-old man named Mark Bradford hunted down and choked a 13-year-old boy who killed him several times in Call of Duty. The highest divorce rate in the world by country is Luxembourg at 87%. The lowest is India with 1%. During the Cold War, the US's passcode to nuclear missiles was 8 zeros, so they could fire them as quick as possible. A psychologist named Timothy Leary was sent to jail in 1970 and given a series of tests to determine which jail he should be placed in. Since he designed many of the tests himself, he manipulated his answers so that he would be placed in a low-security prison as a gardener and ended up escaping only 8 months later. Woodpeckers are able to peck 20 times per second, or a round of 8 to 12,000 pecks per day, and without ever getting a headache. Rhinoceros beetles can carry 850 times their weight, which is the equivalent of an average human carrying 65 tons. In the country of Turkmenistan, water, gas, and electricity have all been free from the government since 1993. The fear of clowns is called coulrophobia. One of the iTunes user agreement policies explicitly states that you're not allowed to use the program to build nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons. Yang Yuanqing, Lenovo's CEO, received a $3 million bonus as a reward due to record profits in 2012, which is redistributed to 10,000 of Lenovo's employees. He did the exact same thing in 2013. Africom is a website that brings you live, 24/7's video feed of protected areas of southern Africa. You can watch elephants, giraffes, zebras, hyenas, and all kinds of species of wildlife living there. Andre the Giant died on the night of January 27, 1993 in a hotel room in Paris. Coincidentally, he was in Paris to attend his own father's funeral. Vikings never actually wore horn helmets. The only helmet that was discovered to be a Viking heritage shows a rounded iron cap and no horns whatsoever. In 1950, almost the entire Soviet hockey team died in a plane crash. The team's manager was Vasily Stalin, son of Joseph Stalin. He was afraid of his father's reaction to the crash and recruited a whole team immediately, and surprisingly, his father never knew the difference. A biotech startup has managed to print 3D rhino horns that are genetically similar to a real horn. The best thing about it is the company plans to flood Chinese and Vietnamese markets, where the demand is high, and bring down the price, and thus demands. In the early 1800s, Napoleon demanded a method of communication that would not require light or sound. It was called night writing and was developed as a tactile military code. Night writing became the basis for Braille. Ants cannot be injured from impact with the ground after being dropped from any height, mostly because they just don't have enough mass. The Concorde jet, that had its last flight in 2003, had a maximum speed of 1,350 miles 2170 km per hour. It could fly from London, England to New York City in about 3 hours, about half the time of other passenger planes. When Don Carcos fought in World War II, he was hit with shrapnel that blinded his right eye. 64 years later, while working in a barn, a horse headbutted him in the exact same spot, threw him against a wall and restored his vision suddenly. According to a study of surgical residents participating in the Rosser Top Gun laparoscopic skills and suturing program, surgeons who play video games make 37% fewer errors and complete 27% faster. Video game skills are a strong indicator of surgical skills. Half the foods eaten throughout the world today were developed by farmers in the Andes Mountains, including potatoes, maize, sweet potatoes, squash, all varieties of beans, peanuts, manioc, papayas, strawberries, mulberries, and many others. The bananas we buy in stores and supermarkets are genetically identical clones, all descended from one banana. These bananas are seedless and sterile. Natural bananas are short, fat, and have huge seeds. Scientists at Allen Telescope Array always keep champagne in their fridge in case they find signs of extraterrestrial life. The word cannibalism comes from can bales, the Spanish name for the Carib people, a West Indies tribe that was formerly well known for their practice of cannibalism. Japanese honeybees can bake and thus kill hive-invading wasps by having multiple bees form a ball around the invader and vibrating their wings to create heat. All pandas are owned by China. They rent them out to zoos for $1 million per year each for a minimum of 10 years. Because of a design flaw, when Apple III owners had problems like garbled data, they were instructed to lift the machine 3 inches and drop it in order to reseat the chips on the logic board. Chadwick, the discoverer of the neutron, was a student of Rutherford, discoverer of the proton, who was the student of Thomson, the discoverer of the electron. Indian housewives hold 11% of the world's gold. This is more than the reserves of USA, IMF, Switzerland, and Germany put together. Cherokee Native Americans owned slaves, and some of whom were even forced to walk the Trail of Tears with their owners. Their descendants were legally recognized as tribe members until 2007, when a Cherokee constitutional amendment requiring Cherokee blood for membership ousted thousands of them. Winnipeg, despite being one of the coldest cities in Canada, is the Slurpee capital of the world. In 1524, a statue of Virgin Mary was charged with being a witch and was sent to trial by water. When the statue floated, they denounced it as a witch and burned it. MTV's 16 and Pregnant has been linked to a decrease in teen pregnancies. Queen Elizabeth does not hold a passport. Since all British passports are issued in the Queen's name, she herself doesn't need one. She just has to say that she is the Queen. The word utopia literally means not a place. Harvey Weinstein, when was put in charge of the American release of the Japanese anime Princess Mononoke, tried to make significant cuts. In response, a Studio Ghibli producer sent him a real samurai sword with a simple, stark message attached to the blade: no cuts. The Hercules beetle, despite weighing only 100 grams, can lift 8 kilograms, making it one of the proportionally strongest animals in the world. According to a Japanese poll in the year 2000, the Japanese believe that their best invention of the 20th century was instant noodles. There is a city in Kansas called Gas. Their official motto is "Don't pass gas, stop and enjoy it." In 2005, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of the application of eminent domain to kick homeowners off of their property, so private developers could build hotels, health clubs, and condos in New London, Connecticut. About 8 years later, the abandoned property remains an overgrown, barren field. The word hypnosis comes from the Greek word meaning sleep. There are about 3 million miles of axons in the human brain. The length of myelinated nerve fibers in the brain is 150,000–180,000 km. Competitive eating champion Takeru Kobayashi set a world record by eating 57 pan-seared cow brains 7 pounds in 15 minutes. Adolf Eugene Fick coined the term contact lens. He made the first contact lens for vision correction from glass in 1887. Occasionally in the Arctic, the sun can appear square when it's on the horizon. In 1993, Dave Thomas, the founder of Wendy's, went back to high school to earn his GED decades after dropping out because he was worried kids may see his success as an excuse to also drop out of school. In 1976, a Greek war veteran named Stamatis Moraitis was diagnosed with cancer and told he only had 6 months to live. He went back to the doctors 10 years later to tell them he was still alive, only to discover that all of the doctors who had diagnosed him were dead. He lived to be 102 years old. Each sperm contains about 3 billion bases of genetic information, representing 750 megabytes of digital information. Marshmallows exist because of sore throats. For centuries, juice from the marshmallow plant has been used for pain relief. In the 1800s, it was mixed with egg whites and sugar for children with sore throats, and the recipe was so tasty that people turned it into a treat called marshmallow. The fear of being away from your phone is called nomophobia. Crocodiles cannot stick out their tongues or chew. In 2011, a man named Richard James Varon robbed a bank for $1 so that he could be sent to jail to receive free medical health care. The Centennial Light Bulb in Livermore, California has been burning since 1901 and is the world's longest-lasting light bulb. According to the Guinness Book of World Records, the bulb is at least 113 years old and has only been turned off a handful of times. The first country where a woman was allowed to vote was New Zealand in 1893. There are now snuggery services where you can hire someone to snuggle with you for $60 per hour. The entire Pixar staff had to take a graduate class in fish biology before making Finding Nemo. Bubble wrap was originally invented in 1957 to be sold as wallpaper. Honey badgers have been known to eat porcupines and poisonous snakes, raid beehives for honey, kidnap baby cheetahs, and steal food from hungry lions. Cuba has the highest doctor-to-patient ratio in the world. Almost is the longest English word in alphabetical order. Geographically, China covers 5 different time zones, however only uses one standard time zone within the country. A quarter of the world's hazelnuts each year go towards making Nutella. That's 100,000 tons of hazelnuts per year. There's an infrared device that exists that detects the locations of medical patients' veins and projects them onto the skin. Actor Don Johnson once asked famed journalist Hunter S. Thompson, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" Hunter S. Thompson answered by reaching up and slapping Johnson upside the head. On July 5, 1996, the first mammal ever was successfully cloned. Dolly the sheep was cloned from an adult cell at the Roslin Institute in Scotland. She was named after Dolly Parton because she was cloned from a mammary cell. Economics professors at Emory University found that those who spend below average on their weddings and on their wedding rings have lower divorce rates. There is a one-hole golf course just meters south of the Korean DMs, which is surrounded on 3 sides by minefields. There are reports that at least one shot exploded a landmine. A fur trapper named Ben Cockrum was attacked by wolves in 1922. After shooting 7 wolves and beating 4 to death with his gun, the stock broke and he succumbed to being torn to shreds. His body was found surrounded by the remains of the 11 wolves he had killed fighting for his life. Helsinki, Finland has an annual celebration called Dinner Under the Sky, where all Helsinkians can set up a table outside and enjoy their dinner on the city's sidewalks, parks, or even in the middle of the busiest shopping streets. Robin Williams improvised the last line in Good Will Hunting, as well as the scene where he talks about his wife farting in bed. That's why Matt Damon was laughing so hard. The programming language Python is named after Monty Python. The artificial sweetener sucralose Splenda was discovered when a researcher misheard a command to test this chemical as taste this chemical. The average infantryman in the South Pacific during World War II saw about 8 days of combat in a year. The average infantryman in Vietnam saw about 240 days of combat in 1 year. The character Kenny on South Park is based on a real childhood friend of Trey Parker, who was named Kenny, was the poorest kid in town, wore a large parka that muffled his voice and would frequently skip school, inspiring the running joke that he died by classmates. When the African gray parrot Nikisi first met Jane Goodall, he recognized her from a photograph and asked, "Got a chimp?" It is claimed that this was a possible display of a sense of humor. SS Judge Georg Conrad Morgan investigated corruption and murder in Nazi concentration camps. He investigated more than 800 people for criminal activity in the camps over a period of 2 years. He prosecuted so many people that Heinrich Himmler had to directly order him to stop. The inventor of the television didn't let his own children watch TV. He once said to his son, "There's nothing on it worthwhile, and we're not going to watch it in this household, and I don't want it in your intellectual diet." Philo T. Farnsworth. James D. French was an American murderer who was put to death in 1966 by the electric chair. His last words were, "How's this for your headline? French fries." There is a large stinging shrub native to Australia called the Gympie gympie that produces a neurotoxin so painful it has driven people and animals to suicide. The pain has been described as being sprayed with hot acid and electrocuted at the same time. A man was reported to have shot himself after using the tree as toilet paper. In the early 1900s, lots of German kids used to die from diarrhea until a doctor named Ernst Moro invented carrot stew, which saved thousands of lives. In 2009, experiments showed that Professor Moro's carrot soup could cure diarrhea caused by bacteria which are resistant to antibiotics. The first Native American who met the Pilgrims at Plymouth Colony walked into their encampment and greeted them in English. NFL moved the 1993 Super Bowl from Arizona after residents there voted against recognizing Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Due to changes in local gravity, a pendulum clock accurate at sea level will lose around 16 seconds per day if moved to an altitude of 4,000 feet. eBay once tried changing their background from yellow to white, but received complaints, so they reverted it back to yellow, then gradually changed it to white over several months. Nobody complained. During the Spanish-American War 1898, a warship was sent by the USA to capture Guam. It fired 13 shots at the harbor fort without receiving return fire. The Spanish sent an officer out to apologize for not returning the salute as they were out of gunpowder. They hadn't been informed that they were at war. In 2000, Pope John Paul II gave his blessing to the Pokémon franchise, saying the games did not have any harmful moral side effects and were based on ties of intense friendship. The Huns had no writing system, and thus all records of them were written by their enemies who universally described them as nearly monstrous in appearance, speech, and behavior. Michael Jordan said the greatest part of playing for the US Olympic team was learning the weaknesses of his teammates for when they returned to the NBA. There are about 300 million neurons in the octopus brain. The Controlled Substances Act of 1970 states that the mandatory penalty for possession of 1 gram of LSD is 5 years in prison. The brain of a goldfish makes up 0.3% of its total body weight. An adult human brain is about 2% of total body weight. About 3% of all people living to the age of 80 will be diagnosed with epilepsy. The giant axon of the squid can be 100 to 1,000 times larger than a mammalian axon. Roman Emperor Elagabalus III'd century was served 600 ostrich brains at a single meal. The rate of fatal alcohol-related motor vehicle crashes among drivers between 16 and 20 years old who use alcohol is more than twice the rate for drivers aged 21 years and older. The corpus callosum, the fiber tract that connects the right and left hemispheres of the brain, is approximately 10 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide. The esophagus goes right through the brain of an octopus. Sailors once believed that smelling the bad breath of whales could cause brain disorders. There are more than 2 million cases of traumatic brain injury (TBI) in the USA each year. Most TBIs are caused by motor vehicle accidents, falls, gunshot wounds, and sports injuries. Coffee was so influential in early Turkish culture that the word for breakfast literally translates to before coffee, and the word brown translates to the color of coffee. The longest recorded living animal is the ocean quahog clam, which was recorded at a staggering 507 years. Second place goes to a Greenland shark at 392 years, followed by a bowhead whale at 211 years. Humans only make up 48% of users on the internet. The other 52% of web traffic are bots. When you're buried 6 feet down in soil and without a coffin, an average adult body normally takes 8 to 12 years to decompose to a skeleton. When Jackie Chan was 18, he got into a street fight with bikers where shortly after he noticed a piece of bone sticking out of his knuckle. He tried spending an entire day pushing it back in until he realized that it wasn't his bone but the other guy's tooth. In Moscow, stray dogs have learned to commute from the suburbs to the city, scavenge for food, then catch the train home in the evening. For less than the cost of a Ferrari, you can buy a renovated Boeing 737. By the time you are to, your brain is already 80% the size of an adult's. The famous torrent site Pirate Bay once tried to buy its own island to make their own country with no copyright laws. In Siberia, there's a toilet located 8,500 feet 2,591 meters above sea level at the top of the Altai Mountains. It serves the workers of an isolated weather station and is known as the world's loneliest toilet. Germans were the first country to realize the link between smoking and lung cancer. Hitler was even one of the first ones to lead the anti-smoking campaign. Grammatical pedantry syndrome is a form of OCT in which sufferers feel the need to correct every grammatical error they see. Every year, the Netherlands sends 20,000 tulip bulbs to Canada to thank them for their help in the Second World War. In the Curve Gallery at the Barbican Centre in London, there's something called the Rain Room, where, through the use of sensors, rain falls everywhere in the room except for where you're walking. There are 1,000 gigabytes in a terabyte, and most neuroscientists estimate that the human brain can hold between 10 and 100 terabytes of information. Twilight was rejected 14 times before it was accepted. When you see an advertisement of a watch, it's almost always 10 past 10. One of the oldest living creatures on Earth was believed to be Adwaita, a giant tortoise from India who was believed to be 255 years old before passing away in 2006. There are Wizard of Oz-inspired shoes that get you home when clicking your heels together using a GPS system. Side note, the author of the novel created part of the name of the book when he was looking at a filing cabinet and saw the letters OZ. Ocology is the science of housekeeping. Arnold Schoenberg suffered from triskaidekaphobia, the fear of the number 13. He died at 13 minutes from midnight on Friday the 13th. One of the ingredients needed to make dynamite is peanuts. In 2012, HealthPoint Biotherapeutics of Fort Worth, Texas, developed a portable, spray-on skin that can heal severe wounds much faster. The spray-on skin is actually made up of skin cells and suspended in a mixture of different types of proteins. Instead of its gross national product, Bhutan measures its development and prosperity by its gross national happiness. It's been doing this since 1971 and is the only country to do so. Dogs love the herb anise the same way that cats love catnip. In fact, anise is the scent on the artificial rabbit that is used in greyhound races to get the dogs to run. In the early 1930s, Warner Brothers began producing animated shorts specifically for the purpose of promoting music owned by the company. They were called Looney Tunes. At one point during the 1985 Geneva summit, Reagan and Gorbachev agreed to pause the Cold War in case of an alien invasion. Oysters make pearls so that they can feel better. When a grain of sand or debris gets stuck in their bodies, they ease the pain and irritation by coating it with multiple layers of nacre. It's a mineral that lines the inside of their shells, and thus, a pearl begins to form. South Korea, despite having completed the transition to digital broadcast ATSC in 2012, still maintains analog broadcasts near its borders for North Koreans watching South Korean TV secretly. Seth MacFarlane once had to show an early episode of Family Guy to a pair of rabbis because Fox executives thought it was anti-Semitic. Despite the rabbi's approval, it wasn't broadcasted for 3 years after it was completed. The Federal Trade Commission states that your eye care provider must give you a copy of your contact lens and eyeglass prescriptions, whether or not you ask for them. The only recorded instance of a cavalry capturing an enemy's ships occurred in the unusually cold winter of 1795, when most of the waterways in northern Europe froze over and the French cavalry was able to charge out onto a frozen port to capture the Dutch fleet stranded there. In 2013, a researcher at University of Washington managed the first human-to-human brain interface through the internet by wearing a cap and playing a video game. When he wanted to shoot a missile, he thought fire and another researcher's finger across the campus moved involuntarily and pressed the fire button. The oldest continuously serving navy in the world belongs to Portugal. The Seminole tribe of Florida is the only Native American group that has never officially been conquered by the U.S. government. About 795 sq miles of land, Bertal, between Egypt and Sudan remains unclaimed by either nation. This is the only piece of unclaimed land outside of Antarctica. Of the 270 moon rocks the U.S. gifted to the world, 180 are currently unaccounted for. Tolkien considered languages the foundation of his work. He created the stories for his languages, not the other way around. Upon their return to Earth, the Apollo 11 crew members were quarantined in a special facility for 21 days just to be sure they didn't bring back any germs from the moon. Clint Eastwood bought David Webb Peoples' script for The Unforgiven in 1976 and sat on it for 15 years until he was old enough to play the lead role of William Money. Early humans used to run their prey to death. This method of hunting was called persistence hunting. A genetic disease called fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva causes human tissue to turn into bone. Sufferers are slowly imprisoned by their own skeletons. Sand from the Sahara is blown by the wind all the way to the Amazon, recharging its minerals. The desert literally fertilizes the rainforest. After seeing Stanley Kubrick's 2001, A Space Odyssey, the astronauts of Apollo 8, the first manned mission to leave Earth's orbit, were tempted to radio back, reporting the appearance of a black monolith. Over 11% of all Americans are infected with parasitic pinworms, which make your ass itch at night when they come crawling out of your anus to lay their eggs. This makes you scratch your ass and helps these sticky eggs spread, often to your own breakfast, thereby repeating the cycle. 2 students were arrested in 1972 for a plan to poison Chicago's water supply with typhoid, anthrax, and various other pathogens. Released on bond, they hijacked a plane and forced it to go to Cuba. One died in a prison and the other one eventually made it home, getting 5 years of probation. While millions of North Koreans starve, the nation's rulers have taken up the habit of having McDonald's hamburgers flown daily from China to Pyongyang on North Korea's national airline. Russian special services still use typewriters to avoid online surveillance. During nuclear testing in Los Alamos in the 50s, an underground test shot a 2-ton steel manhole cover into the atmosphere at 41 miles per second. It was never found. There is only one unsolved airline hijacking case in the history of the U.S. D.B. Cooper, the hijacker, parachuted out of the plane to an uncertain fate after receiving his demands, and was described as thoughtful and polite by his hostage. There are approximately 86 billion neurons in the human brain. The X-ray was invented by Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen in 1895. The human eyeball is 24.5 millimeters in long. Tarantulas and other spiders sense vibration with hairs on their legs. The average number of neocortical glial cells in young adults is 39 billion. In older adults, there are 36 billion glial cells. There are 1.2 million species documented in existence today. However, scientists estimate the number to be somewhere around 8.7 million. Due to extinction, however, we may never know the exact number. The largest organ on the body is skin. In 2006, artist Kim Graham and a group of 25 volunteers spent 15 days using entirely non-toxic recycled paper products to create a 12-foot 7-meter tall paper match tree doll. A 7-year-old second grader was suspended for biting a Pop-Tart into the shape of a mountain, which school officials mistook for a gun. Astronauts would weigh 1/6 of their weight if they were in space, compared to on Earth. There are 36 armed dolphins trained by the U.S. Navy to kill terrorists which have been missing in the Gulf of Mexico since Hurricane Katrina in 2005. They carry toxic dart guns capable of killing a person with one shot. The Uni has deemed access to the internet a human right. A prince in Abu Dhabi spent $2.5 million to create a Mercedes-Benz with a V10 engine with 1,600 horsepower that goes 0 to 100 in less than 2 seconds running on biofuel. In the summer of 1932, while sitting in a restaurant, Adolf Hitler designed the prototype for what would become the first Volkswagen Beetle. Marvel Comics once created a superhero named Throg, who was a frog that has the power of Thor and is in a group called the Pet Avengers. The largest natural bridge in the world is the Fairy Bridge in China, and was virtually unknown to the rest of the world until it was observed on Google Maps. There is a Russian published novel called The Last Ringbearer which retells the Lord of the Rings from the perspective of Sauron. A study conducted by Loma Linda University in 2010 concluded that laughter not only reduces stress but increases the production of antibodies and kills the activity of tumor cells. Oil expands with the rise of temperature. Hence, if you're filling your car up, it's best in the morning or late at night when it's not hot to get the most bang for your buck. Arnold Schwarzenegger was paid $15 million in the second Terminator film, where he only said 700 words of dialogue, at a cost-by-word basis. His famous line "Hasta la vista, baby" cost over $85,000. Space Jam is the highest-grossing basketball movie of all time. Astatine is the most rare element on Earth, with only 30 grams total in the Earth's crust. The word muggle was added to the English dictionary and is defined as a person lacking a particular skill. If police in Thailand misbehave, they're punished by being made to wear bright pink Hello Kitty armbands. There is a cruise ship named The World where residents permanently live as it travels around the globe. An apartment on board costs $2 million while you fork out $270,000 a year for maintenance costs. The Bingham Canyon copper mine in Utah is the largest man-made hole at half a mile 1 km deep, 2 miles 4 km wide and covers 770 hectares. Elephants can use the skin folds on their backs to crush mosquitoes. The richest woman in Germany, Suzanne Klatten, met her husband while she was working in an internship for BMW under a fake name. In the 1980s, he had no idea who she actually was until she was sure about the relationship when she revealed herself. The Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia, has twice as many bathrooms as is necessary, because when it was built in the 1940s, the state of Virginia still had segregation laws requiring separate toilet facilities for blacks and whites. Drowning people cannot wave for help. Nature instinctively forces them to extend their arms laterally and press down on the water's surface. Pressing down on the surface of the water permits drowning people to leverage their bodies so they can lift their mouths out of the water to breathe. When German fighter pilot Manfred von Richthofen 8K, the Red Baron, was shot down and killed, the Allies gave him a full military funeral with honors. In order to become governor of Kentucky, one must have never participated in a duel. When young people are affected by grief, their immune system becomes stronger. However, when older people experience grief, their immune system weakens. This may explain why many elderly couples pass away only a short time apart. In 2012, a set of twins were born at a record 87 days apart. There is a road in Lancaster, California that has hundreds of grooves carved in it, so that when you drive over them, they play the William Tell Overture. As recently as 2009, China had elementary schools wholly sponsored by Big Tobacco. One school in Sichuan had a message on their front gate that said, "Tobacco can help you become an achiever." Pope Francis worked briefly as a chemical technician and nightclub bouncer before entering the seminary. Pizza boxes, or any cardboard or paper with grease soaked into it, aren't usually recycled. While directing Jurassic Park, when Spielberg saw CGI of T-Rex, he said to stop-motion animator Phil Tippett, "You're out of a job," to which Tippett replied, "Don't you mean extinct?" Spielberg later incorporated this dialogue into the movie. In 2008, when Gordon Ramsay was filming in Iceland, he lost his footing and fell during a descent off an 85-foot cliff, landing in the icy water below. His film crew reported he was submerged for at least 45 seconds. There is something known as ruin value, a concept that a building be designed such that if it eventually collapsed, it would leave behind aesthetically pleasing ruins that would last far longer without any maintenance at all. Samuel L. Jackson had "bad motherfucker" engraved on the lightsaber that he used in Star Wars. The USA recruited 1,600 Nazi scientists and created false employment histories and expunged Nazi party memberships and regime affiliations from the public record. Jeremy Clarkson once published his bank account number and sort code to prove that the information couldn't be used to steal money. Someone used it to set up a monthly direct debit from his bank account to a charity. There is a screenplay named A Tuck which has never been made into a movie because anyone who has shown interest in playing the lead role has died unexpectedly, including John Candy, Chris Farley, John Belushi, and Sam Kinison. Buzz Aldrin's mother's maiden name was Moon. Vin Diesel sent Steven Spielberg a video of his self-directed short movie with a letter about his admiration for the director. Spielberg then specifically wrote a role in Saving Private Ryan for him. Tara Strong, the voice actress for Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls, has done 573 other credited voice roles, including Timmy Turner from The Fairly Odd Parents, Dill Pickles from The Rugrats, and Omi from Xiaolan Showdown. Uranus is the coldest planet in our solar system, even though Neptune is farther from the Sun. The proof for 1 + 1 = 2 is 372 pages long and was not proven until the 20th century. In 2009, a woman filed a lawsuit against PepsiCo after discovering that the crunch berries in a Cap Crunch cereal had not in fact been real fruit. The case was thrown out, with the judge remarking that to do otherwise would ignore all concepts of personal responsibility and common sense. A hippo sleeping underwater automatically rises to the surface and breathes without waking up, and does this every 4 minutes. The cerebellum makes up 10% of the total volume of the human brain. Each of your eyeballs is moved by 6 muscles. The active ingredient in catnip is called nepentolactone. Approximately 450 million people suffer from neuropsychiatric mental and behavioral disorders. Between 1987 and 1997, the number of people in the USA being treated for depression more than tripled, from 1.8 million to 6.3 million, while those taking antidepressants doubled. On May 13, 1935, World War I hero Colonel T. Lawrence, better known as Lawrence of Arabia, suffered a fractured skull when he lost control of his motorcycle. He fell into a coma and died 5 days later. Sharks can detect electrical fields generated by animals. To detect these fields, sharks use special organs called ampullae of Lorenzini that are located below their eyes. The brain of a 136 kilograms 300 pound swordfish weighs only 2.2 grams 5 pounds. It takes 40,000 years for a photon of light to travel from the core of the sun to its surface. For the same photon to travel from the sun to Earth only takes 8 minutes. The average human attention span has almost halved since 2000, decreasing from 20 seconds to 12 in 2018. The Gatling gun was invented by Dr. Richard Gatling, who noticed that the majority of soldiers during the Civil War who died were due to disease, not gunshot wounds. By inventing a machine that could replace hundreds of soldiers, the need for large armies would be reduced, thus diminishing exposure to battle and disease. Hitler collected Jewish artifacts for a museum of what he hoped to be an extinct race after the Second World War. Crows have the ability to recognize human faces and even hold grudges against ones they don't like. Queen Elizabeth does not have a passport. Since the British passport is issued in her name, she does not need to possess one. However, the other members of the royal family do. Honey is the only food that doesn't spoil. Aerogel, also known as frozen smoke, is one of the world's lowest density solids, being made up of anywhere from 95–99% air. It's almost impossible to see or feel, but can support 4,000 times its own weight. Using a paper towel after washing your hands decreases bacteria by 40%, while using an air dryer increases the bacteria by up to 120% as bacteria grow quickly in warm and moist environments. You can make your own Gatorade at home by simply adding salt to some Kool-Aid. It's not the exact recipe, but it's got just as many electrolytes. In 2006, a rare grizzly and polar bear hybrid species was confirmed in Canada called Pizzly bears or growler bears. Global warming is causing polar bears' habitats to melt, so they find shelter elsewhere and end up mating with grizzlies. After being eliminated from the show Hell's Kitchen, the contestants are immediately taken to get psychiatric evaluations and then to a house where they are pampered with back rubs, haircuts, and manicures. This is because the experience on the show is so draining that the producers don't want the eliminated contestants to kill themselves or someone else. There's a chimpanzee in a Russian zoo named Jora that became addicted to booze and smoking after too many visitors began giving him alcoholic treats and cigarettes. In 2001, the chimp actually had to be sent to rehab to be treated for his addictions. In 1860, Abraham Lincoln grew his famous beard because he got a letter from an 11-year-old girl named Grace Bedell who said that all ladies liked the whiskers and they would convince their husbands to vote for him for president. The red mushrooms featured in Nintendo's Mario games are based on a real species of a fungi called Amanita muscaria. They're known for their hallucinogenic properties and can distort the size of perceived objects. This is also the same mushroom that is referenced in Alice in Wonderland. The founders Bill Hewlett and David Packard flipped a coin to decide whether the company they created would be called Hewlett-Packard or Packard-Hewlett. The Pyramid of Giza was built from 2 million stone bricks, with stones weighing more than 2 tons each. It was built over the course of 85 years. Both companies, Louis Vuitton and Chanel, burned their products at the end of the year, preventing them to being sold at a discount. Ants go to war just like humans, and can in fact strategize by doing things like sending out the weaker ants out to fight first. In 2013, the Netherlands closed 8 prisons due to the lack of criminals. At the University of Amsterdam, you can graduate with a degree in cannabis cultivation. Only 0.1% of an atom is matter. The rest is air. Stephen Hawking was diagnosed with ALS at 21 and was expected to die at 25. He lived till 70. There's a restaurant in New Jersey owned by Bon Jovi where there are no fixed prices. Instead, customers donate money or volunteer to pay for their meals. The average iPhone only costs $200 to make. Shiun Sugihara was a famous Japanese diplomat that operated in Lithuania during World War II. He helped more than 6,000 Jewish refugees escape to Japanese territory by issuing them transit visas, risking his life and his family's life in the process. In London, there's a public toilet encased in a glass cube that's made entirely of one-way glass, where you can see passersby, but they can't see you. If you inhale a pea, it is possible to sprout and grow in your lungs. A man named Jonathan Lee Riches got the Guinness Book of World Records for having filed the highest number of lawsuits in the world with a total of over 2,600. The creator of Sherlock Holmes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, helped to get 2 falsely accused men out of prison after solving their already closed cases. British banking giant CBC admitted to laundering billions of dollars for Colombian and Mexican drug cartels and violating a host of important banking laws, but somehow, there were no criminal charges and no one went to jail. Istanbul has a vending machine that releases food and water for stray dogs in exchange for recyclable bottles. Approximately 50% of Asians have trouble metabolizing alcohol because they're missing a liver enzyme that's needed to process it. The longest solar eclipse in the 21st century lasted 6 minutes and 39 seconds, and it won't be surpassed in duration until the eclipse of June 13, 2132. Pope Francis broke a record when he hit 1 million Instagram followers within 12 hours of starting the account. The previous record was set by David Beckham at 1 million within 24 hours. He christened the account on a Saturday with a photo of him kneeling in prayer, with an accompanying message that said, "Pray for me," in 9 languages. When Google first announced Gmail on April 1st with an unbelievable 1 GB free storage, back in 2004, which at the time seemed impossible with Hotmail only offering 2 megabytes, people thought that it was an April Fool's Day joke. Studies in the UK for automotive accidents concluded that short female drivers who sit close to the steering wheel are the most likely to be killed by an airbag. In the 19th century, Americans purposefully filled their parks with squirrels for entertainment purposes. Before that, they were rarely found outside of forests. If you go blind in one eye, you only lose about 1/5 of your vision, but all your sense of depth. Celery has negative calories. It takes more calories to eat a piece of celery than the celery has in it. The term grandfathered in originated from Jim Crow laws, which allowed men to be exempt from literacy tests and poll taxes if their grandfather was eligible to vote prior to 1866, effectively ensuring many illiterate white men could still vote, while black men couldn't. San Francisco Giants pitcher Madison Bumgarner once dated a girl named Madison Bumgarner. Ozzy Osbourne donated $10,000 to a music school for underprivileged children after watching their rendition of Crazy Train. Doctors don't know how anesthesia works or what exactly it does to render someone unconscious and pain-free. There was a bear, who was adopted by Polish soldiers during WW II. It carried ammunition, wrestled with soldiers and drank beer. In 2013, unknown perpetrators stole the gilded cookie hanging in front of the Balsen Company in Hanover, Germany. The thieves demanded the company to send 52,000 cookies to 50 charities, but only the ones with milk chocolate. Balsen agreed to the terms and the cookie was retrieved. You can be denied immigration to Canada if you have a health condition that may cause excessive demands on health or social services. When the Titanic sank, someone decided to free the dogs from their kennels, leading to the surreal sight of a pack of excited dogs racing up and down the slanting deck. When ketchup is labeled fancy, it's actually a United States Department of Agriculture grade, meaning it's thicker than standard ketchup. The only person who voted against going to war with Japan was also the first female congressman. She also voted against WW1. One theory on why we are ticklish is that it serves as a mechanism for developing combat skills. Most often practiced from parent to child, tickling activates vulnerable areas on the body that develop a defensive reaction while producing laughter that encourages the attacker to continue. There was so much fighting on the Normandy beaches on D-Day that it is estimated that about 4% of the sand is actually shrapnel. About 4 million people in the USA have Alzheimer's disease. Physicist Albert Einstein did not speak until he was 3 years old. John Stith Pemberton, the man who invented Coca-Cola, was addicted to morphine. In 1984, when the Air Jordans were introduced, they were banned by the NBA. Michael Jordan wore them anyways, as Nike was willing to pay the $5,000 fine each time he stepped onto the court. 1 in 5 people in Singapore are millionaires. If you don't identify as an extrovert or introvert, you may be an ambivert, which is a person moderately comfortable with groups and social interactions, but also relishes time alone away from crowds. German used to be the second most widely spoken language in the United States before it was forcibly repressed during World War I. The Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench is the deepest point in Earth's oceans that we know of, at 10,994 meters. If all the stored batteries in the world were used for consumption, they would be flat in 10 minutes. Prairie dogs say hello with kisses. There are actually 7 different types of twins. They are identical, fraternal, half-identical, mirror image, mixed chromosome, superfetation, and superfecundation. Manuel Torres, a Spanish fashion designer, invented the world's first spray-on clothing which can be worn, washed, and worn again. There are 0 rivers in Saudi Arabia. Watermelons contain an ingredient called citrulline that can trigger production of a compound that helps relax the body's blood vessels, just like Viagra. Besides the crocodile's belly and top of its head, the rest of the skin is bulletproof. There are more artificial Christmas trees sold in the world than real ones. Grizzly bears can hibernate up to 7 months. This means no eating, drinking, urinating, or defecating. Before Will Smith starred in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, he was on the verge of bankruptcy, owing the government $2.8 million. For the first 3 seasons of the show, he had to pay 70% of his income. The Coca-Cola made in the Maldives used to be made from ocean water. In 1988, a woman named Jean Therese Keating disappeared while awaiting trial for drunkenly killing a woman in a car crash. She was arrested 15 years later after bragging at a bar about having gotten away with the crime. Luis Garavito, one of the world's most dangerous serial killers with 140 victims, had his sentence reduced to only 22 years and could be out as early as 2021. Squirrels have actually been known to adopt another squirrel's baby if the parent dies. When you yawn and stretch at the time, you are pendiculating. That dark band that you can see between the primary and secondary bows of a rainbow has a name. It's been referred to as Alexander's Band or Alexander's Dark Band, after Alexander of Aphrodisiacs first described it in 200 AD. The Great Pyramids in Egypt were actually shiny like glass at one point 4,000 years ago. Craftsmen were tasked to polish the stone surfaces to perfection. Penguin 1, an organic chemical compound, got its name from the fact that its molecular structure resembles a penguin. Marvel's The Avengers movie caused shawarma sales to skyrocket nationwide in America in 2012, purely because of an extra scene in which Thor, Captain America, Bruce Banner, and the rest of the heroic clan are quietly enjoying shawarma after casually saving the world. There is a natural rock formation off of the coast of Iceland that looks like a giant elephant. Photographer Champu Baritone created a photo series that aims at exposing the truth by mocking Instagram users who prop and filter their lives to make them seem more amazing than they really are. Statues in parks. If the horse has both front legs in the air, the person died in battle. If the horse has one front leg in the air, the person died as a result of wounds received in battle. If the horse has all four legs on the ground, the person died of natural causes. Hippopotamus milk is pink. Because of the rotation of the earth, an object can be thrown farther if it is thrown west. Austrian musical group called the Das Erstwiener Gemsierchester uses instruments made entirely from vegetables, and after the show, they use the vegetables to make soup. Deuterium, one of the ingredients for nuclear fusion, is readily found in seawater and viewed as a potential fuel for a fusion reactor. A gallon of seawater can produce as much energy as 300 gallons of gasoline. The Voyager missions were timed to take advantage of a unique planetary arrangement that allowed flight time to Neptune to be reduced from 30 years to 12. This alignment occurs once every 175 years. In the 13th century, in order to discover which language humans would speak naturally, Frederick II, Emperor of Germany, placed 50 newborns in the care of nurses who would only feed and bathe the babies, but not speak or hold them. The emperor never got an answer because all of the infants died. The Lambay Island off the coast of Dublin, Ireland has a population of wallabies. They are the descendants of animals that Dublin Zoo could no longer care for due to overcrowding. The Ness light gun worked by detecting flashes of light on your television screen. When the trigger was pulled, the TV flashed all black for a single frame, then all black with the target white for one frame. It only works with CRTs. Louis C.K.'s initials C and K aren't actually his initials. His real last name is Shikili, but it is really pronounced CK, so he changed his name to Louis C.K. to make it easier for people to say. Redundant phrases such as ATM machine and PIN number are examples of RAS syndrome. Redundant acronym syndrome. To be a London black cab driver, one is expected to know over 25,000 roads and 50,000 points of interest and pass a test called the Knowledge. To pass the exam, applicants usually need 12 appearances and 34 months of preparation. Chocolate milk was invented by Jamaicans, which was popularized in Europe by an Irish botanist, who sold it as medicine. During the Middle Ages, thousands of black cats were killed due to superstition, with the unintended consequence of increasing the rat population. It was one of the main reasons the plague killed millions. Since the 19th century, Western music has had a pitch shift. In effect, a C in Mozart's day was half of a semitone lower than what a C is today, and all music today is sharper than how several composers wrote it. Larry Lemieux, a Canadian sailor at the 1988 Olympics, was about to win a silver medal when he abandoned the race to save two other competitors who had capsized. He was given the Pierre de Coubertin Medal for sportsmanship. In the 60s, the U.S. Army did an experiment in which two people without nuclear training had to design a nuke with only access to public available documents, and they succeeded. The true meaning of the lyrics to Bohemian Rhapsody still remains a secret within the band. American author Mark Twain repaid his pre-bankruptcy creditors in full, though he had no legal obligation to do so. He said, "I am not a businessman, and honor is a harder master than the law. It cannot compromise for less than 100 cents on the dollar, and its debts never outlaw." NASA had to relabel the penis sleeve for urinating in space suits from small, medium, and large to large, gigantic, and humongous because astronauts would only choose the large and they kept slipping off. The last duel in Canada was between two men in 1837. After one shot the other, he fainted. The person who shot was seized by horror that he had killed the other one. The guns were also loaded with blanks. The reason the Toronto Maple Leafs are not called the Maple Leaves is because the name was chosen in honor of the Maple Leaf Regiment from Wee. Since the regiment is a proper noun, its plural is maple leafs and not leaves. The average human brain weighs about 3 pounds 4 kilograms. The heaviest human brain ever recorded weighed 5 lb, 1.1 ounce 3 kg. The smallest bone in the human body is the stapes. This bone found in the ear is only 0.25 to 0.33 centimeter long, 10 to 0.13 inches, and weighs only 1.9 to 4.3 milligrams. The bill of the platypus is equipped with sensory receptors to detect electrical fields. It may use this ability to find food. Almost 50% of the people in the USA wear eyeglasses. The total spent for eyeglasses in the USA is $13 billion. The upper canine teeth are sometimes called eye teeth from the false belief of ancient physician or anatomist Galen, who thought that a nerve in these teeth came from a nerve that also supplied the eye. Swordfish have special tissue, a brain heater behind their eyes that warms their brains as much as 14 degrees centigrade above the temperature of the water. In 1997, a 17-year-old merino sheep named Shrek in New Zealand ran away and hid in a cave for 7 years. When he was finally found in 2004, he had gone unsheared for so long that he had accumulated 60 pounds 27 kg of wool on his body, the equivalent to make 20 suits. Lightning strikes are not as rare as you think. Approximately 100 strikes hit the earth per second. Each bolt can have up to 1 billion volts of electricity. In 2007, a twin was born 34 minutes after her brother, but because of a daylight savings time adjustment, was actually born 25 minutes before her brother. Polar bears evolved from brown bears somewhere in the vicinity of Britain and Ireland 150,000 years ago. There are no genuinely blue foods. Foods that appear blue, such as blueberries, are often a shade of purple. The tongue of a blue whale weighs more than an elephant, and its heart weighs more than a car. A tablespoon of cake frosting has less fat, calories, and sugar than a tablespoon of Nutella. In 1993, a Chinese man named Hu Songwen was diagnosed with kidney failure. In 1999, after no longer being able to afford the hospital bills, he built his own dialysis machine, which kept him alive for another 13 years. In April of 2014, the Danish government built an exact replica of their country in the online game Minecraft using 4 trillion Minecraft building blocks. It was intended for educational purposes, but within weeks American players had invaded the game, planting American flags everywhere and blowing things up. The temperature of tennis balls affects how a ball can bounce. Wimbledon go through over 50,000 tennis balls a year that are kept at 68 degrees Fahrenheit to make sure only the best are used. There is a town in Alaska called Talkeetna that has had a cat named Stubbs as its honorary mayor since 1997. Antarctica is considered a desert, as it only receives 2 inches 50 millimeters of precipitation a year. It's possible for a cat to be its own fraternal twin. These cats, known as chimera cats, are an oddity that occur when 2 fertilized eggs fuse together. Macklemore once worked at a juvenile detention center to help detainees express themselves by writing and creating rap lyrics. Turbulence on an airplane cannot be predicted. It can occur even on a cloudless, clear day. The director of the 1980 horror film Cannibal Holocaust had to prove in court that the actors were still alive and didn't get killed during the movie. According to a study done in 2012 by Japanese researcher Hiroshi Nitono, looking at images of cute animals like puppies and pandas at work not only improve your mood, but also boosts your attention to detail and overall performance. The idea for the film The Human Centipede came from a joke made by the writer or director Tom Six on how child molesters should be punished. Niccolo Paganini, regarded by many people to be the greatest violin virtuoso of all time, was so good that in the early 1800s, people began to question if he had sold his soul to the devil for his talent. He was actually forced to publish his mother's letters to him in order to prove that he had human parents. According to the World Drug Report of 2014, Scotland had the highest rate of cocaine use in the world. Wild dolphins call each other by name. The American government had a conscience fund where people could send money if they felt guilty. The largest sum ever received was in 1909 when someone mailed an $18,669 us $490,000 in 2015. People used to do their laundry in Old Faithful Geyser in Yellowstone National Park. They would put their clothes in the geyser and it would erupt with clean clothes. Patrick Stewart was the original narrator of The Nightmare Before Christmas. Although Tim Burton eventually cut his narration and changed the voice, the film's composer, Danny Elfman, kept Stewart's original recording in his soundtrack because he liked the actor's reading better. Author Ernest Vincent Wright wrote Gadsby, a 50,000-word novel without using the letter E. To this day it is considered one of the finest examples of constrained writing. According to the USA's National Hot Dog and Sausage Council, you should not put ketchup on your hot dog after the age of 18. A budgie named Puck is listed in the Guinness Book of World Records as the bird with the largest vocabulary in the world. It has a vocabulary of 1,728 words. Also, he just doesn't mimic, he often creates his own phrases and sentences. The phrase "show your true colors" was coined centuries ago when ships used to fly false national flags to get close to enemies and then switch to their true colors just before attacking. In Russian roulette, a properly lubricated and maintained revolver has a higher chance of not firing the bullet if it is allowed to stop on its own, because gravity pulls the loaded chamber down. Nearly 70% of the 99,000 weapons seized in Mexico in connection with criminal activity from 2007 to 2011 came from the United States. In 2001, a man died of complications from the injuries caused by a gunfire in 1966. His death was ruled a homicide, despite it occurring 35 years after the death of the shooter. Thai prisoners are released early if they take part in special kickboxing matches against foreigners. In 1999, USA bombed China's embassy in Belgrade, killing 3 Chinese journalists. The bombing was blamed on outdated maps, but it was later revealed that the CIA actually possessed up-to-date maps. Al Gore's documentary, An Inconvenient Truth, was held by the British High Court to have 9 errors in it, and cannot be shown in schools unless teachers point out the potentially problematic sections. An Aboriginal artist only discovered that one of his designs had been used on the Australian $1 note when someone brought a wad of cash to his village in 1966. He was compensated with a medallion, a fishing tackle box, and $1,000. The last native Prince of Wales disappeared at the end of his rebellion in 1412 and managed to remain hidden despite a large bounty and an eventual pardon. His fate and location have remained a closely guarded family secret for over 600 years. The word bupkis, common slang for nothing, comes from the Yiddish phrase meaning having about as much worth as goat turds. Bicycles have no speed limits in the UK, but you can get charged with cycling furiously. Bluetooth was named after Harald Bluetooth, who was the king of Denmark 1,000 years ago. The Bluetooth logo is made from the Nordic runes of his initials. Sean Connery was offered to play for Manchester United, but chose to decline it and move on to the film industry. The Hubble telescope's mirrors are ground so precisely that if they were scaled up to the size of Earth, the largest bump would be just 6 inches tall. The human hypothalamus weighs about 4 grams. Head injuries account for 62% of bicycle-related deaths. The world's largest invertebrate animal without a backbone is the giant squid Architeuthis dux. The barbiturate pentobarbital is also known as truth serum. Aphasia is the name of speech and language problems caused by brain injury. Some butterflies have ears on their wings. Mountain Dew soda 12 ounces contains 55 milligrams of caffeine. A cup of coffee has between 60150 mg of caffeine. The folds and ridges of the outer ear are called the pinna. At least 56,000 motor vehicle accidents each year in the USA are attributed to sleepiness behind the wheel. There are an estimated 300,000 sports-related concussions in the USA each year. The average daily consumption of caffeine among adults is 200 mg or day. An octopus has receptors for taste on the suckers in its arms. A sperm whale's click is the loudest sound produced by any organism on the planet. About 2 to 3 out of every 1,000 children in the USA are born deaf or hard of hearing. 9 out of every 10 children who are born deaf are born to parents who can hear. Kim Peek, the inspiration for the movie Rain Man, was born with significant brain damage. He's read over 12,000 books and remembers every single one of them. He's even able to read 2 pages at once, one with each eye, and remembers everything in them. In 2018, 4 billion people have access to the internet, yet 844 million people still don't have access to clean water. Ancient Egyptians used headdress made of stone instead of pillows. In Denmark, fart control means speed check. Patients in an insane mental asylum in the 1950s have the same stress as the average high school student nowadays. A cockroach can live up to several weeks without its head. It only dies due to hunger. You are born with 270 bones when you're born, which form into 206 by the time you're an adult. A quarter of these are in your hands and wrists. If the 1st of January on a leap year falls on a Sunday, the months of January, April and July will each have a Friday the 13th. In the 20th century, this happened in 1928, 1956 and 1984. And in the 21st century this will happen 4 times in 2012, 2040, 2068, 2096. The world's largest privately constructed nuclear fallout shelter is the Ark 2. It's 10,000 square feet and is composed of 42 school buses mixed with concrete, runs on internal generators, and has its own chapel, decontamination room, and radio station. There's a company named Neuroware that sells a headphone that can read your brainwaves and selects music based off your state of mind. It took a whole month for Erno Rubik, the inventor of the Rubik's Cube, to solve his own creation. Ioannis Economou, the chief translator in the European Commission, can speak 30 different languages. His native language is Greek, and he's the only in-house translator in the European Commission who's trusted to translate classified Chinese documents. Sharks kill about 12 people a year. People kill about 11,000 sharks an hour. Pirates used to wear eye patches on one eye during the day so they could see better at night with that same eye. I am is the shortest English sentence. The scent that lingers after it rains is called petrichor. In 2012, a Russian scientist regenerated an Arctic flower known as Silene stenophila that has been extinct for over 32,000 years from a seed that was buried by an ice age squirrel. In 2011, LEGO produced 381 million tires, making them the world's largest rubber tire manufacturer by number of units produced. Dolphins only fall asleep with half their brain at a time, so they're only half conscious, which helps them from accidentally drowning. Stalin's guards were so afraid of him that no one called a doctor for over 10 hours after he had originally had a stroke, resulting in his death. They feared that he might recover and execute anyone who acted outside of his orders. Lobsters have some really weird anatomy. Their brains are in their throats, their nervous systems are in their abdomens, their teeth are in their stomachs, and their kidneys are in their heads. James Cameron was actually homeless when he wrote The Terminator and sold the rights to it for only $1 on the condition that he could direct it. Caramount Farms in Esmont, Virginia, posted a message on its Facebook page earlier this year, looking for volunteers to snuggle with its baby goats. Not surprisingly, the sign-up list filled up immediately. Argentine ants have a worldwide mega-colony. In fact, if they got on an airplane and traveled to a different continent, they would actually be welcomed by a foreign branch of the colony. The towns from Ghost Whisperer, Gremlins, Bruce Almighty, Back to the Future, Falling Skies, and the first episode of The Twilight Zone and much more are all the same set, which is known as Courthouse Square. A 9-year-old girl in Australia who received a liver transplant does not need lifelong immunosuppressants because her blood type spontaneously changed from O negative to O positive to accommodate the donor's liver. In The Shawshank Redemption, in the scene where Andy crawled through the sewer, actor Tim actually crawled through chocolate syrup, and the tunnel where it was filmed still smells like chocolate today. There are many untouched plane wrecks in various parts of the United Kingdom dating back to World War II, and removing them is forbidden. Oskar Schindler, who is credited with saving the lives of 1,200 Jews during the Holocaust, became virtually destitute after World War II. He became bankrupt after trying to raise chickens in Argentina. For the rest of his life, he survived off gifts and donations from the Jews he had saved during the war. In 1851, when the refrigerated ice machine was patented, the large ice importing industry ran a smear campaign against the technology, calling it immoral. For his time as James Bond, Daniel Craig has the privilege of taking any Aston Martin from the factory for the rest of his life. The equivalents of the English saying "that's Greek to me" are "this appears to be Spanish German," "this is Russian to me Dutch," "it's German to me Philippines," "it's Hebrew Finnish," "it's Chinese to me Hebrew," "sounds like Mars language," or "these are chicken intestines China." The adult Luna moth has no mouth and dies of starvation. The chains that you can see hanging under school buses and trucks are there to provide traction in snow. With the flip of a switch, the chains will lower automatically and the centrifugal force sends the chains into action. When a mountain was found to be taller than Australia's highest mountain, Mount Kosciuszko, their names were swapped so that Mount Kosciuszko remained the highest mountain in Australia. The horror frog, which lives in Central Africa, when threatened, breaks the bones in its toes and forces the ends through its skin to create claws for fighting. 98% of Antarctica is covered by ice that is 1 mile thick. Contrary to movie plots, the U.S. Witness Protection Program has never had a breach of security in which a protected person or family member was harmed. All 8,500 plus. When meeting with Pele, Ronald Reagan said, "My name is Ronald Reagan. I'm the President of the United States of America, but you don't need to introduce yourself, because everyone knows who Pele is. Actor John Cusack has trained in kickboxing for over 20 years and is a sixth-degree black belt. In 2009, The Sun attacked Gordon Brown for misspelling the name of a soldier killed in Afghanistan, but in doing so misspelled the name themselves. After an ant colony is well established and has enough resources to spare, winged ants start to emerge. The name aspirin was originally a trademark belonging to a German pharmaceutical company Bayer, but after Germany's loss in Wei, the company was forced to hand over the trademark as a part of the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. There is evidence of early humans being killed and eaten by eagles. In 1586, a pregnant widow wrote a letter to her partner, who had died at the age of 30. This was found by archaeologists in South Korea in 1998, intact, with the man's mummified body and a pair of sandals woven from hemp and the woman's hair. In 1 Furfuro, a land sale treaty between the Pope and Florence accidentally left out a small strip of land around Cospaia. The people of the area promptly declared their independence and remained sovereign for nearly 400 years. A neutron star is so dense that if an object was to be dropped theoretically from 1 meter above the star's surface, it would hit the surface at a speed of 7.2 million kilometers per hour. When the world's largest diamond was transported from Africa to England, elaborate and secure journey by sea was publicized was a ruse. The real diamond was simply posted by mail. The Queen of England's portrait has been on enough international money to make a progressive timeline of her aging. The economic cost of stress and stress-related disorders in the USA is $200 billion each year. In the season finale May 14, 1998 of the TV show Seinfeld, Jerry Seinfeld said, "Maybe if we lie down our brains will work." The original recipe for Coca-Cola contained a small amount of cocaine, about 20.5 milligrams of cocaine per gallon. Cocaine was removed from Coca-Cola in 1903. There are 186 million more neurons in the left cerebral hemisphere of the brain than in the right hemisphere. The word doctor comes from the Latin word doceo that means to teach. The first cervical vertebra backbone is also called the atlas. Atlas was one of the titans in Greek mythology. The most popular animal for a pet is freshwater fish. Next comes the cat, followed by a dog. An Indiana state prison allows murderers to adopt cats in their cells to help teach them love and compassion for other living things. A penguin can hold its breath for 20 minutes. According to scientists, the weight of the average cloud is the same as 100 elephants. The average person has 10,000 taste buds, which are replaced every 2 weeks or so. A flame is round and blue when in zero gravity. Chinese soldiers stick needles in their shirt collars in order to keep a straight posture during military parades. When Shakira was in the 2nd grade, she was rejected from the school choir because her music teacher didn't think she could sing and thought she sounded like a goat. Real diamonds don't show up in X-rays. Bruce Lee's reflexes were so fast that he could snatch a quarter off of a person's open palm and replace it with a penny before the person could close their fist. In the late 90s, there was a Russian TV show called The Intercept where contestants had to steal a car. If they didn't get caught by police in 35 minutes, they got to keep the car, otherwise they were arrested. There's a school called Ordinary Miracle in Yashkar-Ola, Russia, that looks like a fairy tale castle. A man named Sergei Mamayev had built it for his wife, who wanted to teach at a school that children would actually want to go to. The pinky swear came from Japan and indicated that if someone broke the promise, they must cut off their pinky. The Prince Charles Cinema in London has volunteer ninjas that sneak up and hush anyone in the theater that's making noise or throwing things. A California couple named Helen and Les Brown were both born on December 31 Street, 1918, were married for 75 years, and then died one day apart at the age of 94 in 2013. If you put an apple in the sea, it will float because it's less dense than water. In World War II, Jacqueline Lucas lied his way into the military and became the youngest Marine ever to earn a Medal of Honor. When he was 17, he threw himself on 2 live grenades to protect his squad members and survived. In Cambodia they sell Happy Pizza, which is a cheese pizza garnished with weed on top. Noah Webster, the creator of the first ever American dictionary, learned 26 languages so that he could understand and research the origins of his own country's tongue in order to write it. There's a lake in Australia called Lake Disappointment that was named and found by Frank Hann in 1897, who was hoping to find fresh water but instead found salt water. There is enough carbon in your body to make over 9,000 pencils. The Mona Lisa has no eyelashes or eyebrows. The reason a whip creates a whipping sound is because it's moving quicker than the speed of sound, creating a small sonic boom. In the 1960s, Alcatraz was the only federal prison at the time to offer hot water showers for its inmates. The logic behind it was that prisoners who were acclimated to hot water would not be able to withstand the freezing waters of the San Francisco Bay during an escape attempt. In the United States, the government can legally read any emails that you have that are over 180 days old without a warrant. The Electronic Communications Privacy Act was enacted long before everybody had email, and the law still allows them to do this. There is a bottle of vodka that costs $3.75 million US, and it's filtered through sand made from crushed diamonds and gems. For the past 15 years, a Bulgarian man named Dobry Dobrov has walked up to 25 kilometers every single day to beg for money for orphanages that are unable to pay their bills. He turned 101 in July of this year. In 2006, Michigan woman Lynn Sterling tried to sell a mummified human skeleton on eBay. eBay removed the posting because it violated their policy against selling human remains. The pet rock became so popular when it came out that within the first 6 months of its release, Gary Dahl, the inventor, earned $15 million. In 1963, Alfred Heineken designed the Heineken World Bottle, a brick that holds beer that can be used to build houses. Unfortunately, the project never came into fruition, and the Heineken Estate and Museum are the only two places in the entire world with a beer brick wall. Treadmills were actually created to punish English prisoners in 1818. Wu Sha, from China, had an ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend jump off a bridge into a river to see who he would rescue. He rescued his current girlfriend. During the British Secret Services created a special edition of Monopoly for prisoners of war held by the Nazis. The games were distributed by fake charity groups created by the Secret Services and contained maps, compasses, real money, and other objects useful for escaping. In 1998, workers restoring Benjamin Franklin's home uncovered the remains of 10 people. Researchers suspect that a house guest of Franklin smuggled in dead bodies to use for anatomical research and buried them in the basement. Zombie birds are a species that have learned to track down tiny bats, split open their skulls, and feed on their brains. Brazil participated in WW2, the only independent South American country to do so. The 2500 Troop Brazilian Expeditionary Force worked alongside the Allies and managed to take 20,573 Axis prisoners, consisting of 2 generals, 892 officers, and 19,679 other ranks. If you are Jewish and can trace your ancestry back to the Spanish Inquisition 1492, you qualify today for Spanish citizenship. John Marley's scream of terror after seeing the horse head in The Godfather is genuine, as they used a fake in rehearsals and swapped for a real head during shooting without Marley's knowledge. One of the perks of being an Oscar winner is that you can have your Oscar repaired for free by the Academy. Italian singer Adriano Celentano released a song in the 70s with nonsense lyrics meant to sound like American English, to prove that Italians would like any English song. It was a hit. When Coco, the gorilla famous for knowing sign language, was asked where gorillas go after death, she responded by signing comfortable hole by. Infinite monkey theorem states that monkeys with typewriters an infinite amount time could produce the entire works of Shakespeare. This theorem was tried out in real life, but only for a month. The 6 monkeys wrote 5 pages of S, slammed the keyboard with a stone and took a shit on it. In 1959, the guy who wrote Louie Louie sold the song's rights for $750 to pay for his wedding. In the mid-80s, he was living on welfare with his mom in South Central LA, when a lawyer convinced him to take action to get the rights back. He settled out of court and became a millionaire. Matthew McConaughey has a food fetish and sometimes has to stop eating because he gets too sexually aroused by the food. When Michael Bay was a kid, he used to put firecrackers on his toy trains and film the results. The wood frog, commonly found in Canada, lets itself completely freeze into a frogsicle every winter. Its heart comes to a standstill, blood stops flowing, and eyes go white because its lenses freeze. In the summer it thaws and hops away, good as new. People literally grow trees and roots into bridges, chairs, ladders, fences, jungle gyms, tunnels, etc. It is known as tree shaping. Theoretically, it can even be used to grow homes. In the fallout with Don King, Mike Tyson discovered a fan club that had been hidden from him for years. Among the fan letters was one from a boy dying of cancer, asking for a phone call. Mike called immediately, but was a year too late. He broke down and cried. Daniel Webster, who ran for president and lost 3 times, declined the vice presidency twice, thinking it a worthless office. Both presidents who offered it later died in office, meaning that if he had accepted, he would have become president after all. Written about 1700 BC, the Edwin Smith Surgical Papyrus contains the first recorded use of the word brain. In 1904, US President Theodore Roosevelt threatened to outlaw football after 19 college football players were killed or paralyzed from brain or spinal cord injuries. When neuroanatomist Santiago Ramon y Cajal was 11 years old, he destroyed a neighbor's gate with a homemade cannon and spent 3 days in jail. Bruxism, or grinding of the teeth, causes tooth and jaw pain in 15–20 of people in the USA. The Centers for Disease Control (CDC) estimates that 500,000 people in the USA exhibit symptoms of chronic fatigue syndrome. Depression occurs in 2% of elementary school-aged children and 4–8 of adolescents. Saddam Hussein, the late president of Iraq, wrote several novels and a number of poems which were published anonymously. On Monday, March 23, 2178, Pluto will complete its full orbit since its original discovery in 1930. The Vatican City is home to the world's only ATM that gives instructions in Latin. In 2008, a 19-year-old from Somerset, England named George Garrett officially changed his name to Captain Fantastic, faster than Superman, Batman, Wolverine, the Hulk and the Flash combined. A jellyfish has no ears, eyes, nose, brain, or heart. The average IQ rate has been declining over recent decades. This is because smarter people are having less children. There's a natural gas vent in Iraq known as the Eternal Fire that's been burning for over 4,000 years. Like fingerprints, our tongues all have unique prints. There is real-life sport called bonsai skydiving, which involves throwing your parachute out the plane and jumping out after it. Labiorphilist is the collection and study of beer bottle labels. Donald Duck comics were banned from Finland because he isn't wearing any pants. The nose is connected to the memory center of your brain, hence why smell triggers some of the most powerful memories. In Egypt, actors were once not allowed to testify in court as they were seen as professional liars. Bedbugs survive longer in beds that are made, so scientists actually suggest that you leave your bed in made once in a while, as it ends up being healthier for you. In March 2013, a man got a tattoo of the word Netflix on his side, for which, after tweeting a picture of it to the company, gave him a free year of service. If you rearrange the first letters of the main characters' names in the movie Inception, Dom, Robert, Eames, Arthur, Mal, Sato, they spell dreams. Vodka in Russian translates to little water in English. Today's gold medals are only 1.3% gold. The last time a pure gold medal was given out was in the 1912 Stockholm Olympics. In the United Kingdom, the Queen cannot be arrested no matter what crime she commits. This is because the Crown itself is the prosecuting force in the UK, and hence the Crown cannot verse the Crown itself. The other members of the royal family do not share the same immunity. People have been eating potatoes since 7,000 years ago. Before alarm clocks were invented, there was a profession called a knocker-up, which involved going from client to client and tapping on their windows or banging on their doors with long sticks until they were awake. This lasted till the 1920s. The Witwatersrand Basin was the densest area containing gold in the world. More than 40% of all of the gold ever mined has come out of the basin. Cows have best friends and can be stressed when separated from them. The Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai offers their guests a 24-karat gold iPad for the duration of their stay. Vending machines kill about 13 people a year. According to a study done in 2008, smells can influence our dreams. Subjects of the study, where the scent of roses were infused when they were dreaming, gave nearly all of them pleasant dreams. However, when the air around those subjects was infused with the smell of rotten eggs while they were dreaming, they had negative dreams. Shani Shingnapur is a small village in India with 300 buildings, all of which have no doors in their doorways. These people leave their homes, businesses, and schools open at all times under the belief that if anyone does anything dishonest, that they will face 7 years bad luck. There is a doctor in Nepal named Sandak Root who has restored vision to over 100,000 people in the developing world. In the 1930s, an Argentinian engineer named Juan Weiler created a rainmaking machine and successfully made it rain in several places at once. He then disappeared without a trace. A human taste bud has an average lifespan of 7 to 10 days. Taste bud cells undergo continual turnover, even into adulthood, but taste buds in rats last from 2 days to over 3 weeks. There is a unique tree near Piedmont, Italy called the double tree of Casorzo. It's actually 2 trees in one, a cherry tree growing on top of a mulberry tree. Various studies have shown that coffee prevents cancer, reduces risk of diabetes, and can improve overall health. Human bone is ridiculously strong. A cubic inch of it can bear the weight of 5 standard pickup trucks, making it 4 times as strong as concrete. The expression to get fired comes from long ago clans that wanted to get rid of unwanted people, so they would burn their houses instead of killing them, creating the term got fired. In the aftermath of the Iranian embassy siege in London, an SAS trooper tried to take the only surviving gunman, Fauzi Najad, back into the building to shoot him, but changed his mind when he realized the raid was being broadcast on live television. The Channel Tunnel, a rail tunnel with the longest undersea portion of any tunnel in the world, has full mobile phone coverage. The T-shirt was invented in 1904, and it was primarily marketed towards bachelors as bachelor undershirt. It was stretchy enough to be pulled over the head. No safety pins, no buttons, no needle, no thread. One of the most feared and hated pirates of the Caribbean, Blackbeard was only inactive as a pirate for 2 years. A 19th century surgeon once tried to amputate a patient's leg in under 150 seconds. In his haste, he also amputated his assistant's fingers and slashed through the coat of a spectator. Both the patient and the assistant died of gangrene, and the spectator dropped dead of fright. It is the only instance in recorded history of an operation with 300% mortality rate. When curry was introduced into Japan, it was considered a British dish, not an Indian one, because of its popularity among British sailors. Kent's, a major tobacco company, sold unique cigarette filters in the 1950s and advertised their health benefits. The advertised ingredient that set them apart was asbestos. The brain has an automatic penis maintenance function to force erections if unused for too long. The reason all videos are subtitled on Netflix is because the National Association of the Deaf filed a class action lawsuit against them in 2010. Neil deGrasse Tyson criticized the scene in Titanic where Rose looks at the night sky after the ship sank, saying the placement of the stars was inaccurate. After speaking with Tyson, Cameron corrected the scene for the DVD. It was the only scene to be completely redone for the Ray release. As a child raised in South Carolina, U.S. political comedian Stephen Colbert observed that Southerners were often depicted as being less intelligent than other characters on scripted television. To avoid that stereotype, he taught himself to imitate the speech of American news anchors. An extinct bird called Rodriguez solitaire had strange knob-like balls on its wings. These balls were used by the bird as a deadly weapon to defend its territory and its mate, and the noise it made sounded like thunder in the distance. The name of the America's #1 Wii flying ace was Dick Bong. Actor Paul Marcarelli, the Verizon Wireless "Can you hear me now?" guy, told The Atlantic magazine that the catchphrase plagues him so much that someone even said it to him at his grandmother's funeral as her casket was being lowered into the cemetery plot. While shooting the Blues Brothers movie, they had a budget for cocaine. Stroke brain attack is the 3rd leading cause of death in the U.S. The human eye weighs about 7.5 grams. When children are 6 years old, they can understand approximately 13,000 words. High school graduates know at least 60,000 words. Approximately 80% of the dragonfly brain is devoted to processing visual information. Mr. Jeffries, a basset hound, is the dog with the longest ears. His ears measure 29.2 centimeters 11.5 in length. Aspirin, the commonly used pain reliever, gets its name by combining the from acetyl and spirin from spireic acid, the old term for salicylic acid. China is home to half of the pig population on Earth. We're technically living about 80 milliseconds in the past because that's how long it takes our brain to process information. A study done by the Bureau of Economic Research concluded that firstborn children have higher IQs than their younger siblings. Chewing gum when cutting onions prevents you from tearing up, as it forces you to breathe through your mouth. Pandas are the national animals of China. They are also only found in this country, and if you happen to see one in another country, they're on loan there. 97% of all emails sent are spam. Half of the DNA in a banana is identical to what makes up you. If you're taller than 6'2", you can't become an astronaut. Every factory employee at Ben & Jerry's gets to take home 3 pints of ice cream every day. Dalhousie University in Halifax, Nova Scotia has opened a puppy room where students can go play with puppies to relieve stress. 300 hours of video are uploaded to YouTube every minute, and almost 5 billion videos are watched on YouTube every single day. Hippos sweat the color red because it contains a pigment that acts as a natural sunscreen. Yale has a rare book and manuscript library that has no windows, but instead has walls made entirely of translucent marble that prevents the books from being exposed to direct sunlight. In real life, a roadrunner can only reach speeds of about 30 kilometers per hour, while a coyote can reach speeds of up to 69 kilometers per hour. In Japan, you can hire a handsome man to show up at your office and watch said videos with you until you cry and then wipe away your tears for you. An Abu Dhabi oil sheikh named Hamad bin Hamdan Al Nahyan carved his name in the desert in letters that are over 1,000 meters long. Tupac danced ballet in high school and ended up portraying the Mouse King in a production of The Nutcracker. A research paper from 2013 concluded that Harry Potter fans tend to be more open to diversity, politically tolerant, less authoritarian, and less likely to support the use of deadly force or torture. The Gippsland Lakes in Victoria, Australia glows in the dark. The light is created by a chemical reaction called bioluminescence when naturally occurring microorganisms in the water are disturbed. There's something called a moonbow or lunar rainbow. That's a rainbow that can be seen at night and happens very rarely. In order for this to happen, a full moon is needed. It must be raining opposite to the moon, the sky must be dark, and the moon must be less than 42 degrees high. Leonardo da Vinci was dyslexic. Also, strangely, not because of his dyslexia, he chose to write all of his notes to himself backwards in mirror writing, meaning that you can only read them in the reflection of a mirror. However, notes that he wrote to other people, he wrote in a normal direction. Scientists have begun arguing that we may actually have more than 5 basic senses, including magnetoception, the ability to detect magnetic fields, and chronoception, the sense of time passing. The movie Straight Outta Compton didn't play in Compton because there are no theaters there. There's a town in Australia where the entire town, 200+ people, live underground in abandoned opal mines. Residents here have electricity and plumbing, and have been known to find vast amounts of opal when renovating. Mosquitoes can detect carbon dioxide from 75 feet away. In fact, that's how they find their victims. In 1888, a pigeon keeper and a beekeeper challenged each other's creatures to a 3.5-mile 6-kilometer organized race in Germany. The bee won by 25 seconds. Norway offers amazing incentives for people who own electric cars, such as free parking, free charging, and the use of bus lanes. Now so many people in Norway have bought electric cars that the incentives actually have to be rolled back. Sylvan Goldman, the inventor of shopping carts, had to hire models to push the carts around in his store to make them more appealing to customers when they first launched. The act of giving the key to the city is a continuation of a medieval practice where the cities would be locked at night, but someone given the key could come and go as they please as an honor for something great done for the city. A researcher in the 1970s blindfolded participants and told them they were going to play tug-of-war against another team. When they were told they had 3 others pulling with them, they pulled 18% less strenuously than when they were told they were alone. The effect is now known as social loafing. Teddy Roosevelt made a 2-hour speech shortly after an attempted assassination. He correctly concluded that since he was not coughing blood, the bullet had not completely penetrated the chest wall to his lung. He declined to go to the hospital immediately. Greeble is the name given to the texture applied to sci-fi spaceship models for the purpose of making them appear more complex. During the sentencing of his war crimes, Hermann Göring, one of Hitler's top officers, asked to be shot as a soldier and not hung as a common man. The court refused, and instead he committed suicide with a potassium cyanide capsule smuggled into a fountain pen. Some Orthodox Jews in the New York use caffeine suppositories for fasting because it's not eating. Carrie Fisher wore no underwear in Star Wars because George Lucas convinced her there is no underwear in outer space. Apple got the idea of a desktop interface from Xerox. Later, Steve Jobs accused Gates of stealing from Apple. Gates said, "Well, Steve, I think it's more like we both had this rich neighbor named Xerox, and I broke into his house to steal the TV set and found out that you had already stolen it." The city of Perth in Western Australia is geographically the most remote city in the world by land. The nearest city of more than 100,000 people is almost 1,500 miles away. In 2009, Stephen Colbert won a NASA competition to have a module of the ISS named after him, but NASA opted to name it Tranquility instead. They did, however, name a treadmill on the ISS after him. It is called the Combined Operational Load-Bearing External Resistance Treadmill Colbert. During the London riots of 2011, the looting and vandalism which took place throughout the city were almost totally avoided by bookshops. One man said his store would probably stay open during the unrest, stating, "If they steal some books, they might actually learn something." The first and the last British soldiers to die in Wee are coincidentally buried only 15 feet apart. In the 4-year period between their deaths, nearly 1 million other British or Commonwealth troops died. The reason cats and dogs like to lie in the sun is so the oily cholesterol on their skin is converted to vitamin D3. Due to thick fur, they lick while grooming the oil off it rather than it being absorbed through the skin like in humans. Lotso Huggin Bear from Toy Story 3 was originally meant to appear in the first film, but the technology needed to animate his fur did not yet exist. There is a German word Bulimia equals bulimia learning. It describes the brainless activity of having to learn a lot of useless stuff in a short time and puking the knowledge into an exam, so it is gone afterward. The sailor's handshake is a special handshake that can detect if a potential partner has syphilis. The first ever cloned sheep was named after Dolly Parton because Dolly is derived from a mammary gland cell, and we couldn't think of a more impressive pair of glands than Dolly Parton's. In 1940, the Germans conquered Denmark so quickly, the Danes didn't have time to formally declare war against them. They surrendered after 2 hours. A giraffe sleeps only 2 hours each day. After early childhood, synapses in the human neocortex are lost at a rate of 100,000 synapses per second. The dura mater is the outermost covering of the brain. The term dura mater comes from Latin meaning hard mother. There are an estimated 300,000 sports-related brain concussions in the USA each year. Rats will die after 2 to 3 weeks of total sleep deprivation. Approximately 600,000 people in the USA have a stroke every year, and 167,000 die from it. Stroke is the third leading cause of death in the USA. A 19-year-old man died after smoking 100 cigarettes, and a 21-year-old man was seriously poisoned after smoking 80 cigarettes during a smoking contest. The word dendrite, the part of a neuron that brings information toward the cell body, comes from the Greek word meaning tree. About 70% of the spices used in the world come from India. It took over 20 centuries to complete the Great Wall of China. It was built, rebuilt, and extended by many imperial dynasties and kingdoms. The wall exceeds 12,000 miles 20 km. The smallest known reptile in the world is the Bruchisia micra, which is so small it can stand on the head of a match. Paganophobia is the fear of beards. In North Korea, citizens are forced to choose from one of 28 government-approved haircuts. Before the Renaissance era, 3/4 of all books in the world were in Chinese. Sugar was first invented in India, where extraction and purification techniques were developed in 510 BC. Before that, the most popular sweetener was honey. You cannot invent faces in your dream, which means you've encountered every face you've seen in your dream in real life. Farting helps to reduce blood pressure and is good for overall health. All humans have the ability to see ultraviolet light. However, it's passively filtered through our lens. People who get surgery done to remove the lens can see the ultraviolet light. Diet soda ruins your tooth enamel just as badly as cocaine and methamphetamines. There's a company called True Mirror that makes non-reversing mirrors that show you how you actually appear to other people. On Good Friday in 1930, the BBC announced there is no news, followed by piano music. In 1945, a man named Satomu Yamaguchi survived the atomic blast at Hiroshima, only to catch the morning train so that he could arrive at his job on time in Nagasaki, where he survived another atomic blast. In 1860, Abraham Lincoln grew his famous beard because he got a letter from an 11-year-old girl named Grace Bettle who said that all ladies liked the whiskers and they would convince their husbands to vote for him for president. Before he was Iron Man, actor Robert Downey Jr. was a notorious drug addict. He credits his sobriety to the fast food chain Burger King. In an interview with Empire magazine, he revealed that in 2003, he was driving a car full of drugs when he ordered a burger from Burger King that was so disgusting that he felt compelled to pull over, get out and dump all of his drugs into the ocean. We know more about the surface of the moon than we do about our own oceans. Over 90% of mobile phone sales in Japan are for waterproof devices. Because the Japanese are so fond of their mobile phones, they even use them in the shower. Cats have been around since 3600 BC. Most of the vitamins you get from eating a potato are in the skin. There are over 4 million apps available for download on both the Android and Apple App Store. Pineapple isn't a fruit, it's actually a berry. The famous painter Salvador Dali would avoid paying the bill at restaurants by drawing on the back of his checks, as he knew the owner would not want to cash the checks as the drawings would be much too valuable. Reed Hastings, the founder of Netflix, got the idea to start the site when he received a late fine of $40 on a VHS copy of Apollo 13. Reed also approached Blockbuster in 2005, offering to sell the company for $50 million, which was turned down at the time. Today, the company is worth over $9 billion. Starbuck is a famous Canadian bull whose genome is so desirable that his sperm has sold for over $25 million over his lifetime. In this time, he has served over 200,000 daughters. There's a mushroom in the wild called Letiporus that tastes like fried chicken. Carmen Deliarefis is the world's oldest working model. She started modeling at the age of 15 and is still an active model to this day at the age of 83. The scientific term for pins and needles is paresthesia. A study concluded by the Journal of Positive Psychology concluded that 2/3 of humans have no idea what they're good at and what their strengths are. Exercising increases productivity. Having a regular exercise routine can make you happier, smarter, and more energetic, and thus last longer throughout the day. The pilot episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog was nominated for an Oscar. It is optimal for your lithium-ion smartphone battery to top it off and keep its charge between 40-80, rather than let it drain to 0% and charge it all the way up. Robert Hansen, a serial killer who was active in the early 1980s, would kidnap women and release them in Alaska's Knik River Valley. He would then hunt them, armed with a knife and a Ruger Mini 14 rifle. When the investigator contacted Federal Bureau of Investigation Special Agent Roy Hazelwood and requested help with a criminal psychological profile based on the 3 recovered bodies, Hazelwood thought that the killer would be an experienced hunter with low self-esteem, have a history of being rejected by women, and would feel compelled to keep souvenirs of his murders, such as a victim's jewelry. He also suggested that the assailant might stutter. Using this profile, he investigated possible suspects until he reached Hansen, who fit the profile and owned a plane. The fast food chain Del Taco was originally called Casa del Taco, meaning House of the Taco. Now its name just means of the taco. Before 1912, Komodo dragon was thought to be a mythical creature. La Rinconada, Peru is the world's highest elevated city at 16,730 feet above sea level, and its economy is based around a gold mine. The mine operates on a unique system where employees work for 30 days without payment, and on the 31st day they are allowed to take as much ore as they can carry. About 70% of the spices used in the world come from India. Scientists have found a fungus that uses of gamma radiation as its energy source in Chernobyl's nuclear remains. Tulsa, Oklahoma used to have a Black Wall Street that was once the most economically prosperous black community in America. The community's wealth was greater than that of surrounding white neighborhoods and was destroyed by envious whites on June 1, 1921, in just 12 hours during a race riot. Mobile phones often have 2 completely different phone numbers attached to them, which are both usable. One is the one you think your number is, and the other is called a Mobile Identification Number MIN, a number your carrier uses to identify you. When a bee mates with a queen, its ejaculation is so powerful that it is audible to the human ear. When in love, the human brain consistently releases the same combination of neurotransmitters and hormones that are released by amphetamines, leading to side effects such as increased heart rate, loss of appetite and sleep, and an intense feeling of excitement. WOOF is an international program that allows you to travel the world, with food or accommodations covered, in exchange for volunteer work. The term hipster originated in the 1940s and was used to describe jazz aficionados, characterized by their dress, slang, use of cannabis and other drugs, relaxed attitude, sarcastic humor, self-imposed poverty, and relaxed sexual codes. France lost so many workers during its failed attempt to dig the Panama Canal that for a time their project's main source of income was selling the corpses pickled in brine water to medical schools all over the world as cadavers. According to a study by the British Academy of Sound Therapy, the song Weightless by the Marconi Union is the most relaxing song ever. Lyndon Johnson was the only president sworn in by a woman, and it occurred on Air Force One after Kennedy's assassination. When Adolf Hitler offered German World War I military hero General von Lettow-Vorbeck an ambassadorship, Vorbeck told Hitler to go fuck himself. Although repeatedly harassed by the Nazis, Vorbeck survived their regime due to his popularity. Caffeine is a painkiller, and when used with other painkillers, such as acetaminophen or Nasids, potentiates their effects significantly. The term Homo sapiens comes from the Latin words meaning wise man. As you age, the amount of rapid eye movement, dream, sleep you have decreases. In the early 1920s, Hans Berger recorded the first human electroencephalogram EEG. In 2001, 17,448 people died in alcohol-related motor vehicle crashes. That is 41% of the year's total traffic deaths. Central and South American poison frogs produce about 600 chemicals in their skin. A crocodile cannot stick out its tongue. Squid and cuttlefish have eye with shaped pupils. Leonardo DiCaprio was named Leonardo because his pregnant mother was looking at a Leonardo da Vinci painting in Italy when he first kicked. The first building to have more than 100 floors was the Empire State Building. In 2005, 110 people tied for the second prize in the Powerball lottery. Officials suspected cheating was involved, but discovered that the winners had all used the same lucky numbers off copies of the same fortune from fortune cookies. Una Chaplin, the actress who plays Talisa in the Game of Thrones, is actually Charlie Chaplin's granddaughter. It is estimated that only 8% of the world's total money is real. The rest exists electronically on computer hard drives and bank accounts. In 2009, a 10-year-old British girl named Zoe Pemberton tried to sell her grandmother on eBay because the little girl found her annoying and wanted to get rid of her. In Japan, it's considered to be good luck if a sumo wrestler makes your baby cry. The reason Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire is longer than the first 3 books is because author J.K. Rowling made a plot hole halfway through and had to go back and fix it. There are giant hornets in Japan with venom so strong it can melt human skin. In 1980s, a man known only as George, who had severe OCD, shot himself in the head in an attempt to commit suicide. Instead of the bullet killing him, it destroyed the part of the brain that was causing the OCD, and he went on to get straight A's in college 5 years later. The smallest cat in the world was a Himalayan Persian cat named Tinker Toy. At 7 years old, she measured 3 inches 7 cm tall and 7 inches 19 cm long. Adelophobia is the fear of not being good enough or having imperfections. Falling in love produces the same high as taking cocaine. Crying is actually very healthy for you. It helps emotionally, lubricates your eyes, removes toxins and irritants, and reduces stress. If you Google Zerg Rush, Google will begin to eat the search page. You are 14% more likely to die on your birthday than any other day. There is a tribe in India called the War Khasi that has been passing down for generations. Scientists from ATR Computational Neuroscience Laboratories in Tokyo, Japan have successfully developed a technology that can put thoughts on a computer screen. The word Lord occurs 7,836 times in 6,668 verses in the Bible. Snails have the ability to regrow an eye if it's cut off. The Maldive coconut is the largest growing seed in the world. In 2011, archaeologists discovered the skeletal remains of a Roman couple who had been holding hands for over 1,500 years. There is a hole in the ozone layer sitting right above Antarctica that is twice the size of Europe. Cherophobia is the fear of being happy or joyful with the expectation that something bad will happen. In the 1980s, the infamous kingpin Pablo Escobar was making so much money off of his drug cartel that he was spending $2,500 in today's money every single month on rubber bands just to hold all of the cash. The largest volcano in our solar system is also the largest mountain in the solar system. It is Olympus Mons on Mars, which is 3 times the height of Mount Everest. There's a museum in Europe called the Museum of Broken Relationships that exclusively displays objects that were meaningful to heartbroken exes. Horror movie soundtracks sometimes include infrasound, which is below the range of human hearing. Even though we can't hear it, we can still feel it, and infrasound has been shown to induce anxiety, heart palpitations, and shivering. Research conducted at the University of Stanford concluded that a racially diverse group has the ability to solve problems more effectively than a group with only one race in it. Gun laws in Japan are so strict that even when a police officer killed himself with one once, he was posthumously charged with breaking the law. There's a mental disorder called maladaptive daydreaming, which causes people to excessively daydream to escape reality as a defense mechanism due to trauma, usually from abuse. Jim Wenke, a blind man, and Gia Haixia, a double amputee, together planted 10,000 trees in Yeli village, located in northern China, and plan on planting another 10,000. Even Al-Qaeda has gone on record as denouncing the actions of ISIS as anti-Islamic. Hershey's Kisses are called that because the machine that makes them looks like it's kissing the conveyor belt. Jupiter is bigger than all the other planets in our solar system combined. 90% of all species that have become extinct have been birds. Robin Williams attended Juilliard School, but dropped out in his junior year because his teacher, a renowned actor or producer, told him that there was nothing that he could learn from Juilliard that he didn't already know. There is a mountain called Tomadawaka Tonkaguan in New Zealand, and its name translates to the summit where Tamatea, the man with the big knees, the slider, climber of mountains, the land swallower who traveled about, played his nose flute to his loved one. There is a strong correlation between people who buy bird seed and people who usually pay their debts. Inversely, people who buy chrome accessories for their car tend to not pay their debts in full. Butterfly McQueen, one of the stars of Gone with the Wind, was unable to attend the film's premiere because it was held in a whites-only theater. 1 out of every 4 million lobsters is born with a rare genetic defect that turns the lobster blue. These prize critters rarely survive to adulthood, as a bright blue crustacean crawling around the ocean floor is simply easier for predators to spot. Some of the worst charities donate less than 4% of their donations to the actual cause they're promoting. One cancer charity even paid $18 million to a company to solicit funds, the company being owned, the charity president's son. On April 5, 2010, there were 4 women in space at the same time. This was the largest female gathering off the planet to that point. The Concorde supersonic jet stretched during flight due to the heat it generated. On its final flight, the crew placed their hats into a crevice in the floor which appeared during the flight. As the aircraft cooled, the crevice closed, permanently sealing their hats in the aluminum airframe. Male survivors of Ebola virus disease can harbor the active virus in their sperm and transmit the disease sexually months after their own recovery. Robert Heft, the man who created the modern American flag, did so for a high school project, and he received a B for it. The phrase "giving my 2 cents" comes from the days when a postage stamp cost 2 and so referred to the cost of sending a letter to the editor, the president, or whoever. About 100 million Americans need eyeglasses. Humans sleep for 17-18 hours a day at birth, 10-12 hours at age 4, and 7-8.5 hours by age 20. The facial, glossopharyngeal, and vagus nerves all carry information about taste. The human ear canal is about 2.5 centimeters in length and 0.6 centimeter in diameter. Without myelin, the human brain would have to be 10 times bigger than it is now, and we would have to eat 10 times as much to maintain our brain. Neuroptera is the name of an insect order, including the lacewings and antlions. Neuro comes from the Greek word for nerve and ptera comes from word for wing. Glaucoma is the second leading cause of blindness in the USA. The number 1 cause of blindness in the USA is macular degeneration. The average intelligence quotient IQ score is 100. About 68% of the population has IQ scores between 85 and 115. There's an artist named Brian Lai that has the unique ability to draw in negatives. In only 3% of all the bird species does the male have a penis. Under extremely powerful pressure, peanut butter can be turned into diamonds. In 2011, a 99-year-old Italian named Antonio C. divorced his 96-year-old wife Rosa C. after finding secret love letters revealing that she had an affair in the 1940s. Mark Zuckerberg has signed the Giving Pledge, a campaign created by Warren Buffett and Bill Gates which encourages wealthy people to contribute a majority of their wealth to philanthropic causes. Crabs are able to regenerate their legs and claws to 95% of their original size. The largest earthquake recorded was in Chile in 1960. It was placed in at 9.4-9.6 on the magnitude scale and lasted for 10 minutes. Oranges are not even in the top 10 list of common foods when it comes to vitamin C levels. The app Candy Crush was making $956,000 a day in its prime. Richard Klinkhammer, a Dutch crime writer, wrote a suspicious book on 7 ways to kill your spouse, 1 year after his wife disappeared. He became a celebrity and spent the next decade hinting that he murdered her, and in 2000 it turned out that he really had, after her skeleton was discovered at his former residence. A group of parrots is called a pandemonium. Sunflowers can be used to clean up radioactive waste. Their stems and leaves absorb and store pollutants. It's also why the sunflower is the international symbol for nuclear disarmament. Adding sugar to a wound will greatly reduce the pain and speed up the healing process. The Code of Hammurabi is a well-preserved Babylonian law that dates all the way back to 1770 BC, which had progressive laws in it such as minimum wage and the right to be a free man. It was written well before the Bible. It was discovered in 2008 that a 56-year-old crime reporter named Vlado Taneski, who was reporting on gruesome murders, was the serial killer himself. Veronica Sider holds the Guinness World Record for the best sight in the world. She can see 20 times better than the average person, being able to identify someone's face from 1 mile 6 km away. Democracy was invented in Greece 2,500 years ago. Doritos can be made without the powder and taste exactly the same, but the company intentionally adds it because they believe it adds to the Doritos experience. In 2013, Google sent a lone employee to an abandoned Japanese island called Ginkjima to map it for Google Street View. The island was once the most densely populated island in the world, but is now completely abandoned. As of 2016, about 280 climbers have died on Everest. Their bodies are so well preserved that they are used as markers. Burger King in Japan has released 2 black hamburgers called the Cure Diamond and the Koro Pearl, with everything including the bun, the sauce and the cheese colored black with squid ink. When tractor owner Ferruccio Lamborghini voiced his frustration over his clutch in the Ferrari to Cars founder Enzo Ferrari, Enzo insulted him, telling him that the problem was with the driver, not the car. Ferruccio decided to start his own car company and thus the Lamborghini was born. Approximately 1 in every 6 Jewish people killed in the Holocaust died at Auschwitz. Anaptophobia is the fear of either remaining unmarried or marrying the wrong person. In 2007 in Louisiana, a pink albino bottlenose dolphin was discovered and photographed by a man named Eric Rue. The average lead pencil can draw a line that will be 35 miles 56 km long. Disneyland does not sell any gum. This is because Walt Disney didn't want people stepping in gum as they walked around the park. There's a lake in Western Australia called Lake Hillier that has water that's naturally pink. Ancient Roman charioteers earn more money than international sports stars get paid today. If you were to commit suicide in Japan by either jumping in front of a train or killing yourself in your apartment building, the train or building company will actually sue your family for cleanup fees, loss of income, and negative publicity brought upon them by your suicide. In the 1930s, 2 psychologists adopted a baby chimp and tried to raise her as their own child alongside their real infant son, Donald, to see if it caused the chimp to learn human behavior. They stopped the experiment after 9 months because their son actually started behaving more like the chimp. More people have died from selfies than shark attacks. There is a fish that exists called the blue lingcod that has blue flesh. When it's cooked, the blue color vanishes completely. Zhao Yun from China was missing for 10 years and was presumed dead. but was then found living in an internet cafe. A runaway at the age of 14, she was good at the game Crossfire, so other gamers paid to watch her play it, and she slept at internet cafes for the rest of her life and public bathhouses until she was found at the age of 24. Mr. Rogers' parents adopted an African-American teenager named George. Rogers came to consider George his older brother, and George later became an instructor for the Tuskegee Airmen of World War II and also taught Rogers how to fly. Violent crime in the US and Europe was at its highest in areas with the most lead pollution. Violent crime peaked 20 years after lead additives in petrol and paint were banned, before declining thereafter. Mongols had rules against spilling noble blood over the ground. Instead, they used loopholes like making them bend backward until the backbone snapped, pouring molten silver into eyes and ears, and being rolled up in a rug and trampled to death by the Mongol cavalry. In Sweden, the body heat of commuters passing through Stockholm's central station is harvested to provide heat for an office building across the road from it. At the age of 15, Jim Carrey quit school and became a janitor to support his family after his father lost his job. They were living out of a van. He also used to carry a baseball bat in his janitor cart because I was so angry, I just wanted to beat the heck out of something. When the Latvian hockey team plays at home and wins a game, fans pay a visit to the embassy of the opposing team's home country and lay flowers at its gate. Leonardo DiCaprio was named Leonardo because his pregnant mother was looking at a Leonardo da Vinci's painting in a museum in Italy when DiCaprio first kicked. Firefighters would hide in ground zero rubble so that dogs could find survivors. Constantly finding bodies was leading to high stress in the dogs as they thought they were failing. Between 1970 and 1973, 4 Israeli fighter pilots translated The Hobbit from English to Hebrew to pass the time in an Egyptian prison, where they were held as POWs. Their translated book was published commercially in 1977 and up until 2012 was considered the best Hebrew version of the book. A baby elephant sucks its trunk like a baby sucks its thumb for comfort. Arnold made $75,000 for his role in Terminator, but in Terminator 2 he made $15 million about 7 years later. The Pillars of Creation, a nebula 7,000 light-years away, was destroyed by supernova 6,000 years ago. In 1,000 years, we will see it destroyed as it takes 7,000 years for the light to reach Earth. There has been a book written from the perspective of a successful sociopath or psychopath about the intricacies of the life of someone with this condition called Confessions of a Sociopath, a life spent hiding in plain sight. The book, for obvious reasons, was written under a pseudonym. When a paper couldn't think of a name for an article about Chris Hadfield, they rang the Air Force who said, "Just call it Canadian wins top test pilot or something to that effect." A friend sent Chris a copy of the article. It read Canadian wins top test pilot or something to that effect. Neil Armstrong, the first man to step foot on the moon, carried with him a piece of the cloth and wood from the original 1903 Wright Flyer. Queen the band is the only group that has had all of its members compose multiple #1 hits, so in addition to the band being inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, all 4 members have been individually inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. In the movie The Program, there was a scene where football players laid in the middle of the highway to prove they have nerves of steel as vehicles avoided them. In real life, this stunt was copied by 2 teenagers, but vehicles ran over each person instead of avoiding them, killing one of them. The olfactory epithelium of the human nose contains about 12 million olfactory receptor neurons. Within the USA, in 1990, approximately $1.6 billion was used to eliminate or mask underarm odors. Approximately 24.5% of people between the ages of 53 and 97 years have an impaired sense of smell. The first football helmet used during a game was worn when Army played Navy in 1893. David B. Leake was an American soldier from the Korean War who was given the Medal of Honor after killing 5 soldiers, 4 with his bare hands, while giving medical attention to one of his comrades after being shot. It costs 1.5 cents to make a penny, and the U.S. Mint issued $46 million worth of these coins in 2018. The average speed of a commercial airplane is 485 knots, which is 560 miles per hour 900 km/h. It has only snowed in Cuba once, way back in March 12, 1857. Socialist Karl Marx's final words before he died in 1883 were "Go away, last words are for fools who haven't said enough." Schools that ditch schoolyard rules are actually seeing a decrease in bullying. serious injuries, and vandalism, while concentration levels in class are increasing. This is because fewer rules requires critical thinking, whereas simply obeying instructions requires very little critical thinking. By the time Donald Trump was 27, he owned 14,000 apartments. Male puppies will let female puppies win when they play, even though they are physically more powerful, to encourage them to play more. The youngest pope to ever be elected was Pope Benedict IX, born in 1012, who was 12 years old. In 1954, a man named John Thomas Doyle committed suicide by jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge. His suicide note read absolutely no reason other than "I have a toothache." Skunks have muscles next to their scent glands that allows them to spray their fluids accurately up to 10 foot 3 meters away. Due to the placement of a donkey's eyes, it can see all 4 of its feet at all times. Ben & Jerry's has a cemetery where they bury all their discontinued flavors. In the novel Forrest Gump that the movie was based upon, Forrest goes into space with NASA, but upon returning crash lands on an island full of cannibals and only manages to survive by beating the head cannibal every day at chess. Instead of using spray cans, some artists create semi-permanent images on walls or other surfaces by removing dirt from a surface, known as reverse graffiti or clean tagging. There's a syndrome called the Tetris effect that occurs when people dedicate so much time and attention to an activity that it starts to pattern their thoughts, mental images, and dreams. There's a book that exists called Everything Men Know About Women that has 100 pages, all of which are blank. There is a luxury hotel in Fiji called Poseidon Resort where for $15,000 a week you can sleep on the ocean floor and you even get a button to feed the fish right outside your window. The oldest living person on Earth whose age has been verified is Japan's Masao Okawa, who is 116 years old. The richest man in history was Emperor Mansa Musa, whose wealth is believed to have been around $400 billion when taking into account inflation. The distance between Africa and Europe is only 23 kilometers. There are talks of constructing a bridge between the two continents called the Strait of Gibraltar crossing. The over 9000 meme that was popularized from Dragon Ball Z was a translation error. The power level was actually over 8,000. Workers of Amazon's distribution centers can be expected to walk up to 11 miles 17 km per shift, picking up an order once every 33 seconds. Triskaidekaphobia is the fear of the number 13. It's possible for a poisonous snake, after being decapitated for hours, to bite and inject venom and still kill you. According to Stephen Boper, biology professor at the University of Arkansas, snakes are well known for retaining reflexes after death. For venomous snakes like cobras and rattlesnakes, biting is one of those reflexes. Astronomers have discovered the largest known diamond in the universe is a star named Lucy that is 10 trillion billion carats. This white dwarf has a carbon interior that crystallized as it cooled, which formed a giant diamond in the sky. Scientists couldn't resist naming it after the Beatles' song Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. The Wright brothers achieved flight in a plane that cost roughly $1,000 to build. In the race to fly, they beat Samuel Pierpont Langley, Secretary of the Smithsonian, who failed to achieve a successful flight, despite having $50,000 of government funding put toward his attempts. Midway through the Great Irish Famine 1845-1849, a group of Choctaw Indians collected $710 and sent it to help the starving Irish. It had been just 16 years since the Choctaw people had experienced the Trail of Tears and faced their own starvation. A Roman soldier who survived the 3 of Rome's greatest defeats at Ticinus, Trasimene, and Cannae went on to lead the army that defeated Hannibal. We know him as Scipio Africanus. Rapper Busta Rhymes voiced Reptar from Rugrats. If the sun was scaled down to the size of a white blood cell, then the Milky Way would be the size of the continental United States. Riot control agents, for example pepper sprays, are considered chemical weapons and forbidden in warfare. The most complex eyes throughout the animal kingdom belong to the mantis shrimp, who can manipulate light polarization throughout its entire visible spectrum. That's at least 10x as many colors in our visible spectrum. The 1889 World's Fair in Paris, famous for the construction and unveiling of the Eiffel Tower, had a Negro zoo with 400 black people in cages as one of the attractions. Companies use Elmer's glue as milk in cereal commercials, so that the cereal won't look soggy, and so that they can strategically place the cereal in the bowl. An African tribe in Namibia still wears Victorian clothes, a style of former German occupiers that they've made their own. Speed is now so important in financial trading that a new $300 million transatlantic cable was laid down in order to shave 5 milliseconds off communications between New York and London. In 1967, the Prime Minister of Australia, Harold Holt, mysteriously disappeared while swimming. He was pronounced dead 2 days later, but his body has never been found. IMDb is one of the oldest websites on the internet and began on Usenet, a long-standing system of internet bulletin boards, in 1990 as a list of actresses with beautiful eyes. Costa Rica abolished its military and redirected the military budget toward healthcare, education, and environmental protection over 65 years ago. The Wright brothers' first powered flight in 1903 did not create public excitement. If people even knew about them, the news soon faded. In fact, they were largely mocked and disregarded until a demonstration in France nearly 5 years later. In 1971, Saddam Hussein imported 100,000 tons of grain treated with fungicidal mercury. The grains were intended for planting, but the Iraqis, unable to understand the English and Spanish warnings or the skull and crossbones image, baked it into bread. Hundreds of Iraqis died as a result. Ali Brash's Of Hyperbole and a Half Comic on Depression is considered one of the best contemporary portraits of the condition by psychologists. In 1795, as composer Joseph Haydn conducted the premiere of his 102nd Symphony, the audience pressed forward out of their seats to get closer to the famous composer. Moments later, a chandelier crashed to the floor where the seats had emptied, killing no one and giving this piece the name The Miracle. Astronomer Percival Lowell believed that he was the first person to observe canals on Venus, but because of a faulty adjustment of the eyepiece of his telescope, he was, in fact, looking at the blood vessels in his own eye. The Fat Buddha statue is not actually Siddhartha Gautama, or Buddha, but rather a different Chinese deity named Budai. During World War II, a Luftwaffe pilot refused to destroy a damaged B-17. The German pilot escorted the B-17 to the English Channel and then saluted the American pilot and returned home. About 40 years later, they were reunited and developed a deep friendship that lasted until their deaths. Each eye of a dragonfly has about 30,000 lenses. The cerebral cortex makes up about 77% of the total volume of the human brain. Between 20–28 million Americans have some form of hearing loss. Every 33 minutes, someone dies in an alcohol-related traffic accident. The word cochlea comes from the Latin word meaning snail shell. The absolute threshold in humans for taste is a teaspoon of sugar in 2 gallons of water. Some people, such as professional perfumers, can distinguish between 100,000 different smells. Some unusual phobias are aerophobia, fear of the air, chromatophobia, fear of colors, spectrophobia, fear of mirrors, odonophobia, fear of teeth, and basophobia, fear of walking. You are not allowed to flush the toilet after 10 p.m. in Switzerland. Other sorry things you can't do in this country are use a high-pressure power hose on your car, hike naked, hang out laundry, cut your grass, or recycle on Sundays. Some random things you must do in this country is pay tax on your dog if you have one and have a buddy for pets such as guinea pigs, goldfish, and budgies so they have company. Royal tradition states that Prince Charles and Prince William cannot board the same plane together in case there is a crash and the monarch loses 2 heirs at once. Technically, the same rule applies for Prince William and his 5-year-old son, Prince George. When ants die, they secrete a chemical that tells other ants to move the body to a sort of burial ground. If this chemical is sprayed on a live ant, other ants will treat it as a dead ant, regardless of what it does. An elephant drinks 34 gallons 130 liters of water a day. The word font only refers to things like italics, size, and boldness. The style of the lettering is called a typeface. Sloths can live up to 30 years and spend 15–18 hours a day sleeping. It's possible to see a rainbow as a complete circle from an airplane. Martin Luther King Jr. got a C in public speaking. Portuguese navigator Ferdinand Magellan named the Pacific Ocean due to the calmness of the ocean. Pacific translates to peaceful. A group of turkeys is called a rafter. The word jay used to be used as slang for a dull or stupid person, so when anyone who ignored traffic regulations and crossed roads illegally was called a jaywalker. In 2004, Volvo introduced a concept car called the Yik that was built specifically for women without a hood and dent-resistant bumpers. If you were to take out someone's lungs and flatten it out, it would have the same surface area as one half of a tennis court. The largest numerical denomination bill ever made was the 1 milliard Hungarian pengo in 1946. Its value was 1 sextillion. That's one with 21 zeros behind it, yet it was still only worth 20 cents US. The Appian Way in Rome is a road that was built in 312 BC that is still used to this day. In Victorian London, mail used to be delivered 12 times per day. Contrary to popular belief, white spots on fingernails are not a sign of a deficiency of calcium, zinc, or other vitamins in the diet. They're actually called leukonychia and are completely harmless and are most commonly caused by minor injuries that occur while the nail is growing. A stock exchange system exists with pirates in Somalia. Locals can invest in a pirate group and after a successful heist will receive a reward. In one instance, a woman gave an RPG-7 to a pirate group and ended up receiving $75,000. Thailand celebrates a festival each year named Loi Krathong where they release thousands upon thousands of sky lanterns, filling up the night sky as tradition. Octopuses will actually break off a limb as part of a fight to impress a mate or to get away from a predator. They will also eat their own arms once in a while, which some scientists believe may be due to a disease of some sort. The Carrot House in Warsaw is the world's tiniest house, measuring only 90 centimeters at its narrowest point and 150 centimeters at its widest. Railroad tycoon George Pullman's family were so worried that former employees would desecrate his corpse after death that they buried him at night in a pit 2.4 meters deep under layers of steel-reinforced concrete in a lead-lined casket. You can be criminally prosecuted for making death threats written entirely in emoji. The longest mathematical proof in history is 15,000 pages long, involved more than 100 mathematicians, and took over 30 years to complete. Donald Trump was actually the inspiration for the character Biff Tannen in the Back to the Future trilogy. Some of the crew working on American Horror Story Freak Show would have to actually leave set at times because Twisty the Clown was so scary, while others would complain of nightmares after filming. Astronauts discard their clothes after each use. Since it costs about $10,000 to get 1 pound of cargo to the ISS, it is more cost-effective for them to discard their cloths when they get dirty instead of wasting water by washing them. After Boromir had a dream urging him to seek Rivendell to the north, it took him 110 days to arrive, just barely making it in time for Elrond's council. Tolkien wrote that the courage and hardihood required was not fully recognized by the narrative. Venus flytraps were believed to be an alien species because they seemed to grow in places where meteorites were found. It was thought they had been brought to Earth by meteors. Before performing in Japan, the Beatles received an anonymous message: "Do not go to Tokyo. Your life is in danger." 35,000 police officers were tasked to protect the group. The Japanese audience was so polite and quiet that they were able to hear how bad the live performance really was. A small Japanese railway company was so financially troubled that they started selling rice crackers, to the point that profits from selling rice crackers are now double those from its railway operations. Italy has a 13-foot-tall sculpture of a middle finger in front of their stock exchange. When preparing for his role in The Last of the Mohicans 1992, actor Daniel Day-Lewis taught himself how to live as a survivalist and refused to eat anything that he hadn't killed himself. Carrots used to be available in purple and white until the 17th century, when Dutch farmers succeeded in growing the first orange carrots in honor of the ruling House of Orange-Nassau. In 1518, a dancing plague struck Strasbourg, Alsace, France, whereby hundreds of people danced fervently in the streets over the period of a month. Some suffered heart attacks or strokes, and many others died from sheer exhaustion. The phenomenon remains unexplained. The author of the science fiction novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, published in 1968, said, "There will come a time when it isn't they're spying on me through my phone anymore. Eventually, it will be my phone is spying on me." Colombian drug trafficker Carlos Leder bought himself an island in the Bahamas, where he put an airstrip which controlled the drugs coming in from South America and entering the U.S. He became so wealthy that he offered to pay Colombia's foreign debt for amnesty. Despite having created one of the largest fast food franchises, Wendy's founder, Dave Thomas, decided to go back to school and earn his GED in 1993 at the age of 61. His GED class voted him most likely to succeed. In a study to improve hospital design for children, researchers polled 250 children regarding their opinions on clowns. Every single one reported disliking or fearing them. The Navajo extras in a 1964 classic John Ford Western said crazy and ribald things on film in serious scenes because no one on set knew their language. There were also comments on other characters' penis size and more. A crevice and a crevice are not the same things. A crevice is a deep crack in a rock, and a crevice is a deep crack in the ice. The only Japanese who survived the Titanic, Masabumi Hosono, lost his job because he was known as a coward in Japan for not dying with the other passengers. Colorado switched mile marker 420 to 419.99 in order to stop people from stealing it. During the Vietnam War, a U.S. task force known as Tiger Force routinely cut off the ears of its victims to make necklaces from them. The debate about vaccines and autism began after a fraudulent paper was published. The author is no longer licensed to practice. Countless dollars have been spent on debunking his claims, and innocent children have probably died due to his lies. Stephen Hawking is the only person to ever portray themselves in the Star Trek universe. Smallpox is the first and only disease that has ever been eradicated. Smallpox now only exists in high-security labs in Russia and the US. Vaccinations played a major role in achieving this eradication. The word jay used to mean stupid and was eventually applied to country folk, who were seen as unworldly. When these country folk, or jays, came to the city, they didn't understand traffic signals and crosswalks and crossed wherever and whenever they could. Thus, they were jaywalking. The pufferfish, eaten as a delicacy in Japan, contains a potent neurotoxin called tetrodotoxin. Opossums do not have a corpus callosum, the large bundle of axons that connects the right and left cerebral hemispheres. Many spiders have 8 eyes. The word cerebellum comes from the Latin words meaning little brain. The Snellen eye chart, the one with the letter E pointed in different directions, was invented by Dr. Hermann Snellen in 1862. At the 2002 USA Memory Championship, Scott Hagwood correctly matched 97 of 99 faces and names after spending 15 minutes studying the pairs. The brain of a grasshopper has approximately 16,000 neurons. Deceased North Korean leader Kim Jong-il's official biography lists among his achievements a 38-shot round of golf, the ability to control weather, the need to never have to poop, and being the creator of the hamburger. There were at least 42 known assassination plots against Hitler. After the movie Princess and the Frog came out, more than 50 people were hospitalized with salmonella poisoning from kissing frogs. A single factory in Ireland makes more than 90% of the world's Botox. One quick kick from a giraffe can kill a lion. During the 1600s, there was tulip mania in Holland, where tulips were more valuable than gold. This is the first reported economic bubble. When people came to their senses, the bubble burst and caused the market to crash. The human eye can see a candle flickering up to 30 miles 48 km away on a dark night. 1 out of every 4 cranes in the world is located in Dubai. The country's artificial palm islands also used enough sand to fill 2.5 Empire State Buildings. Studies have been shown that people with creative minds find it harder to fall asleep at night and prefer to stay up later. Today there are more people suffering from obesity than there are suffering from hunger. The Philippine island of Luzon contains a lake that contains an island that contains a lake that contains another island. Iceland has no army and has been recognized as the most peaceful country in the world for the last 6 years. In comparison, the UK is 44 and the US sits at 100. There's an alarm clock named Clocky that has wheels and runs away and hides if you don't get out of bed on time. If you search askew in Google, the screen will tilt slightly clockwise. If you left Tokyo by plane at a.m., you would arrive at Honolulu at approximately p.m. the previous day due to the 19-hour difference in time zone. The original founders and owners of Macy's, Isidore and Ida Strauss, both died on the Titanic, and they were the old couple in the movie who went to sleep as the ship went down, which is what actually happened. In 1939, the New York Times predicted that the television would fail because the average American family wouldn't have enough time to sit around watching it. Citizens of Norway pay half taxes in November so they can have more money for Christmas. There has only been 240 years of peace in the last 3,000 years. Fully grown giraffes only have 7 vertebrae in their necks, the same number as humans. 1/3 of the world's polar bear population lives in Canada. Backpfeifengeschicht is a German word that means a face that badly needs a punch. Flamingos are born gray, but change to the pink color we see because of the shrimp they eat, which dyes their feathers. Inventor Nikola Tesla and author Mark Twain were best friends and were mutual fans of each other's work. There is a 10-year-old girl named Esther Okade who is already enrolled in university and has the highest exam scores in her class. She mastered algebra at the age of 4. According to a study done in 2001 by Diane Reese of the Osborne Laboratory of Marine Sciences at the New York Aquarium, dolphins actually recognize themselves and notice changes in their appearance when looking in a mirror. Prior to this research, only higher primates such as humans and chimpanzees had demonstrated self-recognition in mirrors. The Kiku Aburutsubo Marine Park in Japan has tiny holes in the otter enclosure which allows visitors to shake hands with these animals. Until 1987, all surgeries performed on infants were done without anesthesia, under the belief that infants were not capable of feeling pain. The unborn babies of a female sea louse actually chew their way out of the mother's insides to be born. There are approximately 10 quintillion insects on the planet. That's 10 with 18 zeros behind it, or roughly 200 million insects per human. There exists a set of 19 questions among doctors such as, do we have the right patient and what operation are we performing, known as the Safe Surgery Checklist, which has been proven to reduce surgical deaths by more than 40%. There is only one species of warm-blooded fish on Earth, the opa. In 1888, a pigeon keeper and a beekeeper challenged each other's creatures to a 3.5-mile 6-kilometer organized race in Germany. The bee won by 25 seconds. There are giant pink slugs found only in the subalpine reaches of Mount Capiter, Australia. They can reach up to 8 inches long and on a good day, you can see hundreds of them. Right-handed people live, on average, 9 years longer than left-handed people. Conception occurs most in the month of December. The only nation whose name begins with an A, but doesn't end in an A is Afghanistan. Will Purvis, who was convicted of murder in 1894 and had always maintained his innocence, told the jury he would live longer than the lot of them. He survived a hanging, was re-incarcerated, and eventually pardoned and released. He died in 1938, 3 days after the last juror had died. When PayPal was started, they gave $20 to everyone that made an account and $20 for every person they referred. This cost them $60-70 million. But they had 100,000 customers in the month PayPal went online. The 1982 movie Poltergeist used real skeletons as props because they were cheaper than plastic skeletons. Australian wallabies have been found to make crop circles in Tasmania after ingesting opium poppies. Edward Norton's first film role ever earned him an Oscar nomination. He is also a Yale graduate that never went to an acting school. Nazis kidnapped hundreds of thousands of Polish children that they deemed to be racially superior to other children, and forcibly Germanized them. Only 10-15 kids ever returned back home. The word fuck was first used in 1568, but was most commonly used between 1700 to 1720. It disappeared from the English language for 150 years in the 1800s-1900s, but is now once again climbing in popularity. Swiss researchers found that out of 37 million companies worldwide, 147 firms control about 40% of global wealth and 737 control 80%. When Michael Jackson died, Google mistook millions of searches for a DDoS attack and blocked related searches for 30 minutes. J. Edgar Hoover hated John Steinbeck so much that he used his influence to have the IRS audit Steinbeck every single year of his life. Butt was a medieval unit of measure for wine. Technically, a buttload of wine is about 475 liters or 126 gallons. Over 800 people tried to accurately guess the weight of an ox at a fair in 1906. Although not a single person guessed the correct weight, the mean average of all the guesses was within 0.8% of the ox's actual weight. Although Martin Luther King Jr. was only 39 at the time of his death, autopsy results revealed he had the heart of a 60-year-old. Doctors believe this was a result of stress. A Croatian man, Frane Selic, escaped death several times throughout the mid-1900s, including but not limited to falling out of an airplane, being hit by a bus, and swerving off a road and over a cliff to avoid an auto accident. In 2003, he purchased his first lottery ticket and won. It used to be compulsory for figure skaters to slowly trace precise, intricate shapes into the ice to be inspected by judges for scoring, hence the name figure skating. The weight of the human brain triples during the first year of life, going from 300 grams to 900 grams. The neurotransmitter serotonin was first isolated in 1933. The first VAD, with psychology in its title, was given to Granville Stanley Hall at Harvard University in 1878. There's a spa called Bali Heritage Reflexology and Spa in Jakarta, Indonesia that uses pythons placed on a customer's body as a form of massage treatment. The Neanderthal's brain was 10% bigger than ours, the Homo sapiens, but they were not as intellectual as us. This is because their brains were more devoted to vision, where more of ours is devoted to reasoning, decision-making, and social interaction. In 2005, a man named Ronald McDonald robbed a Wendy's in Manchester, England. When you get blackout drunk, you don't actually forget anything because your brain wasn't recording in the first place. Humans can have anywhere from 12 to 60,000 thoughts per day, with 80% of these thoughts being negative. Before Scar got the scar on his face in The Lion King, his name was Taka, which means garbage in Swahili. Adam Rayner, an Australian man, is the only person in medical history to have been classified as both a dwarf and a giant in his lifetime. He stood at 3.8 feet 17 meters on his 21st birthday and was classified as a dwarf, but by the time he died at the age of 51, stood at 7 foot 6'2", 34 meters tall due to a growth spurt. Despite having billions of dollars and being one of the wealthiest businessmen in the world, IKEA founder Ingvar Kamprad is notoriously cheap. He lives in a small home, eats at IKEA, takes the bus, and only flies economy class. The most successful interrogator of World War II was Hans Scharf, who instead of using torture, would befriend the prisoner. He would gain their trust by taking them to a cinema on camp and sharing a coffee or tea with them. In 2014, a competitive eater named Molly Schuyler, who weighs only 126 pounds 57 kg, won 4 eating contests in only 3 days. She ate a total of 363 chicken wings, 59 pancakes, 5 pounds of bacon, and 5 pounds of barbecued meat. When the silk of a spider is stored in its body, it's actually liquid and only hardens and becomes solid when it leaves the spider's glands and comes into contact with the air. Jesse James, a notorious outlaw from the 1800s who once gave a widow who housed him enough money to pay off her debt collector and then robbed the debt collector as the man left the widow's home. In 1967, a magazine called Berkeley Barb published a fake story about extracting hallucinogenic chemical from bananas to raise moral questions about banning drugs. Unfortunately, people didn't realize it was a hoax and began smoking banana peels to try and get high. Cameron Diaz and Snoop Dogg both went to school together. Cameron even bought some weed off of Snoop once. Apples, peaches, and raspberries are all members of the Rose family. The Cookie Monster revealed in 2004 during a song that before he started eating cookies and became known as the Cookie Monster, he was called Sid. Created in Germany, Eslac is the world's first edible spray paint that comes in gold, silver, red, and blue. 2,520 is the smallest number that can be divided by all numbers between 1 and 10. Buttermilk contains 0 butter. France is the only country in Europe to be completely self-sufficient in basic food production. In the Victorian era, they had special tea cups that protected your mustache from getting dunked in your tea. Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of the famous games Mario, Zelda, and Donkey Kong, was banned from riding a bicycle. This is because he became so valuable to Nintendo that they didn't want to risk anything happening to him, forcing him to drive a car instead. There is a condition called math anxiety which causes people to perform poorly in mathematics, not because they're ungifted in math, but because the condition causes their brain to enter such a state where they simply cannot perform math. There's a travel agency in Tokyo called Unijai Travel. The fee will take your stuffed animal on vacation around the world. In 2008, a businessman from Abu Dhabi spent $14.3 million at an auction to buy a license plate labeled 1, making it the world's most expensive license plate. You can tell identical twin babies apart by their navels, since the navel is a scar and isn't caused by genetics. The world's deepest, darkest, oldest, and quietest motel room is 70 meters underground, at Grand Canyon Caverns in a 65 million-year-old cave. A galactic year, also known as a cosmic year, is the duration of a complete rotation of the Milky Way, which is approximately 200 million terrestrial years. In 2008, the Japanese created a silicon toy called Mugen Puri Puri, designed to mimic the sensation of popping bubble wrap for an infinite number of times. Five-time Tour de France winner, Miguel Indurain, had a resting heart rate of just 28 beats per minute. The average person has a resting heart rate of about 60 beats per minute. Dalmatians used to run alongside horse-drawn fire trucks, acting as a barking siren to clear crowds. This is the reason for their positive reputation with firefighters. In 1944, British submitted a full plan to kill Hitler during one of his routine, solitary walks. It was never carried out because Hitler was such a poor strategist that British realized his replacement could do a better job of defending from the Allies if he died. In 2002, USA passed a law allowing it to invade Netherlands to prevent US military personnel to be tried by the International Criminal Court. In California and 13 other states, if injured by a drug dealer, the victim of harm and their employer may sue the drug dealer for the costs of medical rehabilitation and treatment. Up until the 1960s, poor Swiss children were auctioned to farmers to be used as a source of cheap labor. Nazis formed a plan in 1939 to counterfeit the British pound to cause hyperinflation. Using a German concentration camp, they manufactured 132 million GBP, which is the equivalent of 6-7 billion modern-day pounds. They partially succeeded. Volkswagen was sued by Czechoslovakian car maker Tatra before because the original Beetle was so similar to the Tatra T97. After Germany invaded Czechoslovakia in 1938, the lawsuit was cancelled by the Nazis. An artist named Pierre Berceau exhibited a series of paintings in 1964 to critical acclaim. However, Pierre Berceau was, in fact, a chimpanzee. Even after the hoax was revealed, a critic declared that the chimp's painting was still the best in the exhibition. J.K. Rowling told Alan Rickman the end to Snape's story arc before he ever appeared on camera as Snape in the Harry Potter movies. As a result, he often argued with directors about knowing something that they didn't. 5,000 years ago, the Chinese created nail polish and used it to symbolize wealth and power among the elite. It was forbidden among the general population to use them. Reports exist of commoners sentenced to die for wearing it. In the Nigerian version of Sesame Street, the blue monster with a food obsession isn't obsessed with cookies, but with yams. A Chernobyl fireman who claimed they didn't know that the Chernobyl meltdown flames were radioactive, 20 years later said, "Of course we knew. If we had followed regulations, we would never have gone near the reactor. It was a moral obligation, our duty. We were like the kamikaze." Scientist Nikola Tesla drank whiskey every day because he thought it would make him live to 150. Seat cushions at the Walt Disney Concert Hall in Los Angeles are designed to have the same absorption properties as the average person, so that the hall has the same acoustics when empty or full, an advantage for musicians, who usually rehearse in an empty hall. A study has found that Asian men are found to be less attractive than men of other races. Even Asian women rated men of other races as more attractive than Asian men. Mussolini was expelled from school when he was 10 for stabbing a classmate. He did the same thing at his next school. The name of Yoda's race and his home world are never mentioned in any film, book, or media. He is officially said to be of a species unknown. The word glia comes from the Greek word meaning glue. Sharks can detect water movement through a series of pit organs, the lateral line system located under their skin. Percentage of university students who are dissatisfied with their sleep, 24% in 1978, 53% in 1988, 71% in 2000. The complete inability to taste is called ageusia and the reduced ability to taste is called hypogeusia. Alexander Graham Bell, who invented the telephone in 1876, suffered from headaches, probably migraines that lasted hours to days. The average duration of a single blink is 0.1-0.4 seconds. Oilbirds have the highest density of rod receptors, 1 million rods per square millimeter of any vertebrate eye. The highest density of rod receptors in humans is only 175,000 per square millimeter. The word alcohol comes from the Arabic el and kol. Kol is a powder that was used to paint eyebrows. A can of regular Coke will sink to the bottom of water, while a can of Diet Coke will float. The amount of water on Earth is constant. However, a billion years from now, the sun will be 10% brighter, increasing the heat, causing Earth to lose all of its water. George Lucas wanted the role of Mace Windu to originally go to Tupac. However, he died before he could give an audition, and the role went to Samuel L. Jackson instead. Many murder cases in Japan are declared suicides in order for police officers to save face and to keep crime statistics low. Cherries contain two compounds inhibiting tumor growth and even cause cancer cells to self-destruct without damaging healthy cells. Sweden recycles so well that it actually has to import garbage from Norway in order to fuel its waste to power energy plants. Before the 17th century, carrots were purple until a mutation changed the colors to what we know now. There's a mattress invented for cuddling that has a place to put your arm while you cuddle. There is a metal called gallium that melts in your hand. There's an artist named Scott Wade who is famous for creating dust art on dirty cars using only his fingers and a brush. You would lose a third of your body weight on Mars due to lower gravity. There is currently 147 million ounces of gold in Fort Knox, at the price of about $1,776 per ounce. That's worth $261.6 billion. The traffic in London is as slow as the carriages from a century ago. The crime rate in Iceland is so low that the police there don't carry guns. The companies Audi, Bentley, Bugatti, Ducati, Lamborghini and Porsche are all owned by Volkswagen. Jellyfish and lobsters are biologically immortal. The oldest hotel in the world is the Nishiyama Onsen Kankan in Japan. It was founded in 705 AD and has had 52 generations of the same family operating it since it was founded. In Finland, there is a giant rock named Kamakivi that is sitting perfectly on a seemingly curved mound. The name translates to strange rock since nobody knows how it got there. In the early years of the 20th century, horses were causing so much pollution with their poop that automobiles were seen as the green alternative. The pollution in China is so bad in some parts that just being in that area for one day is the equivalent of smoking 21 cigarettes. There's a resort in Japan called the Tomemu Resort that's located on top of a mountain peak that allows patrons to view a sea of fluffy white clouds beneath them. The electric chair to execute people was created by a dentist. Ruth Wakefield, who invented the chocolate chip cookie around 1938, sold the idea to Nestle Toll House in exchange for a lifetime supply of chocolate. In 1998, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, the founders of Google, offered to sell their little startup to Alta Vista for $1 million so they could resume their studies at Stanford. They were rejected and grew the empire to $101 billion as of 2019 instead. Ancient Rome was 8 times more densely populated than modern New York. In 1995, NASA scientists experimented on spiders to see how drugs like LSD, marijuana, caffeine, and peyote would affect them. The results showed that spiders would spin webs differently depending on the type of drug that they were given. The more toxic the drug, the less organized their webs were. The hardest bone in the human body is the jawbone, also known as the mandible. It's also the largest and strongest bone in the human face. Mexican shamans began to use Coca-Cola in their religious rituals to heal worshippers. When Pepsi discovered this, they offered commissions to shamans for using Pepsi instead. Pixar spent 3 years studying the physics of curly hair in order to correctly render Merita's hair in Brave. Christopher Robin Milne, the son of Winnie the Pooh author A.M. Milne, and the person who the character Christopher Robin was based off of, actually hated the books his father wrote and thought it was his father's way of exploiting childhood. On D-Day, at least 500 canvas dummies were dropped away from the Normandy beaches to distract from actual drop zones. The dummies, called Ruperts, were just under 3 feet tall, came with battle sounds, and were made to self-destruct upon landing so that the Germans couldn't find them. Your fingernails grow faster when you are cold. The highest temperature ever recorded in Canada, 45 OC, is higher than any temperature ever recorded in either Brazil or Thailand. Upon landing in England, William the Conqueror slipped and fell. To play it cool, he grasped 2 fistfuls of soil and proclaimed, "England is ours." Zdeno Chara, the 6'9" tall captain of the Boston Bruins, speaks 7 different languages, has a financial planning diploma from Algonquin College, and holds a license allowing him to sell real estate in the state of Massachusetts. Before Saladin died in 1193, he had given away all his wealth to his poor subjects. His estate consisted of 1 piece of gold and 40 pieces of silver, not enough to pay for his funeral. Due to the gender imbalance, by the year 2020, 24 million Chinese men will be unable to find a spouse. Russians have a word zapoi to describe several days of continuous drunkenness during which one withdraws from society. Until 1974, banks could and usually would refuse to issue a credit card to a woman unless she was married and her husband co-signed for the card. A divorced woman was considered too much of a risk because she couldn't keep a marriage under control. There is a lake in the country of Palau Pacific Islands where jellyfishes have evolved without stingers. This happened after the lake's connection to the sea closed, leaving them isolated from their natural predators. These golden jellyfish are totally harmless to humans and you can swim with them. In April 2013, someone hacked the Associated Press's Twitter account and tweeted that 2 bombs had exploded at the White House. The stock market crashed within seconds, only to recover the same day once the tweet was discovered to be a hoax. England built an underground city in the 1950s to house 4,000 key government employees in case of a nuclear strike, complete with 60 miles of roadways, an underground lake to provide fresh water and a railway to transport the royal family. It was not revealed to the public until 2004. Peacock feathers are actually brown, but have microscopic structures that interfere with light that make the bright iridescence. African spiny mice can shed up to 60% of the skin on their backs to escape predators. They then regrow hair follicles, skin, sweat glands, and fur instead of scar tissue. It is speculated that we could switch this mechanism on in humans. According to an article published in 1918, pink was for boys because it is a stronger color, while the delicate blue was reserved for girls. Arthur Guinness was an exceptional individual who used the money he made from brewing to help relief of the poor, abolish dueling, promote literacy, and provided his workers with a higher standard of living. The CIA secretly pumped funds into abstract expressionists, such as Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko, in an attempt to make popular American freedom and expression art in contrast to rigid Soviet art. The first British spy known as 007 was Dr. John Dee, in 1560. Queen Elizabeth called him "my eyes." There is a sea snail that wears a suit of iron-plated armor. It is the only known animal to use iron sulfide as skeletal material. Schizophrenia affects about 1 out of every 100 people. It is estimated that there are 60 trillion trillion synapses in the cerebral cortex. Another word for sneezing is sternutation. The ancient Roman goddess of wisdom and war is named Minerva, supposedly was born when she leaped from Jupiter's brain, completely grown and dressed in armor. Neuroanatomist Santiago Ramon y Cajal 1906 Nobel Prize winner worked as a barber's apprentice and a shoemaker before his career in neuroscience. Some snails can sleep for 3 years. In the 1960s, the US did an experiment where 2 people without nuclear training had to design a nuke with only access to publicly available documents. They succeeded. In ancient Egypt, the Egyptians shaved off their eyebrows to show grief from the death of their cat. License plates in the Canadian Northwest Territories are shaped like polar bears. The Okinawa Island in Japan has over 400 people living above the age of 100 and is known as the healthiest place on Earth. There was a golden-haired Tibetan Mastiff puppy which sold for 12 million yuan or $2 million, making it the most expensive dog in the world. Half the world has never made or received a phone call. A group of ravens is called an unkindness. Some estimates report that 1 in 8 babies are given to the wrong parents at some point during their hospital stay. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station see 15 sunrises and 15 sunsets a day, averaging 1 every 45 minutes, due to the station's proximity to the Earth and speed of its orbit. The longest street in the world is Yonge Street in Canada, which is 1,178 miles 1896 km. DC Comics published an alternate universe where Bruce Wayne dies instead of his parents. In it, Thomas Wayne becomes Batman and Martha Wayne goes crazy and becomes the Joker. A study conducted in 2011 by Angela Duckworth proved that IQ tests can be affected by motivation. By promising subjects monetary rewards, she found that the higher the reward, the higher they scored on the IQ test. There is a device known as a ventricular assist device or VAD that can permanently replace the function of your heart. The only side effect is you have no pulse. The biggest family in the world is from Bactong, India, where father Zionachana has 94 children by 39 different wives. The Hawaiian alphabet only has 12 letters. They are A, E, I, O, U, H, K, L, M, N, P, and W. The song Happy Birthday is 120 years old and has a copyright to it. It's owned by Warner Chappell Music and insists that no one use it, the reason you rarely hear it on TV, shows, or movies. In California, on July 30, 2016, 42-year-old paratrooper Luke Akins became the first person to jump from an airplane without a parachute or wingsuit. He jumped 25,000 feet 7.620 meters to Earth, setting a world record for the highest jump. He landed safely in a 100 square foot 9 square meter net. That's about 1/3 the size of a football field. In 1930, the planet Pluto was named by an 11-year-old named Venetia Burney. She suggested the name Pluto to her grandfather, who in turn suggested it to a friend who happened to be an astronomy professor at Oxford University. He was also one of the leaders in the worldwide effort to produce an astrographic chart. In Dubai, there's a weight loss competition called Your Child in Gold. The campaign is aimed at early obesity, and winners get 90 pounds 40 kilograms in gold. Greek statues aren't actually white like we thought they were. Ultraviolet light has revealed that they were once originally brightly painted, but after thousands of years, the paints wore away to show the statues as we know them today. Jamaica, Colombia, and St. Lucia are the only countries in the world where a boss is more likely to be a woman than a man. Artist Susan Beatrice recycles old watch parts and turns them into intricate steampunk sculptures. There's a pepper grown in Japan, known as the shishito pepper. Only 1 out of every 10 is spicy, and there's no way to know which one beforehand. In 2010, musician Dave Grohl was admitted into a hospital due to a drug overdose. The drug was that he had actually consumed too much caffeine from coffee while recording a new album. In a real-world transaction involving Bitcoin, a man named Laszlo, a computer programmer, paid 10,000 Bitcoin for 2 large Papa John's pizzas. Only 4 years later, those same Bitcoin were worth $5.12 million. The average lead pencil will draw a line 35 miles long or write approximately 50,000 English words. More than 2 billion pencils are manufactured each year in the United States. If these were laid end to end, they would circle the world 9 times. An average American eats about the same amount of sugar in 5 days that the average American 200 years ago consumed all year. From the 8th century up until 1978, the Pope wore an ornate bejeweled 3-tiered crown solemnly placed on his head during his coronation. Modern popes have done away with the tradition. In 2012, the Smithsonian officially recognized video games as an art form and had an exhibit to comprehensively examine the evolution of video games as an artistic medium. Thomas Edison taught his second wife Morse code so that they could communicate in secret, by tapping into each other's hands when her family was around. During the Cold War, the USSR officials were able to identify a forged Soviet passport from a genuine one just from its staples. The staples in the real passports used to corrode quickly due to the poor quality of the metal used. The deepest gold mine in North America is located in Quebec, Canada. The deepest shaft of the mine reaches over 2.48 miles 4 kilometers underground and is predicted to be able to access over 12.5 million ounces of gold. 70% of the land in England is still owned by 1% of the population, largely descended from William the Conqueror's army. The tumbling tumbleweed Colli tragus, a long-standing symbol of the lonely American West, is actually a foreign introduced species from Asia, commonly called Russian thistle. In 2010, blind hiker Bill Irwin completed the Appalachian Trail 2160 mile with the help of his seeing eye dog after falling 500 times. The White House used to be partially powered by solar panels starting in 1979, before they were taken down by the Reagan administration in 1986. A small number of prostitutes in Majengo, a slum in Nairobi, have shown immunity to AIDS. In the past 30 years, one prostitute named Agnes has had unprotected sex with approximately 2,000 infected men and still shows no signs of the disease. Dr. Gay Hitler, son of George Washington Hitler, was a local dentist in Circleville, Ohio, and served the community from 1922 through 1946. Many roads in the area still contain the word Hitler through this family. Nazi soldiers burned civilians alive in the town of Oradour-sur-Glane during WW II. Charles de Gaulle ordered that the ruins not be removed, and the empty town still exists as it was in June 1944. The word junkie originated in the 1920s when drug addicts stole scrap metal to fund their addiction. After the entire national Soviet hockey team was killed in an airplane crash in 1950, Stalin's son Vasily, the manager of the team, covered up the disaster and replaced everyone on the team to avoid his father's wrath. Stalin never noticed. In 2006, a woman filing for public assistance in the Washington state failed 4 DNA tests to prove maternity of her children. She was taken to court and risked losing custody. It was later discovered that she had absorbed her twin in the womb, and her reproductive organs carried different DNA to other parts of her body. There is a band called Non-Bieber VB Lek vs pronounced Nanocyborg Uber Holocaust originating from Antarctica. It was formed by 2 scientists who happened to have similar tastes in music. Their first album, The Ultimate Fate of the Universe, was recorded at the exact South Pole. Each year in the USA, about 200,000 people require hospitalization for head injury and 52,000 people died due to head injuries. In the USA, 1/3 of all adults complain about sleep problems. A giraffe has 7 vertebrae in its neck. This is the same number of neck bones as in people and most other mammals. Agenesis of the corpus callosum account is a birth defect in which the structure that connects the 2 hemispheres of the brain, the corpus callosum, is partially or completely absent. Normal vision for people is 20/20ths. A hawk's vision is equivalent to 20/5ths. This means the hawk can see from 20 feet what most people can see from 5 feet. 9 out of 10 people are right-handed, 8 out of 10 people are right-footed, 7 out of 10 people are right-eyed, and 6 out of 10 people are right-eared. Sharks have a fantastic sense of smell. Fish extracts with concentrations of only 1 part per 10 billion parts of water can alter a shark's behavior. Women metabolize caffeine about 25% faster than men. The vertebral column, the collection of bones backbone that houses the spinal cord, is approximately 70 centimeters long. Ammon's horn, an area of the hippocampus, was named after a character from Egyptian mythology who had a ram's head and large curved horns similar to the shape of the hippocampus. Neurophysiologist and Nobel Prize winner 1932 Edgar Douglas Adrian was an expert fencer and mountaineer. A Mickey Finn is a drink made with alcohol and chloral hydrate. This drink was developed in the 1870s by a group of tavern owners to make customers unconscious. Customers were robbed after they became unconscious. In 1947, Sugar Ray Robinson, one of the greatest boxers of all time, backed out of a fight because he had a dream that he was going to kill his opponent. After being convinced to fight, he went into the ring and actually killed his opponent. The biggest island in the world is Greenland, as Australia is a continent. The lighter was invented before the matchstick. The infinite monkey theorem states that a monkey hitting keys at random on a typewriter for an infinite amount of time will eventually type out any given text, including the complete works of William Shakespeare. In Armenia, all children age 6 and up are taught chess in school as a mandatory part of their curriculum. The WOOF, or the Worldwide Opportunities on Organic Farms, is an international program that allows you to travel the world with free food and accommodations in exchange for volunteer work. The human brain has 100 billion brain cells. LSD has been known to cure post-traumatic stress disorder, such as in the case of Yehiel D. Nur, a Holocaust survivor who, after taking the drug, was able to sleep for the first time in 30 years without nightmares. Sigmund Freud, Austrian neurologist and father of psychoanalysis, loved cocaine so much that he used to give it away to friends and family as gifts. Gorillas are known to sleep up to 12-14 hours a day. The offspring of 2 identical sets of twins are legally cousins, but genetically siblings. Antibiotics are actually ineffective against fighting viruses. They are only effective against bacterial infections. Jousting is the official sport in the state of Maryland. The human brain can compute over 1,000 processes per second, making it quicker than any computer. In the ancient Persian Empire, men used to debate ideas twice, once sober and once drunk, as they believed an idea had to sound good in both states in order to be considered a good idea. Xenography is the study of the planet Jupiter. In China, there is a 71-meter-tall stone statue built of Buddha that was constructed over 1,200 years ago. The age of fish can be determined in a similar way to trees. Fish scales have 1 growth ring for each year of age. China is building a car-free city called the Great City that will house 80,000 people. It'll use 48% less energy, 58% less water, produce 89% less landfill waste and 60% less carbon dioxide than a conventional city of the same size. During the early 1900s, French gangsters used a weapon called an Apache revolver that functioned as a revolver, a knife, and brass knuckles. In South Korea, children under 17 are blocked from playing online games past midnight, which is monitored by their KOSIN, the Korean Social Security number. Stephen J. Russell escaped 4 times from prison. The first time, he simply walked out. Upon recapture, Russell lowered and paid his bail by pretending to be a judge, escaped his next capture by impersonating a doctor, and did so again by then faking his death. Eventually, he received a 1-4-year sentence that he is still currently serving. Ironically, Finding Nemo, a movie about the anguish of a captured clownfish, caused home aquarium demand to triple. Then that demand was met by large-scale harvesting of tropical fish from the wild, which devastated clownfish populations. Octopuses have 3 hearts. 10% of the Russian government's income comes from the sale of vodka. A Michigan woman named Pia Fahrenkopf died in 2009 in the back seat of her Jeep, which was parked in the garage of her home. Her body wasn't discovered until 2014, largely because she had autopay set up for her bills. Her mummified body was found in the garage of her newly foreclosed home only after her bank account finally ran dry. In between the 2 runways at Bangkok's Don Mueang International Airport, 14th busiest airport in the world, is a fully functioning golf course. Golfers are held back by a red light whenever a planes land. When Robert Taylor, inventor of soap in a pump bottle soft soap, he knew larger competitors like Colgate would try to copy his product. In order to ensure that they couldn't copy him, he bought every small bottle hand pump 100 million bottles in the US. This resulted in a year of the market to himself. Paper can be recycled only 6 times. After that, the fibers are too weak to hold together. The German invasion of the Soviet Union caused 95% of all German army casualties that occurred from 1941 to 1944. More than 50% of sloth deaths occur on their once-a-week trip to the ground to dig a hole and defecate. During World War I, magician Harry Houdini took 1 year off performing to help sell war bonds and teach American soldiers how to escape from German handcuffs. If the Native Americans really did sell Manhattan to the Europeans for $16 in the 1600s, and if they had invested that $16 at annual interest rates of 8%, today, that $16 would have been worth enough for them to buy back all of Manhattan and still have $222 trillion left over. Ancient Babylonians did math in base 60 and not base 10, thus giving us 60 seconds in a minute and 360 degrees in a circle, etc. Research has found that in loud environments, people are twice as likely to comply with requests asked in their right ear rather than their left. In the 1920s and 30 seconds, Procter & Gamble, originally known for soap and candles, sponsored several radio shows, with those shows becoming known as soap operas. Hollywood comedy My Cousin Vinny is often praised by lawyers due to its accurate depiction of courtroom procedure, something very rare in films which portray trials. It is even used as a textbook example by law professors to demonstrate voir dire and cross-examination. The phrase "the luck of the Irish" is actually meant to be offensive. It's as if to say, only by sheer luck, as opposed to brains, could these fools succeed. In 1859, there was a coronal mass ejection from our sun so intense that it shocked telegraph operators and set their equipment on fire. There's a bar in Ireland that opened in the year 900 AD, and is still operational. It is named Sean's Bar. Glucose sugar has an opposite-handed isomer, L-glucose, that tastes identical and isn't metabolized as sugar, also safe for diabetics. Unfortunately, L-glucose costs 50% more than gold. After the fall of the Roman Empire, the technology to make concrete was lost for 1,000 years. Tarahumara, a group of Native Americans in Mexico, are capable of running 200 miles in one session and hunt by running their prey to death. In 1990, Dr. Dre attacked a woman over an interview with Ice Cube. He picked her up by her hair, slammed her head repeatedly against a brick wall, all while his bodyguard held off the crowd with a gun. After trying to throw her down the stairs, he punched her in the back of the head. 400 to 500 milliliters of cerebrospinal fluid is produced each day. Glaucoma is a leading cause of blindness in the USA. Approximately 5,400 Americans go blind from glaucoma each year. There are approximately 1 billion neurons in the human spinal cord. Venomous snakes can be dangerous even after they are dead. People have been bitten by snakes that were dead or thought to be dead. Each year, approximately 7,000 sledders age 16 and younger are taken to the emergency room for head injuries. The part of the brain called the amygdala gets its name from the Greek word for almond because its shape. After age 30, the brain shrinks 0.25% to 25 in mass each year. In 2000, 495 doctorates were awarded in neuroscience. 39.4% of these new PhDs were women. Thomas Edison is reported to have said, "Sleep is an acquired habit. Cells don't sleep. Fish swim in the water all night. Even a horse doesn't sleep. A man doesn't need any sleep." The average number of neocortical neurons lost is 1 each second, or approximately 85,000 each day, or approximately 31 million each year. Emil Kraepelin coined the term Alzheimer's disease in 1910. In 2010, a man got lost in the woods of northern Saskatchewan and chopped down power lines just to draw attention to himself, in hopes that someone would rescue him. It worked. The longest that anyone has ever survived in a shipwrecked raft was 133 days by a Chinese man named Poon Lim in 1942. He survived by fishing, drinking bird blood, and even killing a shark with a jug of water. He lived to the age of 72, dying in 1991. There are miniature wolves in the Middle East that only reach about 30 pounds 6 kg. In comparison, the largest wolves in the world found in Canada, Russia and Alaska can reach up to 175 pounds 80 kg. There are currently 1.6 billion live websites on the web right now. However, 99% of these sites you cannot access through Google and is known as the deep web. The human brain has a negativity bias, causing us to continually look for bad news. It's an evolutionary trait that stemmed from early humans as a survival mechanism. In 2013, a man named Harrison Aachen survived for 3 days at the bottom of the ocean in a sunken ship by finding a pocket of air. Xylography is the art of engraving on wood. The average Boeing 747 plane has 160 miles to 6 km of wiring inside of it. There are more living organisms in a teaspoon of soil than there are humans in the world. The longest prison sentence was 320,000 years to a man named Gabriel Grandos for failing to deliver over 70,000 letters. In Mexico, artists like painters, sculptors, and graphic artists can pay their taxes by donating pieces of artwork that they create to the government. The length of human vessels in the body equate to 60,000 miles 96 km if you lay them out from beginning to end. Camels have 3 eyelids that protects them from the rough winds and deserts. There are roses that exist that are all black but can only be found in Hafidi, Turkey. Scientists have discovered a planet using the Hubble telescope, a deep azure blue planet 63 light-years away that rains glass sideways. The World Health Organization states that from the 1 billion smokers in the world, more than 600,000 people die every year from secondhand smoke. By land mass, Canada is only 2% smaller than Europe. A baby octopus can be as small as your fingertip. When the elephant whisperer Lawrence Anthony died in March of 2012, an entire herd of elephants arrived at his home to mourn him. The whole country of England is smaller than the state of Florida by over 10,000 square miles 26,000 square km. Cow's methane creates just as much pollution as cars do. There is an island shaped like a heart in Fiji called Tavarua. The Savannah is the largest domestic breed of cat which resembles a small leopard but behaves like a dog. They can grow up to 40 pounds 18 kg, have a 8-foot vertical jump and be trained to walk on a leash and play fetch. There's a building in London called the Walkie Talkie Building that's shaped in such a way that it reflects sunlight like a giant magnifying glass, literally melting cars on the street below. The Lihe Lidu Wildlife Zoo in Chongqing, China, put the people visiting the zoo in cages instead of the animals. The cages are stocked by lions and tigers, so the guests are warned to keep their fingers and hands inside the cage at all times. Believe it or not, you consume 1/10 of a calorie by licking a US stamp, but if you were to lick a stamp in Britain, it's 5.9 calories per lick, and the adhesive on a larger commemorative or special British stamp contains a whopping 14.5 calories. A study conducted in 2013 by the BBC found that 56% of pilots fell asleep while flying and 29% had woken up to find that the co-pilot was also asleep. High school student Hayden Godfrey started working several jobs, saved his money for a year and a half, and eventually bought a flower for each of the 830 for girls at this school, simply because he wanted them to feel joy. Most of the predictions made by Nostradamus are false. They were riddled with a number of errors. He did not predict his own death correctly, as it was his secretary who edited it after his death. Amelia Dyer is one of the most prolific serial killers in history. She is estimated to have killed 200 children. A 2004 study of 43 fruits and vegetables found that their nutritional value has decreased significantly over the past 50 years. The jump you sometimes get while falling asleep is known as hypnic myoclonus, and as much as 70% of people worldwide experience this. In 2005, Swedish millionaire Johan Eliash purchased a 4,000-acre plot of land in the Amazon rainforest from a logging company for the sole purpose of its preservation. Kellogg's was anti-sex, and corn flakes were invented as part of an anti-masturbation crusade. A nickname was originally an nickname, literally meaning additional name. Over the years, the word was misdivided into a nickname. In the 10th century lived a Syrian poet named al-Mari who was attacking dogmas of religion and rejecting Islamic or any other religion claims, and could freely express his opinions in Arabic lands without fear of his life. In 2013, almost 1,000 years after his death, a jihadist group beheaded his statue. There exists a treatment for cystic fibrosis that involves actually inhaling genes to attempt to repair the disease. George Foreman named all 5 of his sons George Foreman. German monks living off nothing but beer during Lent felt guilty because it tasted so good, so they brought the beer to Rome for the Pope's approval of the practice. During the journey, it went bad. Pope tasted it and he hated it. Monks were allowed to have it for Lent. Bill Nye, the science guy, only has a bachelor's degree in science, but has been awarded 3 honorary doctorate degrees. Years ago, Hulk Hogan missed a call from his agent to sponsor a new indoor grill, who then gave it to George Foreman, who was also his client. George Foreman earned nearly $500 million in marketing the grill. In 2008, after becoming fed up with people uploading their videos to YouTube, Monty Python started their own channel, uploading HQ versions of their most popular sketches. This move resulted in a 23,000% increase in their DVD sales. George Washington's infamous wooden teeth were actually human teeth from slaves. More than 2,500 of the 3,250 crosswalk buttons in New York City function essentially as mechanical placebos. They haven't worked since the late 1980s. There is a nocebo effect, a negative variant of the placebo effect. It can make someone physically suffer from side effects that don't exist. 37 years before Pearl Harbor, Japan launched a surprise attack on Russia, destroying much of the Russian fleet at Port Arthur. U.S. officials applauded the attack for its ingenuity. During World War II, captured German officers who were sent to Britain as Poes lived in luxury in Trent Park. This was done to make them feel relaxed. However, their conversation was being heard to by over 100 listeners. They revealed secrets about the Holocaust, events in Berlin, Hitler's madness, and V2 rocket bases. 70% of the land in England is still owned by 1% of the population, largely descended from William the Conqueror's army. The Scottish army tried to take advantage of the Black Plague in England through an invasion, but caught it themselves and brought it back to Scotland, killing half of the native population. Each year there are about 300,000 brain concussions that occur during sports activities. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency seized 9.3 million ecstasy pills in 2000, up from 400,000 in 1997. The iris, the colored part of your eye, gets its name from the Greek word meaning rainbow. In Greek mythology, the goddess of the rainbow is named Iris. Eagles have more than 1 million photoreceptors per square millimeter in their retinas. Humans have 200,000 photoreceptors per square millimeter. In the USA, more than 80% of adults consume caffeine on a daily basis. Humans can detect 1 molecule of green pepper smell when it is mixed in the air with 3 trillion other molecules. Situated on Sark Island in Guernsey, an island between England and France, Sark Prison is the world's smallest prison, which only fits 2 people. In 2005, a documentary was filmed called Reversal of Fortune, where filmmakers gave a homeless man named Ted Rodrigue $100,000 in cash and followed him around to see what he would do with the money. Less than 6 months later, he was completely broke and back in the same place he was before it all started. There are still several unexplored hidden passages in the pyramids of Giza. In 2007, a man named Mike Warren Madden designed a device called the Aquatic Prom that allows you to take your fish for a walk. If you wear headphones for an hour, it will increase the amount of bacteria you have in your ear by 700 times. In the University of Victoria in British Columbia, Canada, you can take a course in the science of Batman. It uses the Caped Crusader to explain the human condition and the limitations of the human mind and body. Oreo loaves are a type of cereal that's exclusively available in South Korea. In 1936, the Russians created a computer that ran on water. Angel Falls is a waterfall in Venezuela that is the world's highest uninterrupted waterfall at a height of 3,200 feet 979 meters. You're shorter in the evenings than you are in the mornings. It's estimated that the world's helium supply will run out within the next 20 to 30 years. Since the beginning of communication, it has been estimated that 31,000 languages have existed. Jeff Bezos' net worth is so high that it wouldn't be worth him picking up a $100 bill if he dropped it. In fact, he has to spend $28 million a day just to stop getting richer. In 1985, a New Orleans man named Jerome Moody drowned at a party attended by 100 lifeguards who were celebrating having made it through the summer without a single drowning at a city pool. Nomophobia is the fear of being without mobile phone coverage. Brad Pitt was banned from China for 20 years after his role in the film 7 Years in Tibet. There is a term known as a friend paradox, where the average person has less friends than his friend. Yu Yezhen, a 53-year-old Chinese millionaire, works as a street cleaner for $228 per month to set a good example for her children. An Australian man named Don Ritchie lives across the street from the most famous suicide spot in Australia, a cliff known as the Gap. He alone has prevented around 160 suicides in his 50 years of living there by striking up a conversation with people contemplating suicide by inviting them into his house for tea. An adopted man in Michigan named Steve Flagg searched for his birth mother for 4 years before finally discovering in 2007 that she worked at the same Lowe's store that he worked at. Amazingly, neither of them knew. While you sleep, you can't smell anything, even really bad or potent smells. There is a cryptid that's believed to exist in the Gobi Desert called the Mongolian deathworm. It can grow up to 1.5 meters long and kills its prey with electric shocks from its eyes. According to neuroscientist Glenn Jeffrey, who investigates vision at the University College London, the eye color of reindeer changes depending on the time of year. In the summer, they actually turn golden, reflecting more light through the retina, which helps them deal with the almost continuous Arctic summer daylight. In the winter, however, they turn a deep blue to help them deal with the almost continuous winter darkness. Since the first nuclear test explosion on July 16, 1945, at least 8 nations have detonated 2,054 nuclear test explosions at dozens of test sites around the world. While on his deathbed in 1778, French philosopher Voltaire was asked to renounce Satan, to which he replied, "Now is not the time to be making new enemies," which are thought to be his last words. To escape the grip of a crocodile's jaws, push your thumbs into its eyeballs, it will let you go instantly. In the United States, a pound of potato chips costs 200 times more than a pound of potatoes. Studies have shown that children laugh an average of 300 times per day and adults 17 times per day, making the average child more optimistic, curious, and creative than the adult. Until 1993, the BT Tower was an official state secret, despite being a 177-meter-tall structure in the middle of central London that was open to the public. More than 90% of the monarch butterfly population has vanished in the last 25 years. Many regions in the US, most recently being the state of Hawaii, have tried solving their homeless problem by providing one-way plane tickets out of the area. Freddie Mercury got a degree in art and graphic design and eventually used his skill to design the Queen logo, aka Queen crest. Traditional naming customs of Iceland differ in that they follow no family lineage. Men are named after their father. That is, if John has a son named Olaf, his name is Olaf Johnson. If Olaf then has a son named Magnus, His name is Magnus Olafsson. Women are similar with the suffix daughter. When it became apparent that Israel was going to win the 1978 Eurovision Song Contest, most of the Arabic countries ended their transmission of the contest. This includes Jordan, who replaced the live broadcast with a picture of daffodils and later announced that Belgium had won. In the city of Yuyu in eastern China, people were confused how a Chinese couple managed to run a busy restaurant 21 hours a day without getting tired. Locals named them Robot Couple Restaurant. Turns out the restaurant is run by two couples. Both the men and women are identical twins. Vincent van Gogh used to put candles in his hat so he could paint at night. He walked ridiculously fast, was a widow chaser, and never once signed his paintings Van Gogh. A 4-5-6-pound man starved himself for a year and 17 days, only surviving off his own body fat, yeast, multivitamins and potassium supplements. After this ordeal, he weighed just 180 pounds. Neil deGrasse Tyson considered becoming a male stripper to make money to graduate school. When he visited the club, the dancers came out with lighter fluid-soaked jockstraps and set them ablaze while dancing to Great Balls of Fire. He chose math tutoring instead. The pilot script for Scrubs called for a John McGinley type for the part of Dr. Cox. John C. McGinley still had to audition 5 times to get that role. Andre the Giant insisted on paying every restaurant bill, and once when Arnold Schwarzenegger quietly paid the cashier before Andre could, he was physically lifted and put on top of his own car by Andre and Wilt Chamberlain. Andre Geim won the satirical Ig Nobel Prize in 2000 for his work on using magnetism to levitate a frog. About 10 years later, his experiments regarding graphene won him the 2010 Nobel Prize in Physics. This makes him the only ever recipient of both the Ig Nobel and Nobel Prizes. Future King Henry V was struck in the face by an arrow in his first battle leading soldiers. Rather than leaving the field, he reportedly stated that he would rather die than stain his soldierly reputation by flight. He was 16 at that time. A city in Texas renamed itself to Dish, Texas in order to receive free Dish satellite service for 10 years. A surrogate mother gestated an anonymous donor embryo for a married couple. During the pregnancy, this couple divorced and were found not to be the child's legal parents. Despite that, 6 people were involved in her production. The child was deemed by the court to be parentless. In 2013, during his trial for bestiality, Paul Lovell was asked why he decided to have sex with a sheep. He said he turned his attention to the sheep after a cow rejected his advances for fellatio. The jury erupted in laughter. Nearly every military operation the U.S. has been involved in since World War II has been a joint operation with Canada. In many cases, Canada refused to officially support the conflicts such as the war in Iraq, but continued to supply intelligence equipment and personnel. Approximately 2 million people in the U.S. are impaired by the effects of cerebrovascular disease, including strokes. Cerebrospinal fluid is 99% water. The knee-jerk reflex takes about 30 milliseconds. Dr. James Parkinson first described a neurological disorder called the shaking palsy, later to be called Parkinson's disease, in 1817. The aroma of coffee contains over 800 different chemicals, but only 20-30 of them contribute to the characteristic quality. The tokay gecko uses its tongue to clean its eyes. Humans can feel a dot that is only 0.006 mm high and 0.04 mm across when it is moved across a fingertip. A standard Braille dot is 167 times higher. The number of neurons in the neocortex of females is 19.3 billion. In males, the number of neurons in the neocortex is 20.8 billion. The channel catfish has a chemical sensing system that can detect the equivalent of less than 1/100th of a teaspoon 1 to 100 micrograms per liter of alanine and amino acid in an Olympic-sized swimming pool. France was the first country to introduce the registration plate on August 14, 1893. Due to a genetic mutation, the first blue-eyed humans only began to appear 6 to 10,000 years ago. The Burj Khalifa is the tallest building in the world, standing at 2,700 feet 830 meters. Construction started in 2004 and took 4 years to complete. Naked mole rats are one of the only animals to not get cancer. In 2006, the FBI planted a spy in a Southern California mosque and disguised him as a radical Muslim in order to root out potential threats. The plan backfired when Muslims in the mosque ended up reporting him to the FBI for being a potentially dangerous extremist. There is a Pizza Hut perfume that smells like a fresh box of Pizza Hut pizza when you spray it. In 2012, a man in China named Zhao Fen had 9,999 red roses sewn into a dress for his girlfriend before asking for her hand in marriage. Papophobia is the fear of the Pope. Tigers, jaguars, and cheetahs are attracted to the cologne obsession by Calvin Klein. Echronology is the study of excretion. The filtration technology used in airplanes is the same technology they use to filter air in hospitals. You can create 170,000 pencils from the average tree. Mandarin is the most spoken language in the world, with 1.1 billion speakers. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes, while great apes have 24. The longest someone has been in a coma and come out of it is 37 years. A 6-year-old went to the hospital for a routine appendectomy where she went under general anesthetic and didn't come out for reasons doctors can't explain. It's possible to hire an evil clown to terrorize your son or daughter for an entire week before their birthday. For a fee, artist Dominic DeVille will increasingly pursue your child and leave scary notes, texts, and phone calls, and ultimately attack your child on their birthday by smashing a cake in their face. In Russia, wealthy citizens often hire fake ambulances that beat the city traffic, which are known as ambulance taxis. They can cost as much as $2 an hour, have luxurious interiors, refreshments, and include caviar and champagne. The average person will fall asleep in just 7 minutes. The Lego Brücke is a concrete bridge in Germany that has become famous for being painted to look like a giant bridge made of Lego blocks. One of the clauses in the 1781 U.S. Articles of Confederation states that if Canada wants to be admitted into the U.S., it'll be automatically accepted. Hot water freezes quicker than cold water. This is called the Mpemba effect, named after a Tanzanian student who discovered it. As of 2019, Apple has sold over 1 billion iPhones. On April Fool's Day in 1989, billionaire Richard Branson designed a hot air balloon to look like UFO and hired a dwarf in an ET costume to come out and scare whoever was near it when it landed. Watching your favorite movie over and over is good for you. The repetition calms you because knowing the outcome of a story helps you to feel safe in an unpredictable world. It also helps comfort you by recapturing lost feelings, according to a study in 2012 by Crystal Antonia Russell and Sydney J. Since 1978, 37 people have died by vending machines falling on them. 13 people are killed annually, all this while trying to shake merchandise out of them. 113 people have been injured. Frosting is a buttery, thick coating for a cake, while icing is a sugary, thin glaze that hardens when dry. Before a hurricane, Walmart will fill their stores with strawberry Pop-Tarts. This is a result of their data mining and finding that stores sold 7x more strawberry Pop-Tarts before the storm. Coffee loses caffeine as it is roasted, so a dark, bold cup of coffee actually has less caffeine than a lighter roast. Citizens in Estonia are given an ID card that includes a public or private key pair, allowing users to cryptographically sign digital documents. People of the Mongol Empire never washed their clothes or themselves due to their belief that washing would pollute the water and anger the dragons that controlled the water cycle. In Poland, near Gryfino, a mysterious forest has 400 pine trees, all with a 90-degree bend at the base of their trunks, all facing northward. There was a documented experiment where someone survived an acceleration of over 46 grams. John Stapp actually lived on to the age of 89. But did suffer vision damage from the experiments. Candid Camera host Alan Funt was once on a flight that was hijacked and flown to Cuba. Because everyone on the plane recognized him, they thought it was part of a stunt and didn't really realize the gravity of the situation they were in. They started enjoying themselves and gave the hijacker a standing ovation. The act of hitting something until it works is called percussive maintenance. After the extinction of the dinosaurs, there was a turtle that was the size of a car and could eat crocodiles. Many personal checks written by Marlon Brando were often never cashed, as his signature was usually worth more than the amount on the check. Between 1993-98, a majority of U.S. senators were trading stocks and beating the market by 12 percentage points a year on average. By comparison, corporate insiders beat the market by just 5%, and typical households underperformed by 1%. Netflix monitors what is being illegally downloaded on BitTorrent and other pirate sites in order to work out what shows they ought to try and purchase. In 2012, an entire city in Zimbabwe was instructed to flush their toilets at the same time to unblock sewers. Some police stations in China use geese instead of guard dogs to keep watch at night. Geese are very territorial and have better vision than humans. The British king or queen has 2 birthdays, their real birth date and one assigned to them during the summer, to ensure better weather for the parade. Children's author Roald Dahl was given a Viking funeral and buried with wine, snooker cues, pencils, and a power saw. In 1998, New York City had to recall pencils with the message "too cool to do drugs" on them because as they were sharpened, they'd say "cool to do drugs" and "do drugs," etc. The Wright brothers hated the first director of the Smithsonian Institution, who claimed that he flew before them. If the Smithsonian ever gives credit to earlier claims of controlled and powered manned flight, the Wright brothers' plane must be returned to Orville's estate. It's possible to replace a lost thumb with a toe, and that the first successful toe-to-thumb transplant was performed in 1964. On a rhesus monkey, the first human was 1972. In contrast to the Royal Navy, Royal Marines and Royal Air Force, the British Army does not include royal in its title because, after a historic struggle between Parliament and monarchy, the British Army has always been answerable to Parliament and the British people rather than the monarch. In Hungary, you're legally allowed to name your child from a pre-approved list of names. If you want to name them something else, you need to submit an application. The oldest unbroken alliance in the world is between England and Portugal, dating back to 1373. Information travels in the nerves at speeds up to 268 miles per hour, 4 to 9 kilometers per hour. Odin, a central character in Norse mythology, used 2 ravens named Thought and Memory to bring him news from around the world. The word axon comes from the Greek word meaning axle or axis. The giant anteater has no teeth. It is estimated that more than 7 million people become blind every year. The human retina contains approximately 120 million rods and 6 million cones. Rods are cells used in dim light. Cones are cells used for color vision. The octopus is colorblind. Australia is home to the golden silk orbweave spiders, arachnids that are so big that they can eat entire foot and a half meter long snakes. The creator of Pringles, Frederick Bohr, had his ashes stored in a Pringles can after he died. Dolphins don't drink, as seawater makes them ill or could even potentially kill them. Instead, they get all their liquids from the food that they eat. Skittles and jelly beans contain insect cocoons which are used to coat candies to give them that special shine known as shellac. The actor who plays Mr. Bean, Rowan Atkinson, once saved a plane from crashing after the pilot passed out, despite never having piloted a plane before. Only 30% of the Earth is covered by land. Campanology is the art of bell ringing. In the early 1990s, Michael Jackson tried to buy Marvel Comics so that he could play Spider-Man in his own self-produced movie. More people die from attempting selfies than from shark attacks. Rhythm is the longest word without any vowels. Michael Birch, the founder of the social networking site Bebo, sold it to AOL for $850 million in 2008, only to later buy it back for $1 million in 2013. 1/3 of the Earth's surface is partially or total desert. In 2009, Burger King launched a campaign that if you unfriended 10 of your Facebook friends, you would receive a free Whopper. Using the Whopper sacrifice application, your friend would receive a message telling them that their friendship was less valuable than a Whopper. If a Google employee dies, their spouse gets half their salary for the next 10 years, stock benefits, and their children get $1,000 per month until they're 19. Nemo makes an appearance in the movie Monsters, Inc. as a toy that Boo gives to Sully a full 2 years before the movie Finding Nemo came out. Pixar movies are infamous for being full of Easter eggs like this. A false awakening is the term used for a vivid or convincing dream about awakening from sleep when in reality you're still sleeping. In 2013, a man named Rogelio Andeverde was abducted from his home right in front of his wife by 2 masked men with guns. Luckily, he returned 2 days later, unharmed. It was later discovered that he staged his own kidnapping just so he could go out and party with his friends. Rotterdam in the Netherlands is getting a floating forest. They're taking 20 trees that have been removed for development and placing them in boats throughout the waterfront. Camels actually have 3 eyelids to protect their eyes from blowing sand. The upper and lower eyelids have eyelashes, however. There's a third one that's a thin membrane that they can see through even in a sandstorm. There's a phobia called allodoxophobia that's actually the fear of people's opinions. People with this live in constant fear and anxiety of hearing other people's opinions of them. Pumbaa was the first ever character to fart in a Disney movie. The sword-billed hummingbird is the only bird with a bill longer than its body. A giant American wasp called the tarantula wasp has a sting so painful, one peer-reviewed journal advises anyone who gets stung to lie down and scream to avoid further injury. The Weber Natural Swimming Pool in Minneapolis, Minnesota is a natural swimming pool. It is a self-contained swimming vessel that uses plants and natural microbes from a nearby regeneration pond to clarify and purify the water instead of chemicals for sterilization or disinfection. While writing Hot Fuzz, Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright referred to the supermarket manager, Simon Skinner, as being played by a Timothy Dalton-type actor before thinking to ask Dalton himself to be in the film. To their surprise, Dalton had loved Shaun of the Dead and signed on for the role. Erwin Schrödinger never thought a cat could be both alive and dead. The thought experiment was a satire that criticized the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. In 1976, Bill Gates wrote an open letter to computer hobbyists to stop ripping off his software. They told him, when it's easier to pay for than to duplicate, it won't be stolen. The United States Gold Reserve Act of 1934 outlawed most private possessions of gold, forcing us citizens to sell it to the Treasury. Americans were not able to freely own and trade gold again until 1975. In 2010, a law student filed a lawsuit against an attorney that made a public offer on Dateline to give $1 million to anyone who could cover the distance between Jackson Airport and a hotel where 4 people were murdered in less than 30 minutes. The student did it in 19 minutes. But the attorney refused to pay up. A sailor in the British Royal Navy may only grow a beard if they can achieve a respectable full enough beard after 2 weeks' growth. UPS had problems recruiting drivers when expanding in Germany because the brown uniform looked like Nazi youth group uniforms. UPS had to change the color to green. Traditional balsamic vinegar is aged for 12 to 25 years in a battery of 7 barrels of successively smaller sizes and can cost over $100 per fluid ounce. The stuff one usually finds in supermarkets is regular wine vinegar with thickeners, flavors, and coloring agents added. Rugby was so popular in South Africa that in 1902 there was a temporary ceasefire in the Second Boer War so that a game could be played between British and Boer forces Afrikaners. In 2011, the city of Portland, Oregon discarded 7.8 million gallons of drinking water in a reservoir, not because of the dead animals regularly found in the drinking supply, but because a drunk 21-year-old peed in it. In Australia, Weird Al's Eat It reached number 1 on the music charts, while the original, Beat It, only peaked at number 3. Dr. Ignaz Philipp Semmelweis dropped the mortality rate for childbirth from 12% to 2% after he insisted that doctors wash their hands in between handling cadavers and delivering babies. There is a phenomenon called phantom vibration syndrome, and in a study conducted by researchers, 68% of people have experienced it. It is a sensory hallucination where you mistakenly think that your phone is buzzing. The murder rate in Honduras is so high that some cities have started offering a program for free funerals. There is a violent death in Honduras every 74 minutes. Lane Staley, former lead singer of Alice in Chains, was found over a week after he died, not because his friends or family notified someone, but because his accountant noticed he hadn't withdrawn money from his account in a week. Anytime you see an ingredients list that includes carmine, cochineal extract, or natural red 4, the product contains crushed up bugs. In 1999, a Florida man auctioned his kidney on eBay. The post read, "You can choose either kidney. Buyer pays all transplant and medical costs. Of course, only one for sale, as I need the other one to live. Serious bids only." The bids reached $5.7 million before eBay abruptly ended it. It is safe to eat the stickers that are on fruit, and the glue used to put them on is actually food grade. The disclaimer, "No animals were harmed during the making of this film," can be put on movies, even if animals died during the production, as long as cameras weren't rolling at the time. There is actually a law in Arizona called the Stupid Motorist Law, states that any motorist who becomes stranded after driving around barricades to enter a flooded stretch of roadway may be charged for the cost of his or her rescue. Icelanders can easily read Old Norse, a dead language that was spoken in Scandinavia over 1,000 years ago, because written Icelandic has changed so little. The blue whale can produce the loudest sound of any animal. At 188 decibels, the noise can be detected over 800 kilometers away. Pineapples were such a status symbol in 18th century England that you could rent one for the evening to take to a party. The word carotid artery comes from the Greek word karotis, meaning deep sleep. The cerebral cortex is composed of 6 layers of cells. Roman emperors believed that eating lettuce would help a person sleep. Compared to humans, houseflies are 10 million times more sensitive to the taste of sugar. In the USA, 10% of children and adolescents suffer from mental illness severe enough to cause impairment. However, only 20% of these children and adolescents receive mental health services. The bacterium Streptococcus pneumoniae causes more than 3,000 cases of meningitis in the USA each year. John Adams, 10th President of the USA, and his son, John Quincy Adams, 6th President of the USA, were both born in Braintree, Massachusetts. Caffeine is the most widely used behaviorally active drug in the world. In 2011, the Coble family lost their 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, in an unfortunate car accident. A year later, the mother gave birth to triplets, 2 girls and 1 boy. All of the air in potato chip bags that people complain about isn't air at all. It's actually nitrogen, which serves the purpose to keep chips crisp and to provide a cushion during shipping. Humans take in 11 million bits of information every second. However, we're only aware of about 40 of these things. Crocodiles don't have sweat glands. In order to cool themselves down, they keep their jaws open. A group of owls is called a parliament. A group of giraffes is called a tower. Unlike many other members of the cat family, tigers actually enjoy water and can swim well. They often soak in streams or pools of water to cool off. Romans used urine to clean and whiten their teeth. They were actually onto something, as urine contains ammonia, which has a cleaning substance that results into clearing out everything. There's a Canadian toy company called Child's Own Studios that turns children's drawing into stuffed animals. You're more likely to die on the way to buying a lottery ticket than you are to winning the lottery. In 2011, Barack Obama became the first president to have ever brewed beer in the White House, which is named White House Honey Ale. If you combine the sales of McDonald's, Kellogg's, and Microsoft together, cocaine would still exceed the 3 combined. You're not allowed to take mercury onto a commercial passenger plane as it can damage the aluminum the plane is made out of. Every spring, a set of 21 swings is set up near a bus stop in Montreal's entertainment district. Every one of them acts as a musical instrument, and as people swing, pre-recorded sounds fill the air. The Eucalyptus diglepta, or more commonly known as the rainbow tree, is a tree that sheds its outer bark to reveal a bright green inner bark that turns blue, purple, orange, and maroon as it matures. Giraffes can last longer without water than camels can. Queen Elizabeth II has someone to wear the shoes she gets before she wears them to make sure they're comfortable. There are at least 7 apps on the App Store that are priced $999.99, which is the maximum price you can charge on the App Store. In 2011, a New Zealand trucker named Stephen McCormick fell on a high-pressure valve which lodged in his butt and inflated him to twice his size, nearly killing him. He did survive, but it took a full 3 days to burp and fart out the excess air. There is a floating stage in Singapore that sits above the water that can bear the weight of 9,000 people. It's used as a soccer field, concert stage, and place of celebration. The mantis shrimp can punch with a speed equal to a bullet, 50 times that of a blink of an eye. In fact, a blow from a mantis shrimp can easily break through the shell of a crab or mollusk. A company by the name of Vestergaard Fransen in Europe launched a life straw in 2006, which makes contaminated water safe to drink. Users simply just have to suck up the contaminated water through it as if they were any other regular straw. Without using batteries or chemicals, it removes 99.9% of parasites, 99.9999% of viruses, and provides one person with an entire year's worth of drinking water for only $20.0. You can rent the entire country of Liechtenstein for $70,000 a night. In fact, Snoop Dogg once tried to do that in 2011 for a video shoot, but the country said no, primarily because he just didn't give them enough notice. The heaviest human ever recorded was John Minnick and weighed 1,400 pounds 635 kg. He later lost approximately 924 pounds 419 kg, the largest human weight loss ever documented. According to Daniel J. Bice, a psychiatrist at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, about 2% of the population are considered the sleepless elite. This means that they are night owls and early birds simultaneously. If you come across a stranded dolphin, do not help it. Help it back into the water. More often than not, they beach themselves purposely because they are sick or injured and are trying to avoid drowning. A group of flamingos is called a flamboyance of flamingos. Larry Lewis ran the 100-yard dash in 17.8 seconds in 1969, thereby setting a new world's record for runners in the 100 years or older class. He was 101. Actor Leonard Nimoy once gave a cab ride to John F. Kennedy. The future president told the aspiring actor, "Lots of competition in your business, just like in mine. Just remember, there's always room for one more good one." Yak shaving is the term for getting sidetracked by multiple other tasks before finally being able to complete what you originally started out to do. Philadelphia cream cheese was first created in New York. It was named after Philadelphia because, at the time, the city was renowned for its production of similar cheeses. Also in Mexico, any brand of cream cheese is often referred to as queso Philadelphia. The sword stuck in the stone in Disneyland can be pulled out of the stone when a red light is flashing in a nearby window. There's a DC character from the 80s who got his powers from cocaine. His only weakness was cocaine addiction. There is a bill known as the Cheeseburger Bill, which makes it illegal for people to sue food companies for making them obese. After winning an Oscar, Daniel Day-Lewis retired to become a cobbler in Italy, only returning to acting after Martin Scorsese convinced him to star in Gangs of New York. During Romania decided to send its vast collection of treasure to Russia for safekeeping. In 1918, the new Soviet government cut all diplomatic ties and refused to return the treasure. Russia still holds the treasure, valued at over $1.5 billion, and has no intention of giving it back. In 1984, Robert Patrick, the actor who played T-1000 in Terminator 2, was involved in a boating accident and he swam for 3 hours to get help for others. Most wasabi eaten in the United States is actually just a blend of horseradish, mustard, and food coloring due to the prices of real wasabi. In 1954, the city of Bombay in India had such a bad rat problem that they began accepting dead rats as taxes. This led to the mass breeding and killing of rats to use them for payment. Speedy Gonzales was banned by Cartoon Network for being an offensive stereotype, only to be returned after a mass protest by the Hispanic American community. The human heart can now be permanently replaced with an artificial turbine created by scientists at the Texas Heart Institute. It causes a constant flow of blood rather than a pulse. You can actually donate your voice to help people with speech impairments so that they can select a vocal identity of their own. Quentin Tarantino's '64 Chevy Malibu was stolen from the set of Pulp Fiction in 1994. It was recovered in 2013. Miley Cyrus's first job was to pick up the brass and the underwear that her dad's fans country singer Billy Ray threw on the stage. She got paid $10 for it. Movie popcorn costs more per ounce than filet mignon. Spain's Paralympic basketball team were ordered to return their gold medals won in Sydney in 2000 after nearly all of their players were found to have no disability. After the fall of Berlin in WW2, so many rapes occurred that over 100,000 births in the city were believed to be the result of rape. For the Guinness World Records, it is required in the guidelines of all large food-type records that the item be fully edible and distributed to the public for consumption to prevent food wastage. The Aztecs fought with a macuatl, a wooden sword embedded with prismatic blades made from obsidian, a volcanic glass stone. According to reports from Spanish conquistadors, it was sharp enough to decapitate a man and even a horse. When Edward I of England was coming back from the Ninth Crusade in 1272, he learned that his father had died and that he had been made the King of England. Instead of returning home to be crowned, Edward went on a leisurely trip in Italy and France for almost 2 years and only came back in 1274. In 1504, Leonardo da Vinci produced wax casts of the ventricles of the human brain. Sleepwalking is also known as somnambulism. Sleep talking is also known as somniloquy. In 1999, 30.1% of all traffic accidents resulting in a fatality involved alcohol. An estimated 180 million people worldwide are visually disabled. An estimated 20.5 million people in the USA older than 40 years have a cataract in either eye. It is estimated that 30.1 million people will have cataracts by 2020. In 2013, a lost Egyptian city named Heraklion was discovered underwater after being lost for 1,200 years in the Mediterranean Sea. In order to be a London black cab driver, one is expected to know 25,000 roads and 50,000 points of interest. In order to pass the test, called the knowledge, applicants usually need 12 appearances and 34 months of preparation to pass it. There are no clocks in the casinos of Las Vegas, so customers lose track of time and stay in the premises longer. Bamboo can grow up to 35 inches 91 cm in a single day. Google rents goats to replace lawn mowers at their Mountain View headquarters. Lake Chegan is the only lake artificially created by a nuclear test. Even though the nuclear test was fired in 1965, it's still unsafe for swimming due to radiation. On Valentine's Day 2014, a group of single men in Shanghai bought every odd-numbered seat for a theater showing of Beijing Love Story. They did this to prevent couples from sitting together as a show of support for single people. There is an insect called the tree lobster which is almost the size of a human hand. They can only be found in one place, on the huge mountainous remains of an old volcano called Balls Island off the coast of Australia. Slugs have tentacles, blowholes, and thousands of teeth. Doctors with messy handwriting kill more than 7,000 people and injures over 1 million people each year due to receiving the wrong medication. A leopon is a hybrid animal cross between a male leopard and a lioness. Contrary to popular belief, washing your hands in warm water doesn't kill any more bacteria than washing them in cold water. This is because bacteria only die when water is boiling. The letter U was first used as a substitute for the word you by William Shakespeare in his comedy Love's Labour's Lost around 1595. A solid glass ball can bounce higher than a rubber ball when dropped from the same height. A solid steel ball can bounce even higher than a solid glass ball. There's a phenomenon that occurs in the Mekong River in Thailand where red fireballs called Naga fireballs randomly shoot into the air and nobody knows why it happens. Mosquitoes don't just bite you and suck your blood, they urinate on you before flying off. There is a man named Tim Harris with Down syndrome who owns and runs a restaurant in Albuquerque, New Mexico called Tim's Place where they serve breakfast, lunch and hugs. It's the only known restaurant owned by a person with Down syndrome and is known as the world's friendliest restaurant. A penguin has the ability to jump 6 feet 8 meters out of the water with no aid. Snoop Dogg has a book published named Rolling Words that has lyrics of all his songs that you can later rip out and use as rolling papers. Saturn's largest moon, named Titan, has an atmosphere so thick and gravity so low that you can actually fly through it by flapping any sort of wings attached to your arms. Light doesn't actually move at the speed of light. The full quote is actually the speed of light in a vacuum, which is 186,280 miles to 9979 kilometers per second. If you were able to move at this speed, you could go around Earth 7.5 times in a second. India-based Graviki Labs has found a way to use pigment from carbon soot polluted air to make pens, oil-based paints, and spray paint. A single air ink pen contains 30 to 40 minutes of carbon emissions from a single car. The total cost of climbing Mount Everest, to pay for Sherpas, supplies and permits, is between $60,000 and $120,000. Apples originated in Kazakhstan, and wild apples can taste like roses, strawberries, popcorn, anise, and many other flavors. In fact, 90% of modern apples can be traced back to the trees. High atmospheric pressure affects the bubbles in your coffee. Therefore, if bubbles are closer to the center, you can expect it to rain or have other stormy weather. John F. Kennedy's grandmother, Mary Josephine Fitzgerald, not only outlived her grandson, but she was never told about his assassination. There's an annual conference called the Boring Conference on Boring Things. In the past, people have given talks on barcodes, sneezing, and the sounds of vending machines. Snails take the longest naps, some lasting as long as 3 years. Emus and kangaroos cannot walk backwards, and are on the Australian coat of arms for that reason. During WE, the code word for Hitler was crazy white man for the Comanche code talkers. When asked if he deserved the death penalty, Ted Bundy said, "That's a very good question. I don't want to die. I won't kid you. I deserve, certainly, the most extreme punishment society has, and I think society deserves to be protected from me and from others like me, that's for sure." Homo floresiensis, an extinct 3.5 feet tall hominin that used stone tools, is believed to have lived alongside modern human as recently as 12,000 years ago. Before his death, Ed Sullivan believed he was suffering complications from his long-standing battle with ulcers. He did not know that he had been diagnosed with advanced esophageal cancer the month before, a diagnosis his family and doctors had kept secret from him. In 2002, a soccer team scored 149 own goals in one match protesting a controversial referee decision in a previous game. Cats cannot taste anything sweet. Instead, they can taste ATP, the biomolecule that supplies energy within living cells. While James Cameron was stricken with food poisoning in Rome on a film set, he had a nightmare about an invincible robot hitman sent from the future to kill him, giving him the idea for the Terminator, catapulting his career. There is a secret room inside Mt. Rushmore that contains porcelain enamel panels containing texts from the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights, sealed in a teakwood box, placed in a titanium vault, and sealed shut under the weight of a 1-to-0-pound granite capstone. The V-2 rocket in WW2 killed more people during production than as a weapon. 12,000 forced workers died making them, while 9,000 died from the attacks. If a goose gets sick or is wounded while flying, a couple of other geese may drop out of formation to help and protect him. They will try to stay with the disabled goose until he dies or is able to fly again. Mumbai is the only city in the world to have a fully functioning national park with freely roaming large carnivores within city limits. Only 2 species on Earth that have domesticated other species are humans and ants. Canada abruptly cancelled the development of its own fighter jet Avro Arrow in the 1950s in favor of nuclear missiles BMRs. All the engineers left for NASA thereafter. A Lyme vaccine conferring immunity 76% of adults and 100% of children was removed from the market after an outcry by patient advocacy groups, despite no scientific evidence suggesting the vaccine was unsafe. When Coca-Cola announced the return of Coke's original formula in 1985, ABC News interrupted General Hospital to break the story. Erwin Rommel, a highly decorated German officer during WW2, humanely treated captured soldiers, ignored orders to kill Jews, civilians, and conspired to assassinate Hitler. After Rommel's death, soldiers on both sides paid respect to his grave, and he is the only member of the Third Reich to have a museum dedicated to him. Christoph Waltz is his own voice actor in the German and French dubs of Inglourious Basterds and Django Unchained. There are only 5 countries in the world that still use Fahrenheit to measure temperature. They are the Bahamas, Belize, the Cayman Islands, Palau, and the United States. Approximately 8% of all males and about 0.5% of all females are colorblind. The human corticospinal tract, the pathway from the cerebral cortex to the spinal cord that is important for movement, contains over 1 million axons. The roundworm Canner habditus elegans has 300 cells in its nervous system. The absolute threshold in humans for touch is the wing of a bee falling from 1 centimeter onto your cheek. Botox temporarily paralyzes muscles by interfering with acetylcholine, which transmits nerve signals to muscles. In a 7-year study, people who ate at least 1 serving of seafood once a week had a 30% lower risk of developing dementia than those who ate less seafood. Rubbing baby teeth with the brain of a rabbit is an old folk remedy to prevent tooth decay. A severe lack of vitamin A can result in night blindness, the inability to see in low light conditions. The wars between Romans and Persians lasted about 721 years, the longest conflict in human history. Albert Einstein never wore socks. Zach Galifianakis was approached by Nike to be in their advertising after the success of The Hangover. During the conference call, he broke the ice by asking, "So do you still have 7-year-olds making your stuff?" Over 99% of all species, equating to 5 billion species in total, that ever been on Earth have died out. The Antonov An-2-5 is the largest aircraft ever made and was initially created for the task of transporting spaceplanes. It weighs 285 tons, has a wingspan of 288 feet 88 meters and costs $250 million. In 1996, DC and Marvel Comics published a crossover series where Wolverine and Batman were made into one character called Dark Claw or Logan Wayne. If your eye were a digital camera, it would have 576 megapixels in them. Tourists throw over €1 million into the Trevi Fountain in Rome each year. The city uses this money to fund a supermarket for the poor. Bob Marley was buried with his Red Bison guitar, a Bible open to Psalm 23, and a bud of marijuana. In 1983, Marvel published a comic called Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Ham. He was a spider pig named Peter Porker. In Bern, Switzerland, there's a 500-year-old statue of a man eating a sack of babies and nobody is sure why. The Queen of England legally owns 1/3 of the Earth's surface. There are several words that don't rhyme in the English language besides orange and purple. They include silver, month, ninth, pint, wolf, opus, dangerous, marathon, and discombobulate. The person who did the voice of Minnie Mouse, Russi Taylor, was married to Wayne Allowing, the voice of Mickey Mouse. There are now digital pens that can record everything you write, draw, or sketch on any surface. In 1976, an underachieving Princeton student named John Aristotle Phillips wrote a term paper describing how to build a nuclear bomb. He received an A, but never got his paper back as it was seized by the FBI. For years, an Indian named Rajesh Kumar Sharma has been teaching slum children who live under a local metro bridge, 5 days a week for 2 hours a day. He leaves his job at the general store to teach over 140 kids who would otherwise not be able to learn. Sternatophobia is the fear of sneezing. Studies have shown that smoking hookah is no more safer than smoking cigarettes, and in fact may cause the smoker to absorb more toxic substances than cigarettes. 85% of Chinese share only 100 surnames. Lian Zhang and Face cover 13% of the entire Chinese population. At the age of 15, Anne Mikosinski managed to invent a flashlight that is powered solely by the hand's body heat. She later created a headlamp that's also powered by body heat. The Queen of England's portrait has been on enough international money to make a progressive timeline of her aging. The first animal to ever ask an existential question was from a parrot named Alex. He asked what color he was, and learned that he was gray. There are fireworks that can be set off in daylight by using colored smoke. There's a signpost forest just outside of Watson Lake, Yukon. It was started in 1942 when a soldier named Carl K. Lindley was injured while working on the Alcan Highway. He was taken to the Army Air Station in Watson Lake to recuperate. While he was there, he was homesick, so he decided to put up a sign of Danville, Illinois, his hometown. Tourists continued the tradition, and there are currently 72,000 signs from around the world. Wild chimpanzees look both ways before crossing the road. The National Museum of Natural History in Paris began studying their vigilance and found that 57% of the time, they would run across the road to be extra safe. In 1978, Soviet geologists found a family of 6 that survived in the middle of Serbia who hadn't seen another human since 1936. When Edward I of England was coming back from the Ninth Crusade in 1272, he learned that his father had died and that he had been made the King of England. Instead of returning home to be crowned, Edward went on a leisurely trip to Italy and France for almost 2 years and only came back in 1274. The prestigious Michelin star, an award that the world's best chefs work their lives to attain, is awarded by Michelin Tires. For over 100 years, it's all been part of an advertising campaign to sell tires. Seattle fans were cheering so loudly and jumping in celebration after Marshawn Lynch's 67-yard run in which he broke 9 tackles and scored the winning run, that it registered earthquake activity on many nearby instruments. In 2004, police discovered a secret underground cinema with professionally installed electricity, phone lines, full bar, classic movies and recent thrillers, and more in the catacombs under Paris. Upon returning 3 days later, a note was found that read, "Do not try to find us." Tenochtitlan was possibly the most populated city in the world before its fall, with 5 miles of aqueducts, a 10-mile levee, and one of the most complicated class systems in the world at the time. Cortes of Spain leveled the entire city in 75 days. Asians are genetically less prone to become alcoholics. Dolphins can see our skeletons and sense our heartbeats via their sonar. They have even been known to ward off sharks preying on humans. Farting while wearing clothing in a sterile environment will not compromise the sterility of the said environment. When a person is electrocuted and thrown far off, it is the result of sudden and violent muscle contraction and not the result of the shock. This has raised questions as to the actual strength and capabilities of the muscles in the human body. Adjusted for inflation, the U.S. federal minimum wage has dropped 20% from 1967 to 2010. The first ever proposal to tunnel under the English Channel was put forward by a Frenchman in 1802. It would have had illumination from oil lamps, horse-drawn coaches, and an artificial island mid-channel for changing horses. The film Top Gun was made in collaboration with the Pentagon, and enlistment spiked when it was released. The Navy set up recruitment tables at theaters playing the movie, and polls soon showed rising confidence in the military. Louis Armstrong played the trumpet so much that it caused callous tissue on his lips. He would remove it himself with a razor blade. A Hungarian man named Bilakis murdered 24 women and attempted to pickle their bodies in alcohol before enlisting to fight in World War I. When his crimes were discovered, he evaded capture and was never heard from again. Horseshoe crab blood, at 60 a gallon, is valued to such an extreme degree because it is not only employed worldwide in bacterial contamination tests, it is also used in testings for every single drug approved by the FDA, making it a $50 million a year industry. During World War II, when U.S. soldier Dirk Vlug was ambushed by 5 Japanese tanks, he single-handedly destroyed all 5 and was eventually awarded the Medal of Honor. American mobster John Gotti's neighbor accidentally ran over and killed Gotti's son. He was abducted 3 months later and never heard from again. The Mall of America in Minnesota does not have central heating. Instead, it is heated by solar windows, store electronics, and body heat from shoppers. Herpes can immunize you against the bubonic plague. In 2014, Indonesia implemented a fishing and export ban on dead manta rays, each of which was sold for $45, as they realized that manta ray tourism can bring in $1 million plus during a single ray's life. Indonesia now has 2.2 million square miles of protected ocean for the manta ray. The Algerian national anthem was first written in blood on a prison cell wall by an Algerian revolutionary who was imprisoned by the French colonial regime. The channel catfish has 100,000 taste buds on the outside of its body. More than 28 million Americans, about 10% of the population, have hearing impairments. The vagus nerve, important for controlling heart rate and other internal functions, is the longest of the 12 cranial nerves. Charles Scott Sherrington coined the term synapse in 1897. About 30 million people, 10% of the population in the USA, have functionally significant hearing loss. Raccoons can smell an acorn buried up to 2 inches under dry, powdery sand. Ellen MacLeod Cormack, who won the 1979 Nobel Prize in Medicine or Physiology for the invention of computer-assisted tomography, never received a PhD or MD. There's a 34-year-old chimpanzee named Kanzi that not only knows how to start a fire and cook food, but knows how to make omelets for himself. In 2013, in Belo Horizonte, Brazil, construction workers permanently cemented a truck into a sidewalk after the owner refused to move it. China produces the most pollution in the world, contributing 30% of all the country's total. These come from coal, oil, and natural gases. Pigs are physically incapable to look up into the sky. On the planet Venus, it snows metal. Cats are one of the only animals that domesticate themselves and approach humans on their own terms. Even after 6 hours of dying, a person's muscles continue to spasm periodically. Anything that melts can be made into glass. However, there will be molten residue stuck to it. 4 American presidents have been killed by gunshot. A newborn baby has about 1 cup of blood in their entire body. The most powerful organism is the gonorrhea bacteria, which can pull up to 100,000 times their size. Amazon is the first company to ever hit $1 trillion. There is an ancient book called the Voynich from the Italian Renaissance that no one can read. There's a vending machine in Singapore that dispenses a Coke to anybody that hugs it. Most cats don't like to drink water if it's too close to their food source. Always keep your cat's water and food supply separate so they don't get dehydrated. Animal Planet aired a fake documentary about the existence of mermaids that convinced thousands of viewers twice, once in 2012 and once in 2013. As of 2019, the largest yacht in the world, named Azam, is 590 feet long, the length of 2 football fields, and cost $600 million to build. It was created in 2013, taking 4 years to construct, and beat the previous world record by a full 57 feet. It has 94,000 horsepower and can go up to 37 miles 60 km per hour, the fastest speed for a yacht longer than 300 feet. A Mexican artist created an underwater sculpture series that double as art and in an artificial reef. Johnny Depp has a passion for playing guitar, playing with artists such as Marilyn Manson, Oasis, Aerosmith, and Eddie Vedder. The life expectancy in ancient Rome was only 20 to 30 years. In 2008, a Japanese man noticed that food in his home was disappearing, so he set up a webcam and discovered that a 58-year-old homeless woman was living in his closet for an entire year. In the movie The Matrix, Neo's passport expires on September 11, 2001. There is a company called Hoxton Street Monster Supplies that sells salt made from real human tears, and disturbingly, there are 4 kinds, harvested from different moments: sneezing, chopping onions, laughter, and anger. -40 Celsius and -40 Fahrenheit are the same temperature. Yellow snow isn't the only snow you shouldn't eat. According to a new study published in the Journal of Environmental Science Processes and Impacts, all snow can be harmful because it attracts particles from car exhaust fumes like a magnet. There's a flower called the corpse flower, which is called that because it smells like putrefying and decaying flesh, which only blooms every 7 to 10 years. Robert Hubbard was executed in 1666 for starting the Great Fire of London by claiming he threw a firebomb through a bakery window. However, this was despite the fact that he was heavily crippled, the bakery had no windows, and it was proved at his trial that he wasn't even in the country at the time. Ravens are one of the smartest animals on Earth. They actually try to hide their food from each other, but are only sometimes successful because they're all so smart. A poisonous lagoon at the quarry in Buxton, England was dyed black for safety. The previous beautiful azure blue watercolor was so inviting that the signs did not keep swimmers out. There is a phenomenon that exists called cellular memory. It occurs when organ transplant recipients experience the same thoughts and cravings as their organ donors. The New York Presbyterian Morgan Stanley Children's Hospital has a CT scan room that has been turned into a pirate-themed island. Children enter the room by walking on a plank and then lay on a boat-shaped table. In order to advertise their services, prostitutes in ancient Greece wore sandals that left the words "Follow me" imprinted in the dirt as they walked. Frenchman, Max Hervé George, has an insurance policy that lets him trade stocks based on last week's prices. It's been called the stupidest contract ever signed and may end up with him owning the insurance company. During his time as a congressman and later the US president, John F. Kennedy donated all of his salaries to charity. During the Greece's fight for independence in 18-6-27, a Turkish garrison in Acropolis was besieged by Greek fighters. When the Turks ran low on bullets, they began to cut the marble columns to use the lead within as bullets. The Greeks sent them ammunition, saying, "Here are bullets, don't touch the columns." Bic pen caps have a hole at the top to reduce the risk of suffocation if accidentally inhaled. Del the Funky Homosapien wrote the verse for the Gorillaz song Clint Eastwood by following the instructions from the book How to Write a Hit Record. The oldest recorded British joke dates back to the 10th century AD. It is what hangs at a man's thigh and wants to poke the hole that it's often poked before. Answer: a key. On July 1, 1916, at the Battle of the Somme, a charge of 60,000 pounds of explosives was detonated, creating a crater that was 300 feet across and 90 feet deep. The explosion, which occurred in France, was heard as far away as London and was the loudest man-made sound in history at the time. Murphy's Law is an intentional misspelling of Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law states that anything written to criticize the spelling or proofreading of others will ironically contain editing mistakes as well. Professional porn censors in China get paid to watch over 150 pornographic DVDs each week, start to finish. In 2006, a Norwegian coach gave a ski pole to a Canadian skier, allowing her to go on to win a silver medal. Canadian citizens were so touched by this that they collectively gave him 5 tons of maple syrup. Jules Verne wrote the novel Paris in the 20th Century back in 1863 and described a world of glass skyscrapers, high-speed trains, gas-powered automobiles, calculators, and a worldwide communications network. Before Nazis used the salute that is now commonly referred to as the Hitler salute, Americans did it while saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Ben Affleck dropped out of college after his creative writing teacher ridiculed an early draft of the Good Will Hunting screenplay. Charlie Sheen reached a settlement with Warner Bros. And was paid for not doing 2.5 Men. In 2008, a beach was stolen in Jamaica. About 500 truckloads of sand remain missing to this very day. 20,000 leagues below sea level would put you through the Earth and almost 20% of the way to the Moon's orbit. 20,000 leagues under the sea refers to the distance traveled while underwater, not the depth reached. A 12 ounces can of Coca-Cola has 46 milligrams of caffeine, a central nervous system stimulant. A cup of coffee has 60150 mg of caffeine. Acetylsalicylic acid aspirin was first synthesized by Felix Hoffmann in 1897. The brain of the bottlenose dolphin weighs about 1,500 grams. Americans consume about 45 million pounds of caffeine each year. The absolute threshold in humans for vision is a candle flame, 30 miles away, on a dark, clear night. An eagle can see a rabbit from 3 miles away. The iris is the circular band of muscles that controls the size of the pupil in the eye and gives color to the eye. The iris was named after the mythological character Iris, the Greek goddess of the rainbow. In 1567, Hans Steininger, who once had the longest beard in the world at 4.5 feet 4 meters long, died when he broke his neck after accidentally stepping on it. It took 410 days for the Empire State Building to be made. It's impossible to taste food without saliva. This is because chemicals from the food must first dissolve in saliva. Once dissolved, chemicals can be detected by receptors on taste buds. The oldest instruments date back 43,000 years ago, which were flutes made out of bones from birds and mammoth. There is a super tiny species of antelope called the dik-dik, named after the sound they make when alarmed. The set used in the 2009 Sherlock Holmes film was reused as the House of Sirius Black in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Bruce Lee could perform one-handed push-ups using only his index finger and thumb. He was also known for his famous one-inch punch, where he was capable of knocking back an opponent from a distance of just 1 inch. When he was a freshman in 1987, a man named Mike Hayes got a friend who works at the Chicago Tribune to write him an article asking the millions who read it to donate 1 penny each towards his tuition. Immediately, pennies, nickels, and even larger donations came pouring in from all over the world. Bhumibol Adulyadej, the King of Thailand, was actually born in Cambridge, Massachusetts in the United States in 1927. When he was born, the hospital room that he was delivered in was briefly declared Thai territory so he could be born on Thai soil. In the early 1930s, a social movement became popular, although it eventually died out, which proposed replacing politicians and business people with scientists and engineers that could manage the economy. Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Facebook alone have 1.2 million terabytes of information stored on the internet. Over 50% of the oxygen supply we breathe comes from the Amazon rainforest. A 102-year-old man named Alan Swift from Connecticut drove the same 1928 Rolls-Royce Phantom 1 for close to 77 years before he died in 2005. Former billionaire Chuck Feeney has given away over 99% of his $6.3 billion to help underprivileged kids go to college, resulting in him having $2 million left. As a person dies, his or her hearing is the last sense to go. All U.S. presidents pay for their own food while staying at the White House. The children's book Where the Wild Things Are was originally titled Where the Wild Horses Are. However, the author and illustrator Maurice Sendak ended up changing the name of it after he realized he had no idea how to draw horses. Philani Deladla is a homeless man from Johannesburg, South Africa, who's known as the pavement bookworm. He survives by reviewing books for people passing on the street and sells them the book if they like it. The surface area in South America is greater than that of Pluto's. In 2011, archaeologists at the Ground Zero 9/11's terrorist attack site in New York City uncovered half of an 18th-century ship, believed to have once been used by merchants. Newman's Own Food has donated 100% of its post-tax profits to charity since 1982, totaling over $400 million. Lady Gaga stars in the Guinness World Records 12 times. One of them is for including the most product placements in a video. Steven Spielberg waited over 10 years after being given the story of the Schindler's List to make the film, as he felt he wasn't mature enough to take on the subject. Graphene is pure carbon in the form of a very thin, nearly transparent sheet, only 1 atom thick, and is the world's strongest material. It's 1 million times thinner than paper, but is 200 times stronger than steel. According to the Guinness World Records, as of 2015, the world record for long-distance archery is held by a Paralympic, armless archer, Matt Stutzman. A moment is actually a medieval unit of time equal to 90 seconds. There are 40 moments in an hour. The Taxi Fabric project in Mumbai, India lets upcoming designers royfulster and completely transform taxi cab interiors. George Hotz, then 17 years old, was the first to unlock a first-generation iPhone and sold the iPhone for a Nissan 350Z and 3-lock phones. The first ever 3D feature film was called The Power of Love and premiered in 1922 in Los Angeles. Unfortunately, the 3D version of the film is presumed lost and the 2D version was later shown under the name Forbidden Lover. In 1859, English settler Thomas Austin released only 24 rabbits onto his property in Australia, stating the introduction of a few rabbits could do little harm and might provide a touch of home. In addition to a spot of hunting, by the 1920s the population of rabbits in Australia reached 10 billion. Dragonflies are one of the most efficient killers in nature, capturing their prey more than 95% of the time. According to Bill Murray, the 2004 Hong Kong comedy movie Kung Fu Hustle is the supreme achievement of the modern age in terms of comedy. There are languages without the terms left, right, front, and behind. These cultures use north, south, east, and west their whole lives, no matter if they are in their home or in the woods. The result is a compass brain. They always know how they are oriented. When a frog swallows its prey, it blinks, which pushes its eyeballs down on top of its mouth to help push the food down its throat. Christian Bale cites the mannerisms of Tom Cruise as his inspiration for Patrick Bateman in American Psycho. Cruise's intense friendliness with nothing behind the eyes became the inspiration for how Bale would portray the psychopathic murderer. 70% of lotto winners spend all their winnings within 5 years, and it doesn't matter whether they won $1 million or $100 million. When Benjamin Franklin was a kid, he used a kite to drag himself across ponds. He said it gave him the greatest pleasure imaginable. A third of all divorce filings of 2011 in the U.S. contained the word Facebook. One man was caught twice on To Catch a Predator. The second time was less than a week after his court date. For the first one, it was so soon that Chris Hansen recognized him. Strawberries and peaches in Quaker instant oatmeal are actually flavored dehydrated apples. The blueberries are flavored dried figs. January 8, 1836 is the last day in history that the USA had no national debt. The only difference between Tylenol Cold and Tylenol Flu is the box. They have exactly the same medical ingredients. You can buy miniature cows and bulls for pets, and they only grow to 1 meter in height. During the invasion of Normandy, Scottish bagpiper Bill Millen, contrary to British command, in the thick of battle, marched up and down the beach playing his bagpipes. When his unit captured German snipers, they asked why Millen wasn't shot. They said they didn't shoot because he was clearly mad. Seth Rogen paid the bills and was the main wage earner of the family by the age of 16. During the first season of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Will Smith memorized the lines of everyone in the cast. If you go back and watch closely, you can see him lip-synching the lines of whoever was speaking in a scene. The richest man in history was Musa I-131 to 1337 of Mali in Africa. He went on the pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324 with his procession that is reported to have included 60,000 men, 12,000 slaves who each carried 4-pound gold bars, heralds dressed in silks, who bore gold staffs, organized horses, and handled bags. Also, there were 80 camels, which varying reports claim carried between 50 and 300 pounds of gold dust each. He gave away so much of gold to the poor and spent so much on souvenirs that he caused superinflation and devalued the metal for the next decade in the region. It takes at least 8 bees all their life to make 1 single teaspoonful of honey. The woman who founded Mother's Day later tried to have it abolished because by 1920 it had become too commercialized. After a Soviet hostage was found dead in 1986, KGB agents castrated the nephew of the hostage taker and sent the severed organs as well as a list of other known family members to the hostage taker. The remaining Soviet hostages were quickly released. In 1916, Manfred von Richthofen was considered a below-average pilot who crashed during his first flight. 2 years and 80 aerial kills later, upon his death, the British buried the Red Baron with full military honors out of respect for his skill as an aviator. U.S. does not use bills over $100 because President Nixon wanted to make it harder to move large amounts of money across borders for drug trading. Most people dream about 5 times during each 8-hour period of sleep. Based on this number, people have about 1,825 dreams every year. There are 1 quadrillion synapses in the human brain. That's 1,000,000,000,000,000,000 synapses. This is equal to about 500 million synapses per cubic millimeter. The word brain appears 66 times in the plays of William Shakespeare. The Sahara is only in a dry period and is expected to be green again in 15,000 years. The oldest living system ever recorded is the cyanobacterias, a type of bacteria that originated 2.8 billion years ago. There was a billionaire named Paul Getty who refused to pay a $17 million ransom for his kidnapped grandson. When the teenager's severed ear arrived, he agreed to pay $3 million but only actually paid $2.2 because that was the maximum he would be able to write off as tax. The average Game of Thrones episode costs to $3 million to produce. That's 2 to 3 times what a typical network or cable show costs per episode. In 1977, we received a radio signal from space that lasted 72 seconds and was dubbed the WOW signal. To this day, we still don't know where it came from. The highest temperature ever recorded on Earth was El Azizia on September 13, 1922 at 136 degrees Fahrenheit, 58 degrees Celsius. There is a secret McDonald's menu item that you can order, which is a McChicken in the middle of a double cheeseburger. There are tiny 8-legged creatures that are closely related to spiders living in the pores of your facial skin called Demodex. Cheerophobia is a fear of cheese. The small pocket in your large pocket of your jeans was originally meant for your pocket watch. In Iceland, it's forbidden to give your child a name that hasn't been approved by the Icelandic Naming Committee. 1,000 selfies are posted to Instagram every 10 seconds. This is 93 million selfies a day. It would take over 50 million balloons to lift the average house off the ground, like in the movie Up. Voldemort in French translates to flight of death. The French language Scrabble world champion doesn't actually speak French. Nigel Richards memorized the whole French Scrabble dictionary, which contains 386,000 words, in 9 weeks. The largest indoor water park in the world is the Seogai Ocean Dome in Japan, at 900 feet 300 meters long and 328 feet 100 meters wide. Buses can replace 40 cars if people made the switch. 140 for successful prisoners escaped Auschwitz. The state of Illinois has banned exfoliating face washes because the microbeads in them are so small that they actually slip through the water treatment facilities and end up back in the water supply. The Pizza Louis 13 is the most expensive pizza in the world, costing $12,000. Created by chef Renato Viola, he prepares the entire dish at your house. The toppings include 3 types of caviar, Mediterranean lobster and red prawns. The size of the pizza is only 8 inches 20 cm in diameter. France was the first country that banned supermarkets from throwing out or destroying food that wasn't sold. Bangkok University in Thailand makes their students wear anti-cheating helmets during exams. North Korea is the biggest counterfeiter of US currency. The country of Niue, an island north of New Zealand, put various Pokemon on its $1 coins in 2001. They included Pikachu, Squirtle, Meowth, Bulbasaur, and Charmander. An ancient Persian poet recorded the fable of a king that challenged wise men to make him a ring that made him happy when he was sad, and sad when he was happy. They succeeded by giving him a ring etched with the phrase, "This too shall pass." In Cuba, it's legally mandated that government vehicles must pick up any hitchhikers that they see. In 2000, the KKK adopted a stretch of highway near St. Louis, so the Missouri government responded by renaming the road Rosa Parks Highway. Elephants remember and mourn their loved ones like us, sometimes years after their death. In the Middle Ages, doctors believed that farting into jars and sniffing them would prevent death, or more specifically the Black Death plague, which they called therapeutic stink. The graffiti artist David Cho, who painted Facebook's first office in 2005, was paid in shares and is now worth over $200 million. A project's bus factor denotes the number of people in a company who need to be run over by a bus to send the company into such disarray that it would not be able to proceed. Compared to average shoppers, chefs are more likely to buy generic store brands for sugar, baking soda, and other kitchen staples. Lofoten, an island in Norway that lies at 68 north, well within the Arctic Circle, that has an extreme temperature anomaly. Summers are warm and winter temperatures rarely pass below the freezing point. The word honeymoon originated from the tradition of giving newlyweds a month's supply of meat on their wedding night. Grave of the Fireflies is based on the author's own experiences as a child and was written as a personal apology for not being able to save his younger sister Keiko. Cleopatra was born out of a lot of inbreeding. Through 3 uncle-niece marriages and 3 sister-brother marriages, her family tree collapses to a single couple at 4, 5 or 6 generations back, counting through different lines. If you travel at 99% the speed of light away from the sun, the light from the sun would still pass by you at the speed of light relative to you. Georgia in the USA has a set of giant stone slabs, etched with rules for post-apocalyptic humanity in many different languages. It can be used to chart the sun and stars, and warns against petty laws and useless officials. No one actually knows who funded the construction of this monument. During a German and British airplane shot each other down in Norway, and the crew met and then helped each other survive. 2 of them then visited each other several years after the war was over as friends. The world's tallest man, Bao Zishan, used his incredibly long arms 106 m to remove plastic from the stomachs of 2 dolphins, which ultimately saved their lives after trainers exhausted numerous other methods. A Swedish scientist, Svante Arrhenius, projected in 1897 that burning fossil fuels would lead to global warming and increase of surface temperature between 5 and 6 degrees centigrade. Upon his death, TV star Jack Benny's widow Mary received a red rose. After several days, with another rose delivered each day, Mary called to find out who was sending them. The florist told her that Benny made arrangements for a rose to be sent to her every day for the rest of her life. In the late 1600s, London was plagued by an attacker who would spank his victims with a rod and shout "Spanko" before running away. The NHL designed a puck with IR sensors in it to track it. That's how they made it glow in the 90s. The Soviets had made a prototype laser pistol for use by their astronauts. The pistol was designed to burn a hole through the spacesuits of enemy astronauts, killing them via suffocation and/or explosive decompression. Oktoberfest started off as a wedding reception for a prince in Bavaria in 1810, and the newlyweds enjoyed it so much that they suggested making it an annual event. When notorious murderer Karl Panzram was sentenced to death, he refused to appeal and threatened to kill any activists who attempted to intervene on his behalf. Some of the oldest cells in the human body are neurons. They last a lifetime. The Aplysia sea hare has a nervous system with only 20,000 neurons. When asleep, humans spend 23.1% of the time in rapid eye movement REM sleep. The first lobotomy in the USA was performed by Walter Freeman in 1936. Each year, about 10,000 babies born in the U.S. develop cerebral palsy. All invertebrate taste receptor cells are bipolar primary sensory neurons. In 2001, the use of GBHE gamma hydroxybutyrate resulted in 3,340 emergency room visits in the U.S. In 1863, Adolf von Baer synthesized barbituric acid, the first barbiturate. He named this chemical after his girlfriend Barbara. There is a lake in the country of Palau called Jellyfish Lake, where jellyfish have evolved without stingers. These golden jellyfish are completely harmless to humans, and you can even swim with them. A wolf will respond with a howl if a human imitates a howl. Until its demolition in 2012, 1% of Greenland's entire population lived in one apartment building called Block P. In 1951, a woman named Henrietta Lacks died of cervical cancer, but her tumor cells were removed and later discovered to be the first ever human cells that could thrive in a lab. Her cells have been the subject of more than 74,000 studies, many of which have yielded profound insights into cell biology, cancer, vaccine, and cloning. There was a goat in Utah named Freckles that was implanted with spider genes as an embryo that is now known as the spider goat. She produces spider silk proteins in her milk, which is used to make biosteel, a material stronger than Kevlar. In praying mantises, 25% of all sexual encounters result in the death of the male, as the female begins by ripping the male's head off. Contrary to popular belief, cracking your bones doesn't hurt your bones or cause you arthritis. It's simply the gas bubbles bursting that you hear. However, doing it too much does cause tissue damage. There's a movie from 2010 called Rubber about a murderous car tire named Robert that rolls around killing people and blowing things up. In 2010, a black Nigerian couple living in the UK gave birth to a blonde white baby with blue eyes that they called the miracle baby. The dot over the J or I is called a tittle. In Finland, when you earn your PhD, you're given a doctoral hat that looks like a top hat, as well as a doctoral sword. A male honeybee's orgasm is so powerful that its sex organs explode shortly after which it dies. The sound you hear when you put a seashell next to your ear isn't the sea, but the blood running through your veins. Diamonds are actually not that rare. A company called De Beers owns 95% of the market and suppresses supply to keep the prices high. In the Despicable Me movies, the gibberish that the minions speak is actually a functioning language written by the directors called Minionese. Percussive maintenance is the technical term for hitting something until it works. The strongest beer in the world is called Snake Venom, containing 67.5% alcohol. In 1961, Italian artist Piero Manzoni filled 90 tin cans of his own feces and called them artist's tea and sold them according to their equivalent weight in gold. More than 20% of the world oxygen is produced in the Amazon rainforest. The average tree is made up of about 1% of living cells at any given time. In January 1961, the U.S. Air Force accidentally dropped 2 nuclear bombs in Goldsboro, North Carolina when a bomber broke in half in the air. Fortunately, the bomb didn't go off, but if it did, it would have caused more destruction than Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A man in the United Kingdom was so fed up that his city wasn't repairing potholes, he went and spray-painted penises on them, earning him the nickname Wonksa. In 2014, a woman named Nancy Cohen was moved into a nursing home. Her relocated cat, Cleo, showed up 2 weeks later, even though she had never been there before. She started hanging out on benches until somebody noticed her, and now they live together at the facility. Keiko, the orca who starred in Free Willy, was released into the wild on July of 2002 in Iceland after being in captivity for 23 years. A few weeks after his release, he showed up at a Norwegian inlet from the sea, looking to make human contact and gave children rides on his back. A hyena's laugh, which is called giggles by zoologists, can be heard up to 40 feet 13 kilometers away. In the early days of iTunes, Universal Music Group deducted artists' iTunes royalties for costs such as packaging and breakages on digital downloads. Eminem sued them. The poison from Dieffenbachia, aka mother-in-law plant, can cause temporary inability to speak. Capital letters were stored in the upper tray for typefaces used in letterpress printing. This is why they're called uppercase. In 2015, a man in Georgia tried to shoot an armadillo, but the bullet ricocheted off its shell and hit his mother-in-law, injuring her. In 1999, 47 black residents of a Texas town were arrested on drug charges solely on the uncorroborated word of one undercover agent who was a member of the KKK. Many were sentenced to long prison terms. Some served years before release. For his wrong reports, the officer got 10 years of probation. When soccer player Cristiano Ronaldo was asked to donate his cleats for a charity auction benefiting a 10-month-old child suffering from a brain disorder that can lead to 30 seizures a day, Ronaldo paid the full $83,000 cost of the surgery for young Eric Ortiz Cruz. Rob McElhenney, who plays the homophobic character Mac on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, was raised by a lesbian couple. In 2013, a Swedish man broke out of prison one day before his release in order to see a dentist and then turned himself in after fixing his toothache. Raccoons are smarter than cats and dogs and have approximately the same mental attributes as monkeys. People have higher chances of dying on their birthday than on any other days. While serving in the Army, Clint Eastwood survived a plane crash in the Pacific Ocean by swimming 3 miles 5 km to shore. The crash kept him from being deployed to Korea. In the 17th century, pirates operated democracies before any traditional Western powers and even had a system of checks and balances. Also, they had a form of disability insurance. There is a Royal Navy superstition that whistling on a ship can summon strong winds. Traditionally, the only person allowed to whistle is the ship's cook, as it means he's not eating the food. The largest centipede which ever existed 280 million years ago was tall enough to rear up and look a human in the eyes. At 4,400 words, the United States has the oldest and shortest written constitution of any major government in the world. The 1946 Adventures of Superman radio show revealed the secret codes and rituals of the KKK, making it a laughingstock and drying up Klan recruitment almost overnight. In 1975, Morgantown, WW population 30,000 built a personal rapid transit system that comes at the push of a button, skips the stations you don't want, and is still carrying 15,000 people per day today. The original word for bear the animal has been lost. Superstitious people in medieval times thought that saying the ferocious animal's name would summon it, so they used a euphemism that meant the brown one bear. The original word was never recorded, so it remains a mystery. Pixar credits its success to its Annie Disney approach of no songs, no happy village, and no love story. Alan Stacey, a Formula One driver, was killed when a bird flew into his face during a race in 1960. Modern roundabouts have 40% fewer vehicle collisions, 80% fewer injuries, and 90% fewer serious injuries and fatalities compared with regular junctions. During World War II, Medal of Honor recipient Thomas Baker ordered his squad to leave him propped against a tree with a pistol and 8 bullets when he was wounded. Later, American forces found the now deceased Baker in the same spot, holding an empty pistol, with 8 dead Japanese soldiers lying around him. The remake of Evil Dead used 70,000 gallons of fake blood. About 50,000 of it was used in the final scene alone. Unlike humans, the octopus does not have a blind spot. The Society for Neuroscience, with more than 36,000 members, is the largest professional organization in the world dedicated to the study of the nervous system. The annual salary range for a neurologist is $106,000 to $199,701. The annual salary range for a psychiatrist is $110,000 to $152,008. Cataract comes from the Latin word cataracta, meaning waterfall, because looking through a waterfall is similar to the vision that results from cataracts. In 1921, Austrian scientist Otto Loewi discovered the first neurotransmitter that he named Vagustov. We now call this chemical acetylcholine. Every day, people worldwide light up 15 billion cigarettes. Carrots used to be purple in color. The Old Testament was written over the course of 1,000 years, whereas the New Testament was written within 75 years. There is a house-sized shoe box in Amsterdam that is an Adidas store. Lamborghinis, Bentleys, Aston Martins are all used as police cars in Dubai. In 2010, Johnny Depp responded to a letter from a 9-year-old girl named Beatrice Delep by actually showing up at her school in costume as Captain Jack Sparrow after she wrote, asking that pirates help her stage a mutiny against her teachers. In the original version of The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen, Ariel doesn't marry the prince. He actually marries someone else and she dies. Sound can travel quicker through solids. This is because molecules in a solid medium are much closer together than those in a liquid or gas, allowing sound waves to travel more quickly through it. The reason people traditionally put wedding rings on the left ring finger is because before medical science figured out how the circulatory system functioned, people believed that there was a vein that ran directly from the fourth finger of the left hand to the heart. The Kevlar bulletproof vest was invented by a pizza delivery guy after being shot twice on the job. There's a phobia called the Jonah complex, which causes a person to fear their own success, preventing them from reaching their full potential. Indonesia has more than 17,000 islands. The best-selling book in history is the Bible, with 5 billion copies in sales. An Indonesian boy named Aldi Rizal began chain smoking when he was just 18 months old and continued smoking over 40 cigarettes a day until he was 5 years old, when he was sent to rehab. The first recorded human flight with artificial wings in history was in the 6th century in China. Emperor Kaoyang would strap prisoners to kites and throw them off building to see if they could fly. Halieutics is the study of fishing. It was known that after examining the animals, Charles Darwin used to eat them too. Justin Timberlake's mother was Ryan Gosling's legal guardian when he was a child. In 2012, a man sued Pepsi after he found a mouse in his Mountain Dew. However, Pepsi fought and won the case, proving that any mouse would have dissolved inside a can of Mountain Dew after 30 days, and that this can was purchased 74 days after being manufactured. A 63-year-old Tasmanian woman gave birth to her first baby in August of 2016, making her Australia's oldest new mother. Venus and Uranus are the only planets that rotate clockwise. The other 6 planets in the solar system rotate counterclockwise. The most densely populated island on the planet is Santa Cruz del Islo, off the coast of Colombia. It measures only about 0.01 kilometers, but is home to over 12,000 people. A German engineering company has created the world's first rope-free elevator system that uses a magnetic technology which allows elevators to travel sideways as well as up and down. The stethoscope was invented in France in 1816 by René Laennec because he felt uncomfortable placing his ear on a woman's bare chest in order to listen to her heart. A grenade blast underwater is more deadly than on land. In 2009, a Kansas City car dealer gave away a voucher for a free AK-47 with each truck purchase during a sale. Mushrooms can create a slight breeze even when the air is calm. They release water vapor, cooling the air and creating a convective current that gets the air moving, carrying spores away from the parent. In 1923, a jockey named Frank Hayes suffered a fatal heart attack and died mid-race. His body remained on the horse and crossed the finish line in first place. He had never won a race before in his life. New Zealand will deny people residency visas if they have too high of a BMI, and there have been cases of people being rejected because of their weight. On July 23, 1983, Air Canada's Flight 143, with 69 people on board, ran out of fuel at an altitude of 41,000 feet. The pilot managed to glide the plane down safely as he was a very experienced glider pilot. The mistake discovered, later on, was that 22,300 pounds of jet fuel had been put in instead of 22,300 kilograms. The 2014 film Nightcrawler was inspired by a photographer named Arthur Felig, who in the 1930s installed a police band shortwave radio in his car and maintained a complete darkroom in the trunk. He'd often beat authorities to the scene and then sell his gory photos to the tabloids. Many casinos have started introducing skill-based games because younger people are bored with the standard luck-based ones like slots and roulette. Gamblers will be able to bet and win money on things like free throw contests, Castroids, a modified version of Angry Birds, and more. At the 2012 International Shooting Grand Prix, gold medalist Maria Dmitrienko of Kazakhstan had to listen to the entire parody of O Kazakhstan from Borat. The incident resulted from the wrong song being downloaded from YouTube at the last minute. Senior officials of Kazakhstan were furious. Only 2 words in English contain all the vowels in order, facetiously and abstemiously. Scotland's national animals are unicorns and its national flower is thistles. Albania's national animal is dragon. The whites of human eyes evolved as a means of nonverbal communication, and dogs, too, rely on the human sclera to pick up visual cues. A parasitic worm has been found in some grasshoppers that after growing to maturity, makes the grasshoppers seek water and drown themselves to return the parasite to water. If you shout or make a sound that is 1,100 dB, it will create a black hole destroying our galaxy. Zimbabwe's bank balance was $217 at the start of 2013. From 1946 to 1948, nearly 700 Guatemalans were deliberately infected by American doctors to study the effects of venereal disease. The U.S. didn't formally acknowledge the study or apologize till 2010. Nicolas Cage-born Nicolas Coppola changed his last name at the beginning of his career in order to avoid any favoritism he might receive as the nephew of the legendary director Francis Ford. Coppola directed The Godfather, The Godfather EI, Apocalypse Now, among other movies. On April 1, 2007, Google sent an email to its employees warning that a python was loose in its New York office. It was not a joke. The only reason Tom Cruise was literally in a closet in South Park was Trey Parker getting around the legal repercussions of calling him gay directly. The lawyers wouldn't allow it, so he rewrote the scene to have him trapped in a closet. Shakira was banned from her school choir because her music teacher didn't think she could sing and sounded like a goat. Farmers in Kenya are using elephants' natural fears of bees and building beehive fences that keep wild elephants from trampling the crops. It keeps the farms safe and prevents farmers having to kill elephants to defend their livelihood. There is a rare chronic sleep disorder called fatal familial insomnia, which renders the victim unable to sleep. A man named Michael Cork was diagnosed with this illness and died a month after his 42nd birthday, by which time he had been completely sleep-deprived for 6 months. It has no known cure. Elite U.S. soldiers actually Hippos often enjoy licking massive crocodiles. Where the Wild Things Are was originally Where the Wild Horses Are before author Maurice Sendak realized he didn't know how to draw horses. The sponge is the only multicellular animal without a nervous system. People can distinguish between 3,000 and 10,000 different smells. About 50 milliliters of blood travels through 100 grams of brain tissue each minute. Epilepsy was once called morbus Herculeus because it was thought that Hercules had epilepsy. Epilepsy was later called morbus Sacer, which means sacred disease. Huntington's disease, an incurable and treatable inherited illness, affects 30,000 people in the USA, slowly killing their brain cells and eroding muscle coordination, memory, judgment, and emotional stability. The famous French writer or philosopher Voltaire, born 1694, died 1778, is said to have consumed 50 cups of coffee a day, or approximately 3,750 milligrams of caffeine a day. 40 years ago, 42% of adults in the USA smoked. Today, approximately 23% do. Surveys report that 70% of smokers want to quit. Just like all languages, sign language has different accents based on country, age, ethnicity, and whether the person is deaf or not. A single teaspoon of water has 8 times more atoms than there are teaspoons full of water in the Atlantic Ocean. The Netherlands was the first country to legalize same-sex marriage, which was in 2001. Being hungry causes serotonin levels to drop, causing a whirlwind of uncontrollable emotions, including anxiety, stress, and anger. Carl Gugasian is serving 17 years in jail after robbing 50 banks over a 30-year period, stealing $2 million. In a study conducted by the Bay State Medical Center in Springfield, approximately 58% of people experience phantom vibration syndrome, a sensory hallucination where you mistakenly think your phone is buzzing in your pocket. If New York City was its own country and the NIPT was its army, it would be the 20th best-funded army in the world, just behind Greece and ahead of North Korea. Chaology is the study of chaos or chaos theory. There are 100 to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way and more than 100 billion galaxies in the universe. A group of lemurs is called a conspiracy. The largest cemetery in the world is the Wadi al-Salam Cemetery, located in Iraq. It's 2 miles 6 km squared and is so big that it's unknown how many bodies are in there. It's estimated to be in the millions, and 500,000 more get added each year. Benjamin Franklin wasn't trusted to write the U.S. Declaration of Independence because it was feared he would conceal a joke in it. The longest human jump is further than the longest horse jump. In the 1968 Olympics, the world record was set at 8.9 meters, while the record for a horse is 8.4 meters 28 feet. An employee at Pixar accidentally deleted a sequence of Toy Story 2 during production. It would have taken a year to remake what was gone, but luckily another employee had the whole thing backed up on a personal computer. Putting dry tea bags in smelly shoes or gym bags is an easy and quick way to absorb any unpleasant odors. The hippocampus, which is responsible for memory in women's brains, is larger than the hippocampus in men. Overmorrow is a word that means the day after tomorrow. The Indonesian Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries determined that a single manta ray, if caught and killed, is worth anywhere from 45 OO. They also determined, however, that if kept alive, they're worth up to $1 million in tourism revenue. So they created the largest manta ray sanctuary in the world. More than half of the world's population is under the age of 30. The word Sahara in Arabic means desert, so desert in Arabic. It also once snowed in the Sahara back in 1979. Intel employs a futurist named Brian David Johnson, whose job it is to determine what life would be like to live 10 to 15 years in the future. The sun and the moon appear to be the same size in our sky because of the amazing coincidence that the moon is 400 times smaller, but also 400 times closer. England's Big Ben is actually leaning to the northwest by 0.6 degrees, putting it out of alignment at its highest point by 1.6 feet. It was discovered when Transport for London commissioned a report that the London clay on which the tower was built on is drying out, causing the lean. Soviet diplomat Vyacheslav Molotov is thought to be the only man to ever shake hands with Stalin, Lenin, Hitler, Himmler, Goering, Roosevelt, and Churchill, and is also the inspiration behind the term Molotov cocktail. In the average lifetime, a person will walk the equivalent of 5 times around the equator. In 1999, a woman named Penny Brown saved a little boy, Kevin Stefan's life by giving him CPR after he was hit in the chest with a baseball bat. However, just 7 years later, he ended up saving her from choking to death by giving her the Heimlich maneuver. An Iowa artist named Patrick Acton built a complete model of Hogwarts out of 602,000 matchsticks held together by almost 60 liters of wood glue. In 1905, 11-year-old Frank Epperson from the San Francisco Bay Area invented the popsicle by accident. He left his sugary soda powder that he mixed with water outside overnight, and the next morning, it was frozen. He originally named it the Epsicle, but the name was eventually changed to Popsicle. Prostitution exists among some penguins and chimpanzees. It was first reported in 1998 by Fiona Hunter, a researcher at the University of Cambridge, and Lloyd Davis of the University of Otago. They were studying the mating patterns of the Adelie penguins when they noticed that they prostitute themselves for things like stones or food. Caesar salad has nothing to do with any of the Caesars. It was first concocted in a bar in Tijuana, Mexico, in the 1920s. Crocodiles and alligators are surprisingly fast on land. Although they are rapid, they are not agile. So, if being chased by one, run in a zigzag line to lose him or her. Soon after the Japanese attacks on Pearl Harbor, Ed McMahon enlisted in the Marine Corps and entered flight training. Though unable to enter combat in WE, he flew 85 combat missions in the Korean War and earned 6 air medals. He retired in 1966 with the rank of colonel. In 2014, an animal rights activist was awarded $685,737 for the trauma she experienced after discovering that her baby's father was an undercover policeman charged with spying on her. He was with her for years, had a baby, and left when the son turned 2. Almost 25 years of no contact, and she read about him in the paper. Before the FIFA World Cup 2014 semi-final match, in which they lost 7-1 from Germany, Brazil hadn't lost a single match at a home stadium in competitive matches since 1975. Ernest Hemingway grew paranoid and talked about FBI spying on him later in life. He was treated with electroshock. It was later revealed that he was, in fact, being watched, and Edgar Hoover personally placed him under surveillance. Theaters used to have cry rooms, which were soundproof rooms at the back of theaters so mothers wouldn't disturb others with their children. In the many states in the USA, you can be charged with a DUI even if the car is parked and you're sleeping in it. Sylvester Stallone talks the way he does because of complications his mother suffered during labor. This forced her obstetricians to use 2 pairs of forceps during his birth, and misuse of these accidentally severed a nerve and caused paralysis in parts of his face. Sony, after the 2012 security breaches, changed PSN user agreement to require users to agree not to sue Sony over any future security breach. Murderers in medieval Ireland were given to the deceased family as slaves if they failed to pay a hefty fine to buy their freedom. The family could then legally kill the murderer themselves. Syphilis had been called the French disease in Italy, Poland and Germany, the Italian disease in France, the Spanish disease by the Dutch, the Polish disease by Russians, and the Turks called it the Christian disease. Mr. Ramon Artigavesia survived the fire and sinking of a ship in 1871, leaving him emotionally scarred. About 41 years later, he was finally able to overcome his fears and nightmares and deciding to sail again, only to die in the sinking of that new ship, which was the Titanic. In the ancient Persian Empire, men used to debate ideas twice, once when sober and once when drunk, because an idea had to sound good in both states in order to be considered a good idea. Nichelle Nichols was convinced to stay on Star Trek by Martin Luther King Jr., who told her, "Don't you understand for the first time, we're seen as we should be seen. You don't have a black role, you have an equal role." The word homeboy goes back to the 1800s and was used by African Americans to refer to each other as people from back home. Cleveland Indians once had a 10-cent beer night that ended in the crowd rioting and attacking the players and umpires. Players and coaches used baseball bats to fend off the rioting fans. British physicist Alf Adams came up with the idea of the strained layer quantum well laser walking on the beach with his wife. He paused for a moment and asked her to stop talking for a moment to let him think. These lasers are now used in almost every household today in optical disc players. Harvard earns enough money on interest from its endowment that it could offer free tuition to all students and still make a profit on the interest. The Lakota people, indigenous people of North and South Dakota, have been trying to claim independence in the longest legal battle in history, more than 160 years with the United States. There is a creature with the ability to neutralize almost all poisons, even from creatures it has never encountered. One day this ability might be utilized by humans. This creature is called the opossum. Bottlenose dolphins have the longest memory among non-humans. They can recognize whistles of their mates after being separated for more than 20 years. Isaac Newton prowled the bars and taverns in seedy parts of London in disguise to gather evidence of counterfeiting. His work led to 28 convictions, one being hanged for high treason. Bicycle helmets reduce the risk for head injury by as much as 85% and reduce the risk for brain injury by as much as 88%. Every year, 27 million people in the U.S. benefit from pain relief, sedation, and unconsciousness from anesthetics. Impressionist painter Claude Monet, 184019-6, had cataracts and was almost blind by 1922. He had cataract surgery on his right eye in 1922. The highest-scoring soccer game in history recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records was 149-0 between two teams in Madagascar in 2002. It happened because one of the teams began scoring on themselves in protest of a bad call by one of the referees. 24 women have made accusations that Donald Trump has elicited inappropriate sexual behavior over the previous 30 years. A group of camels is called a caravan. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Albert Einstein, Walt Disney, and Mark Zuckerberg all dropped out of school. On the first day of school, children in Germany, Austria, and the Czech Republic are given a cardboard cone filled with toys and sweets, known as a Schultut. In 1987, a German shepherd dog named Gabby in a Belgrade zoo once saved a zoo employee by fighting and defeating an escaped jaguar. For this, a monument was erected in her honor. The first ever ticket purchased to the first ever Comic-Con in New York was by George R.R. Martin in 1964. He was the first of only 30 people there that day. The baobab tree native to Madagascar can hold up to 31,000 gallons 120 liters of water. The English word orange was the name of the fruit for a few hundred years before. The color was later named after the fruit. Before that, what we now know as orange was known as yeol or eid. Since 1945, all British tanks have come equipped with tea-making facilities. A tribe in West Africa known as the Matami tribe play a version of football which consists of using a human skull as the ball. The country with the longest coastline on Earth is Canada. From the poll of 2,500 participants, the average person spends 42 minutes a week, or almost 92 days over a lifetime, on the toilet. The Black Death in the 14th century is estimated to have killed 30-60% of Europe's total population. The information traveling inside your brain is moving at 268 miles per hour, 430 km per hour. Although the Holy Bible is available for free at many places of worship, it is the most stolen book in the world. A quarter of the world's prisoners are locked up in the U.S. A group of ferrets is called a business. Internet addiction disorder, also known as IAD, is a real mental disorder in which somebody engages in addictive, compulsive, or pathological internet use. Author J.K. Rowling wrote the final chapter of the last Harry Potter book in 1990, 7 years before the release of the first book. Christmas Island is a small Australian island located in the Indian Ocean that every year sees 50 million adult crabs migrate from the forest to breed, known as the annual red crab migration. Colombia's underground drug cartel trades as much as $10 billion, which is more than the country's legal exports. The first man-made element was technetium, created in 1937. It is used for medical diagnostic studies and as a corrosion inhibitor for steel. Over 50% of all lottery tickets sold are bought by only 5% of people who buy lottery tickets. The Curiosity rover sang Happy Birthday to itself on Mars to commemorate the 1-year anniversary of landing on the planet in 2013. Russia trained and deployed 40,000 anti-tank dogs in World War II. The dogs were loaded with explosives and trained to run under tanks where they would be detonated. Except many of the dogs became scared and ran back to their owners' trenches where they killed their own people. The unbroken seal on Tutankhamun's tomb went untouched for 3,245 years until 1942. The crew of Apollo 15 placed a small aluminum sculpture on the moon to memorialize fallen astronauts. In 1971, that number was 14. There's also a plaque bearing their names. The rarest wild cat in the world is the Bornean bay cat. Only 12 have ever been captured and studied between the years of 1874 and 2002. That's one every 10 years. During the late 1800s, a baboon named Jack was employed by the railroad in Cape Town, South Africa as a signalman. He never once made a mistake and worked for the railroad until his death. In 1991, drug lord Pablo Escobar got to build his own prison known as La Cathedral. It featured a soccer field, a giant dollhouse, a bar, a jacuzzi, and a waterfall. It's where he stayed for only 1 year and 1 month after he was caught torturing his guests. In the 1870s, William Shanks spent 15 years of his life calculating pi to 707 places, by hand. However, the last few years were wasted as he made a mistake after the 5 to 7th digit. In 1954, a flight Ernest Hemingway was on crash-landed in Africa. He and his companions were rescued and put in another plane, which burst into flames on the runway. Finding the door jammed, Hemingway used his head as a battering ram, butted the door twice and got out. Dollar is an anglicized version of the Dutch daler, which was in heavy use in the Caribbean and New Amsterdam, New York from 1600 to 1800s. The daler is short for the German Joachimsthaler, a currency that was produced in the 1300s in Joachimsthal, Bohemia. There is a population of radioactive wild boars in Germany, contaminated by radioactivity left over from the Chernobyl nuclear meltdown over 2 decades ago, and their number is rising. Los Angeles once had the largest electric rail system in the world, until automobile, tire, and oil companies bought and dismantled it, along with mass transit systems in 44 other U.S. cities. The mass transit systems were replaced with freeways and buses, thereby increasing the sales of cars, tires, and oil. A lawyer in Toronto fell to his death in 1993 after he threw himself against a window on the 24th floor of a building in an attempt to prove to a group of visitors that the glass was unbreakable, an act he had done twice before. The glass did not break, but popped out of the window frame and he died. Cats, unlike dogs, cannot for physiological reasons resulting in blindness and death be vegetarian. Leonardo da Vinci deliberately left errors in the designs of his inventions in order to prevent it from being put to practice by unauthorized people. Bermuda Triangle has had as many disappearances as any other part of the oceans of similar size, and many of the mysteries attributed to it happened outside of the triangle. In North Korea, citizens are forced to choose one of 28 government-approved haircuts. There exists a museum in Massachusetts which is dedicated to exhibiting shitty art that is too bad to be ignored. 1968, 2 boys playing in a deserted and rat-infested tenement found the body of a 31-year-old drug addict, surrounded by religious pamphlets and empty beer bottles. Not until 19 months later was the body identified as that of child actor Bobby Driscoll, Academy Award winner and the voice of Peter Pan. The British government's advisor on illegal drugs was fired in 2009 after arguing that ecstasy and LSD were less dangerous than alcohol and tobacco. A British man was so fed up with cold callers he set up his own premium rate number, which he asked them to call instead. netting him around £7 a month. In the 1990s, a national survey found that Mario was more recognizable to American children than Mickey Mouse. 3-mile limit for international waters was created as this was the maximum distance a cannonball could travel from the shore. Star Trek Scotty, James Doohan, was a CDN soldier during WW2 who landed on Juno Beach, killed 2 snipers and cleared a minefield before even getting off the beachhead. While Samuel Morse was in New York, he received a letter that warned of his wife's illness. Morse left for home, but arrived to find his wife already buried. Heartbroken that for days he was unaware of his wife's illness and death, led him to research and patent the telegraph 22 years later. High heels used to be an essential accessory for horseback riders and weren't associated with being feminine. Approximately 50% of the population of the USA is nearsighted. Of the 31,000 suicides in the USA each year, 60-80 are associated with depression or manic depression. Atropine, a drug that blocks the action of the neurotransmitter acetylcholine, comes from the plant called the deadly nightshade. Belladonna is Italian for beautiful lady. As people age, their ears get larger. Ear circumference increases on average 0.51 millimeters per year. The brain of a worker honeybee weighs only 1 milligram. The Intempo skyscraper in Spain has 47 floors but no elevators. The largest detonated bomb in the world was the Tsar Bomba on October 30th in 1961 by the Soviet Union. The blast was 3,000 times stronger than the bomb used on Hiroshima. The impact was enough to break windows 560 miles 900 km away. The oldest recorded tree in the world is reported to be 9,550 years old, located in Dalarna, Sweden. The shortest presidency in the history of the world was by President Pedro Paredes of Mexico, who ruled for less than 1 hour on February 19, 1913. Jackie Chan's mother was a drug smuggler while his father was a spy. This is in fact how they met, when his father arrested his mother for smuggling opium. The Filipino flag is flown with its red stripe up in times of war and blue side up in times of peace. Humans can only live without oxygen for 3 minutes, water for 3 days, and food for 3 weeks. Sterling silver is not completely made out of silver. A little copper is added, as pure silver is too soft and would bend otherwise. Hudson Bar in Canada has less gravity than the rest of the Earth. It's unsure exactly why, but scientists hypothesize that it has something to do with the convection occurring in the Earth's mantle. Pluto is smaller than Russia. There is an insect called the assassin bug which wears its victim's corpse as armor. The original script of Lord of the Rings was one long saga, but was split into 3 books for the publishers to make more money. In Churchill, Manitoba, Canada, it's illegal to lock your car in case someone needs to hide from one of the 900 polar bears in the area. At the end of the 1990s, BMW actually had to recall their GPS systems because male German drivers didn't want to take directions from a female driver. We miss 10% of everything we see due to blinking. The country with the most millionaires is the US. The country with the most billionaires is China. Written language was invented by the Mayans, Egyptians, Chinese, and Sumerians independently. Potatoes have more chromosomes than a human. The China National Highway 110 traffic jam was considered the longest traffic jam in history. It was 100 kilometers long and lasted 11 days. Adult cats don't have enough lactase enzyme to digest the lactose from milk, making them lactose intolerant. The words Tokyo, Beijing, and Seoul all translate to capital in English. Fleas can jump over 80 times their own height. Poveglia Island in Italy is considered one of the most haunted places in the world, as it was the site of wars, a dumping ground for plague victims, and an insane asylum. In fact, it's so haunted that the Italian government has forbidden public access to it. Self-made millionaire Harris Rosen adopted a Florida neighborhood called Tangelo Park. He cut the crime rate in half, increased high school graduation rates from 25 to 100% by giving everyone free daycare and all high school graduates scholarships. The majority of lipsticks contain fish scales. There was a third Apple founder named Ronald Wayne who once owned 10% of the whole company. He decided to sell that 10% stake for $800 in 1976. During job interviews, Google doesn't ask for GPA or test scores from their candidates, because they don't correlate at all with success at the company. Australia literally lost a Prime Minister, Harold Holt, on December 17th of 1967, who went for a swim and just never came back. The role of Captain Jack Sparrow was originally offered to Jim Carrey, but he turned it down for the role of Bruce Almighty. Famed writer H.G. Wells' last words on his deathbed in 1946 were, "Go away, I'm all right." The Earth experiences 50,000 earthquakes per year and is hit by lightning 100 times a second. In 1888, Alfred Nobel's brother died, but a newspaper published his obituary instead. It condemned him for inventing dynamite and stated, "The merchant of death is dead." Alfred was so disappointed with what he read that he used his wealth to celebrate humanity and created the Nobel Prize. Graffiti from the walls of the ancient city of Pompeii have been unearthed and translated, showing that human behavior has remained unchanged in the past 2,000 or so years. Once the queen bee is deemed to be unfit to serve due to old age or disease, worker bees cluster tightly around her body until she dies from overheating. This process is known as cuddle death. In the Middle Ages, rhyming nicknames were becoming common, and that is the reason why Bill is short for William Will, and Dick is short for Richard Rick. Scientists didn't know how strong the blast of the first prototype of the atomic bomb would have been before detonating it in the New Mexico desert. They even had prepared press releases for any kind of event, from loud noise to Among the Dead were. Mark Wahlberg had committed 20-25 offenses by the age of 21. These included throwing rocks at a bus full of black school children and knocking a Vietnamese man unconscious and blinding another. He was also addicted to cocaine by age 13. Jams are made from fruit, while jellies are made from juice. Preserves have chunks of fruit, conserves have dried fruit or nuts, and marmalades have peel and pulp. Fruit. Butter is slowly cooked to a smooth consistency. The asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs was powerful enough to send Earth rocks to Mars and even Europa. As a result, if we ever find life on those worlds, there may be a small chance that they would have originated on our own planet. On April Fool's Day, 1976, the BBC convinced many listeners that a special alignment of the planets would temporarily decrease gravity on Earth. Phone lines were flooded with callers who claimed they felt the effects. After betraying their mission and informing the FBI about Nazi agents on U.S. soil, the two men who saved America from Nazi infiltration were greeted with life imprisonment, the threat of execution, and deportation. Leonardo da Vinci may have written backward, not for secrecy, but because he was left-handed and it was easier for him to do so. Harare, Zimbabwe is one of the most expensive cities due to its citizens switching to US dollars as currency. They are so used to Zimbabwe money with very high values that being charged $20 for a haircut seems a good deal, as people do not have an outsider concept of the real value of the dollar. In the 80s, a full decade before the W started to come on its own, 25 million people in France went online to the bank, check the weather, chat, make reservations, socialize, check stock prices, and even had porn. There were no computers though. They just used a free Minitel terminal. Hitler's plan for Moscow was to kill all residents and replace it with a lake. A butterfly can taste with its feet. An average yawn lasts about 6 seconds. The term dendrite was introduced by C. Golgi in about 1870. The giant squid has the largest eyeball of any living animal. The diameter of the giant squid's eyeball is 25 centimeters. The diameter of a human's eye is 2.4 centimeters, and that of the blue whale is 15 centimeters. Rabies comes from the Latin word rabere, meaning to rave, as well as a Sanskrit word for doing violence. Atropine, a drug that blocks receptors for the neurotransmitter acetylcholine, is made from the poisonous Atropa belladonna plant. Louis Braille invented the system of reading by touch, the Braille system, when he was only 15 years old. Drunken behavior and violent crimes involving adolescent drinking cost the U.S. $53 billion per year, including $19 million from traffic accidents. Cerebral oxygen consumption is 3.5 mol 1 OOG of brain or minute, or 49 mol or minute for a whole brain. The energy consumption of the brain is equal to that of a 20 W light bulb. The venom of some scorpions affects a victim's nervous system. In 2002, scorpions stung 15,687 people in the USA and 2 people died. In Japanese myth, there's a creature called the Asirai Yushiki. It's a giant unwashed foot that appears before you and demands to be washed. If you don't wash it, it rampages through your house. Taiwan has become the first country to offer free Wi-Fi to all tourists through over 4,000 hotspots all over the island. The city of New York paid $5 million in 1853 for the land that is Central Park, which is now worth $530 billion. In Japan, there are owl cafes where you can play with live owls while enjoying a drink or meal. There's a Turkish artist named Esraf Armagan who is blind, yet taught himself to write and paint, and has been doing so on his own for the last 35 years. In the US, April 2nd is National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day. Experts believe that New York is home to as many as 800 languages, making it the most linguistically diverse city in the world. In 1938, Walt Disney was awarded an honorary Oscar for Snow White. The statuette that he received came with 7 mini statuettes on a stepped base. It rains diamonds on the planets Uranus and Neptune. The country Brazil is named after a tree. In 2012, a woman from New York named Deborah Stevens donated a kidney to her boss and was fired almost immediately after. There is a spa in India dedicated for only elephants. There's a fish in SpongeBob SquarePants that's been shown in multiple episodes with a clearly shown penis. The world's largest tree house is located in Tennessee and is 10 stories, 10,000 square feet, 900 square meters, took 11 years to make, but cost only $12,000 since it was made of mostly recycled materials. The longest someone has stayed awake continuously is 265 hours, which was in 1964 by a high school student. In 1886, a man named H.H. Holmes built a 3-story hotel in Chicago specifically to kill people in it. Its design included stairways to nowhere and a maze of over 100 windowless rooms, which he used to kill over 200 people. In the city of Mackinac Island, Michigan, all motor vehicles, including cars, have been banned since 1898. You would be a few centimeters taller in space due to gravity. The Pythagorean cup, also known as a greedy cup, is a cup designed to spill its contents if too much wine is poured in, encouraging moderation. Ischemic heart disease and stroke are the world's biggest killers. Ischemic means an inadequate blood supply to an organ. The orca, also known as the killer whale, is actually from the dolphin family. Humans are not appropriate prey for great white sharks because their digestion is too slow to cope with the ratio of bone to muscle and fat. The Ben Franklin effect is a psychological phenomenon where someone who has done a favor for someone else is more likely to do another favor for that person than they would be if they had received a favor from that person. You can actually reshape some babies' ears. Some of them have a condition called liddling, where the top part of the cartilage in the ear is basically folded over, so the top ridge is kind of rounded over. However, there's actually a mold called earwell that can change the shape of your baby's ear in approximately 6 weeks. Monkey brains are considered a delicacy in parts of South Asia, Africa, and China. They're considered an easily digestible substance, often given to children, and there are even entire cookbooks dedicated on how to cook them. In 2013, a dog named Killian saved a baby boy from an abusive babysitter when he alerted his owners by growling and standing between the baby and the sitter whenever she was present. The parents later recorded the abuse and the sitter was convicted. Owen, a baby hippo from Kenya, was swept away from his mother during a tsunami. He then mistook a 130-year-old tortoise for another hippo and the two actually became best friends. The phrase rule of thumb is derived from an Old English law, which stated that you couldn't beat your wife with anything wider than your thumb. The 3 most recognized Western names in China are Jesus Christ, Richard Nixon, and Elvis Presley. A snail spent years glued to a card in the British Museum before they realized it was alive. The book Walden by Henry David Thoreau is often seen as a Bible for self-sufficiency enthusiasts. However, while many picture Thoreau as a hermit in the woods, his cabin on the lake was about a mile from town, where he would often go to visit his mother, who did his laundry for him. The terms left and right politics appeared during the French Revolution of 1789, when members of the National Assembly divided into supporters of the king to the president's right and supporters of the revolution to his left. After a falling out with Ernest Hemingway, Gertrude Stein, who had written the phrase "a rose is a rose is a rose," supposedly received a telegram from Hemingway that read, "A bitch is a bitch is a bitch." Tolkien created the words dwarvish and dwarves, countering the spelling at the time of the book's publication, which was dwarfish and dwarfs, and many dictionaries now consider this the proper way to spell the words. Rice thrown at weddings poses absolutely no danger to birds. It is just a myth that the rice grains suck up water from the birds' moist innards and cause them to violently burst. In 1913, it was legal to mail children, with stamps attached to their clothing. Children rode trains to their destinations, accompanied by letter carriers. A newspaper reported it cost 53 cents for parents to mail their daughter to her grandparents for a family visit. Sir Geoffrey Hudson, the court dwarf of Charles I, challenged a man who insulted him to a duel on horseback. The man thought it was a joke, and showed up to the duel with a water gun, instead of a real pistol. Unfortunately, Hudson was quite serious and shot the man in the head, killing him. The Playboy Bunny outfit was the first service uniform registered with the United States Patent and Trademark Office. The movie previews used to be shown at the end of a movie, which is why they are referred to as trailers. In 1968, Kim Il-sung sent 31 commandos to South Korea to try and assassinate the president. After they infiltrated the border, they stumbled on two brothers chopping firewood. They decided to indoctrinate them about the benefits of communism and release them. The brothers notified the police. Former U.S. President Calvin Coolidge, 19-for-28, enjoyed buzzing for his bodyguards and then hiding under his desk as they frantically searched for him. Congressional approval for the first Gulf War was affected by the testimony of a Kuwaiti nurse, who claimed to have witnessed Iraqi soldiers pulling babies out of incubators and throwing them on the floor to die. This never happened. The nurse was not a nurse. She was coached by a PR firm. As a child, Muhammad Ali was refused an autograph by his boxing idol, Sugar Ray Robinson. When Ali became a prize fighter, he vowed never to deny an autograph request, which he honored throughout his career. One of the originally pitched names for Hannah Montana was Alexis Texas. A Catholic bishop named Robert Grosseteste described the birth of the universe in an explosion and the crystallization of matter to form stars and planets in a set of nested spheres around Earth in 1225 AD, about 4 centuries before Newton proposed gravity and 7 centuries before the Big Bang Theory. Sperm whales are so called because their heads are filled with large amounts of oily fluid, which whalers thought was sperm. Scientists still aren't sure what it's there for. The Greek philosopher Aristotle believed that the heart, not the brain, was the seat of mental processes. Sounds as loud as 130 dB can cause pain. The average median amount of sleep each day by university students was 7.75 hours in 1969, 7.13 hours in 1979, 6.75 hours in 1989, 6.65 hours in 2001. Cats can hear sounds in a 10.5 octave range. Humans have a hearing range of about 9.3 octaves. The word neurology was coined by Thomas Willis in 1681. Composer Ludwig van Beethoven may have been poisoned by lead. His hair had lead levels 100 times greater than normal. The number of synapses in the cortex is 0.15 quadrillion. There are approximately 6,800 languages spoken in the world today. Sleepwalking affects 2-14 of all children and 1.6-2.5 of all adults. In the year 2020, there will be approximately 40 billion gadgets connected to the internet. The largest tigers in the world live in Siberia. There are approximately 6,500 languages spoken in the world today. However, 2,000 of those languages only have 1,000 speakers or less. Most of the camels in Saudi Arabia are imported from Australia. There are still 30 million people living in caves in China. There is a skywalk on Tiananmen Mountain in China, which is a 200 feet 61 meters long with 8.2 feet 5 meter thick glass. The bridge is so high up that it allows visitors to look down on the peaks of smaller mountains below. In 2014, a man in China bought a first-class ticket on China Eastern Airlines where he went to the airport and ate free food for almost an entire year in the VIP lounge. Astoundingly, he canceled and rebooked his flight an incredible 300 times over the course of the year, and then canceled his ticket for a full refund once the airline became wise of his scam. The heaviest drinkers in the world are in Belarus, with 17.5 liters consumed per capita every year. 95% of the decisions you make have already been made up by your subconscious mind. Cocoa leaves are still used by Coca-Cola to this day. A company in New Jersey first extracts the cocaine from the leaves, giving the spent leaves to Coca-Cola to put in their drinks. In the early versions of the Little Red Riding Hood, the girl cannibalizes her own grandmother and then gets eaten by the wolf after getting into bed with him. In order to drink, giraffes have to spread their almost 2-meter-long legs apart just to get close enough to the water. A giraffe's tongue is 8 inches 21 cm long. There is a condition called hyperthymesia that causes the person to remember every single detail of their lives. Only 12 people on Earth have this condition. A blue whale can consume 480 million calories of food in a single dive. Trypophobia is the fear of holes. Koalas can sleep up to 18-22 hours a day, whereas a giraffe only needs about 2. When Jadav Payeng was 16, he began planting trees since he was concerned for the disappearing habit for the local animals. He continued doing this for over 35 years. Today, he has single-handedly restored more than 1,360 acres of forest. Cats used to be sacred in Egypt, and if you killed one, you could be sentenced to death. Due to the aging population in Japan, adult diaper sales are about to surpass baby diaper sales. The mother of Matt Groening, the creator of The Simpsons, was named Marge Wiggum. A group of stingrays is called a fever. The longest possible uninterrupted train ride in the world is over 10,000 miles 17,000 km long, which goes from Vietnam to Portugal. Only 5% of Norway's financial transactions are done in cash. In fact, it's possible that by 2020 Norway could be completely cash-free. Horror movie soundtracks sometimes include infrasound, which is sound below the range of human hearing. Even though we can't hear it, we can still feel it, and infrasound has been shown to induce anxiety, heart palpitations, and even shivering. The Wright brothers only ever flew together once, in 1910. This is because their father feared losing both sons in an airplane accident, so he gave them special permission just that one time. Every December 25th, the inhabitants of the Chumbivilcas province in Peru celebrate Takanakwi. This is where men settle grudges from the past year by calling each other out and having a fistfight. Then everybody goes drinking to numb the pain and move on to a new year. In Albania, nodding your head means no, and shaking your head means yes. The CIA once created a gun that could shoot darts that caused heart attacks. Upon penetration of the skin, the dart only left a tiny red dot. The poison itself worked rapidly and then denatured quickly afterwards. This was all revealed in 1975, in a congressional testimony. The average woman consumes 6 pounds of lipstick in her lifetime. Nissan used the number 23 in motorsport racing because the number 2 translates to Ni and the number 3 translates to San. 23 translates to Nissan. In 1961, James Monahan, co-founder of Domino's Pizza, traded his 50% stake in the company to his brother Tom for a used Volkswagen. Tom went on to sell his 93% for $1 billion. On their trip across the continent, Lewis and Clark came across a tribe that knew how to say son of a bitch in English. Phobos, Mars' largest moon, is set to collide with Mars or break up into a ring in 50 million years due to tidal forces. There was 1,561 celestial phenomenon over Nuremberg that reported an incidence of a great space battle over Germany in the Middle Ages. There was even a crash landing reported outside the town. The Polish government awards a medal for long marital life to couples who have been married longer than 50 years with at least one child, either their own or adopted. We actually live about 80 milliseconds in the past because that's how long it takes for our brains to process information. In 2010, police in Belfast, Northern Ireland used music from ice cream vans to calm angry teen rioters. Early humans in Southern America hunted car-sized armadillos and used their shells for houses. In 1986, a federal prisoner escaped during a prisoner transfer. A week later, he returned in a stolen helicopter and broke out his girlfriend. At Andrew Jackson's funeral in 1845, his pet parrot had to be removed because it was swearing. Researchers discovered a clam estimated to be 507 years old, the oldest ever living animal, and accidentally killed it. A safer cigarette, the XA project, was developed in the 70s, but tobacco companies pressured the inventor to bury it because it implied their cigarettes were unsafe. The FBI will reward $10,000 to anyone who reports people who shoot lasers at planes. In the 1950s, a Texas white man named John Howard Griffin went through extensive physical changes to become a black man and traveled for 6 weeks on buses through the segregated South. After publishing his experiences, hostility and threats forced him to move to Mexico. In 5 years, Jahangir Khan, squash player from Pakistan, played 555 consecutive squash matches, maintaining an unbeaten run the entire time. During this winning streak, he won the International Squash Players Association Championship without losing a single point. You can change your testosterone and cortisol levels by changing body language and acting more alpha. The screenwriter for the movie Castaway stranded himself on an island for research, and when a volleyball washed up on shore, it became the inspiration for Wilson. The galaxy M100 is so far away that if beings from there were to look at Earth right now, they would be watching the real-time extinction of the dinosaurs. When Mossad agents discovered Nazi war criminal Adolf Eichmann was hiding in Argentina, they kidnapped him off the street in broad daylight and smuggled him back to Israel on a commercial flight by drugging him and dressing him as a flight attendant. Venus flytrap is only found natively within a 60-mile radius of Wilmington, North Carolina. There are over 1,000 disorders of the brain and nervous system. 8 hours in a smoky bar breathing second-hand smoke is the equivalent to smoking a pack of cigarettes. The average amount of time required to attain a PAAHDAADDDDHEHE in the biomedical sciences is approximately 6.9 years. Bhutan was the first country to ban the sale of tobacco. In 1770, the British Parliament passed a law condemning lipstick, stating that any woman found guilty of seducing a man into matrimony by a cosmetic means would be tried for witchcraft. In 2013, a 59-year-old man named Alan Markovitz was upset at his ex-wife for cheating on him, bought a house next to hers and installed a giant $7,000 statue of a hand giving the finger aimed at her house. A person who drives 10 miles to buy a lottery ticket is 3 times more likely to die in a car accident than winning the lottery. It took approximately 75 years for the telephone to reach 50 million users, the radio, 38 years, 13 years for the television, 4 for the internet, 2 for Facebook, and only 19 days for Pokemon Go. The moon is capable of having moonquakes. They are less frequent and intense as the ones on Earth, however. The most popular sport in the world is football. Second place goes to cricket, followed by field hockey. Astronomers have found what appears to be one of the oldest known stars in the universe, which located about 6,000 light-years away from Earth. The ancient star formed not long after the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago. In 2014, the Department of Transportation in Colorado was forced to change their mile marker from 420 to 419.99 just to get people to stop stealing their sign. There are gold glitter pills you can buy for $400 online that promise to turn your poop gold. There is a swing at the edge of a cliff in Ecuador that has no safety measures that hangs from a tree house overlooking an active volcano called the swing at the end of the world. Although the brain is physically developed by the age of 5, the rational part of a brain isn't fully developed and won't be until age 25. The brothers Adolf Dassler and Rudolf Dassler, who started Puma and Adidas, were part of the Nazi Party. If you removed all the empty space from the atoms that make every human on Earth, all humans on Earth could fit into an apple. Beaver eyelids are transparent, so they can see through them as they swim underwater. A study by the University of Westminster in the UK determined that watching horror movies can burn up to almost 200 calories, the same as a half-hour walk. During an emergency landing, a plane has the ability to dump its fuel from the wings to prevent it from exploding if it crashes. If you went through 17 tons of gold ore and 1 ton of personal computers, you'd find more gold from the personal computers. In 1949, the Prince Motor Company in Japan developed an electric car that could travel 124 miles 200 km on a single charge. There's a village in the Netherlands named Giethoorn that has no roads and can only be accessed by boats, having the nickname Venice of the Netherlands. In 2005, a Nepalese couple climbed Everest and got married on its peak. The youngest person to ever climb Everest was young Jordan Romero at the age of 13. Facebook tracks and records your IP address as well as the URL of every website that you visit that uses any of its social plugins, such as the like button. The modern handshake dates all the way back to the 5th century BC, where swordsmen would greet each other with their weapon hand-free, showing no sign of a fight. There's an inn in Idaho called the Dog Bark Park Inn, where guests can stay in the world's largest beagle. You enter the body of the beagle from a second-story deck. Up another level into the head of the dog is a loft, and there's an additional sleeping space and a cozy alcove in the muzzle. In 2014, Beyoncé made about $3.65 US every second. Actor Sean Bean is so terrified of flying that during the filming of Lord of the Rings, while shooting in remote mountain locations, he traveled via skylift and walked the remainder of the journey, all in full costume. According to a report from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention's National Center for Health Statistics, American men now weigh, on average, 196 pounds 89 kg on average, 15 pounds 7 kg, more than 20 years ago, and women weigh 168 pounds 76 kg on average, which is 16 pounds 7 kg, more than 20 years ago. If you watch any classic Clint Eastwood film, you will often see his character smoking like Dirty Harry, despite the fact that Clint never smoked habitually in real life and actually practiced healthy dieting and meditation since his youth. There were over 13 couples celebrating their honeymoon on the Titanic. However, none of them survived upon impact and the subsequent sinking of the boat. The human aorta is the largest artery in the human body and is about the size of a garden hose. McDonald's in Hong Kong will soon host cheap McWeddings for couples at a cost of around $1,200 and will actually provide food, drink, and an apple pie for 50 people. 1/3 of all cancers are sun-related. The secret blend of 11 herbs and spices that made KFC famous is sold by Marion K. Spices under the name 99X. In 1791, at the Battle of the Wabash, 920 U.S. Army soldiers faced about 1,100 Native American warriors. At the end of the battle, only 21 Indians were killed, whereas nearly the entire U.S. force was wiped out, 6-3 killed, 258 wounded. This was a quarter of the entire Army's strength at the time. 14 years after publication, Dr. Seuss removed a reference to pollution in Lake Erie from the Lorax. Researchers informed him that the environmental efforts to restore the lake had been successful. The line was changed in subsequent editions. In 2010, a man who was lost in the woods of northern Saskatchewan chopped down some power lines so that workers from Crown Utility would have to come and rescue him. Claims by yogurt companies in the U.S. that probiotic yogurt has beneficial health effects have all been rejected in the EU, due to insufficient research and thus inconclusive proof. Every Purple Heart awarded by the U.S. military since 1945 is one of the 500,000 Purple Hearts manufactured in anticipation of U.S. casualties resulting from the invasion of Japan, but was prevented by dropping the atomic bomb. In 1976, both Republicans and Democrats signed a Declaration of Interdependence stating that exploitation of the poor by the rich and the weak by the strong violates our common humanity and resources of the globe are finite, not infinite. At the height of the Irish potato famine in 1847, almost 4,000 ships carried food from Ireland to England and Scotland, while 400,000 Irish died of starvation and related diseases. The same year, a Native American tribe sent $710 to help ease the suffering. In 2006, Tom Hanks was inducted as an honorary member of the Army Ranger Hall of Fame for his portrayal of Capote Miller in the film Saving Private Ryan. The Higgs boson is nicknamed the God particle not because of its fundamental role in the universe, but because of Leon Lederman, a theoretical physicist who wrote a book about it in 1993, called it the goddamn particle, as it was so difficult to observe. Abraham Lincoln suffered from depression. He was scared to carry knives because he was afraid he'd kill himself. In the film Thank You for Smoking, none of the characters are ever seen smoking. Christian Bale turned down the role of James Bond, saying, "I've already played a serial killer." NASA Vehicle Assembly Building's interior volume is so vast that it has its own weather, with rain clouds forming below the ceiling on very humid days. The skin of an adult human covers about 18-20 square feet 2 square meters and weighs about 6 lb 7 kg. Percentage of total cerebral cortex volume human, frontal lobe equals 41, temporal lobe equals 22, parietal lobe equals 19, occipital lobe equals 18%. As many as 1 in 5 Americans will be affected by a mental illness sometime in their lives. Humans can hear sounds with frequencies between 20 and 20,000 Hz. Cats can hear frequencies between 160,000 Hz. Elephants can hear frequencies between 1 and 20,000 Hz. A Purkinje neuron in the cerebellum may receive 150,000 contacts from other neurons. The chemical known as ether was first used to manage pain during surgery in 1846 at Massachusetts General Hospital. Monarch butterflies migrate up to 3,000 kilometers 1.86 for miles. The word physician comes from the Greek word physis meaning nature. Panic disorders affect 2.4 million adults in the USA each year. The eye of an octopus does not have a cornea. A butt was a medieval unit of measurement for wine. Technically, a buttload of wine is 125 gallons for 75 liters. Cockroaches were here 120 million years before the dinosaurs. The fastest land animal is the cheetah, which has a recorded speed of between 75.0 miles per hour 120 km per hour. The peregrine falcon is the fastest bird with a diving speed of 242 miles per hour 389 km per hour. A Dutch artist discovered a way to create clouds in the middle of a room by carefully balancing humidity, lighting, and temperature. He uses this regularly in his artwork. Sand tiger shark embryos fight each other to the death in the mother's womb until there's one survivor, which is the one that gets to be born. Before Nazis used the salute we now know as Hitler's salute, it was called the Bellamy salute and was used by Americans to salute the flag until it was replaced in 1942 by the hand-over-heart salute. The British submarine HMS Trident had a fully grown reindeer on board as a pet for 6 weeks during World War II. Until the 1930s, the letter E was used to represent a failing grade in the US. However, that was changed to F as professors began to worry that their students would mistake E for excellent. The nicotine from one puff of a cigarette reaches your brain in 7 seconds. Alcohol take approximately 6 minutes. Humans have the largest brain in terms of brain-to-body ratio. The animal with the biggest brain overall is a sperm whale, weighing in at 17 pounds 7 kgs. 63.65% of smartphone users download 0 apps per month. The term Google is actually a mathematical term for a very large number, which is 1 followed by 100 zeros. In 2005, Johan Eliash, a Swedish millionaire, bought a plot of land almost 500,000 acres big in the Amazon rainforest just so he could preserve it. Hitler planned on invading Switzerland, but gave in as it was too difficult with the surrounding mountains. Dressed-up Disneyland characters never, ever break character. They're even given special autograph training sessions so that they can always sign autographs in the style of the cartoon character they're playing. The black mamba is regarded as one of the deadliest snakes in the world. It can move up to speeds of 18 feet per second 5 meters per second, and its bite can kill a human in less than an hour. There are 158 verses in the national anthem of Greece, making it the longest in the world. In comparison, the Canadian anthem only has 4 verses. In 2009, Wikipedia permanently banned the Church of Scientology from editing any articles. In 1955, a 600-year-old plaster Buddhist statue was dropped when it was being moved locations, only to reveal that the plaster was covering another Buddhist statue made of solid gold inside. Leonardo da Vinci loved animals so much that he'd buy caged birds being sold in Italy at the time, just to set them free. In 2013, it was discovered that some bears in Russia have become addicted to sniffing jet fuel out of discarded barrels. They even go to the lengths of stalking helicopters for the drops of fuel that they leave behind. The Sadarma Indians initiate their boys at the age of 13 by making them wear gloves made of bullet ants for 10 minutes. They are repeatedly bitten, which is incredibly painful, but must not cry out if they want to be declared a man. When Julius Caesar first discovered giraffes, he named them camelopards, since they reminded him of both camels and leopards. In 1948, the committee responsible for awarding the Nobel Peace Prize chose no one, stating there was no suitable living candidate, mostly as a tribute to Mahatma Gandhi, who was assassinated earlier that year. There is an English law called Right to Light that allows long-standing owners of buildings that receive natural daylight for at least 20 years to forbid any construction that would block the windows and deprive them of that light. In 2010, Mattel made and sold Wonder Woman's invisible jet as a collectible. The package was an empty plastic shell with nothing inside, and the packaging had weights to give the illusion that there was actually something inside, and people bought this. Dr. Duncan McDougall, Haverhill, once attempted to prove that the human soul had weight by placing dying patients on a giant scale at the exact moment of death. Believe it or not, at the exact moment of death, there was a slight decrease in weight. Mel Blanc, the voice of Bugs Bunny, was allergic to carrots. There are 1 million ants for every human in the world. Joe Erdy was named happiest inmate on death row. He had an IQ of 46 and played with a toy train given to him by the warden. Due to his lack of understanding, he smiled on his way to the gas chamber. Kevin Mitnick, as a hacker, was believed to be so dangerous that he was placed in solitary confinement for fear of being able to start a thermonuclear war by whistling into a payphone. A company named Ray's Sausage spent over $20,000 in improvements to their sausage-making business Cleveland, Ohio due to constant complaints about foul odors. But the odors were actually coming from the rotting victims of serial killer Anthony Sowell. The diet of the bearded vulture is 90 bones, allowing it to return to a carcass long after other scavengers have removed any soft tissues. Bones too large to swallow are dropped from a great height to crack them into smaller pieces. Panera Bread is called St. Louis Bread Company exclusively in the St. Louis metro area. Although Joseph Stalin officially killed around 2.9 million Russians during his reign, historians think that number may have been as high as 30 million, or around 22% of the population. André François Raffray, a lawyer in France, sought out a 90-year-old lady who agreed to give him her apartment if he paid her $500 each month for the rest of her life. She went on to become the oldest living person ever, living for another 30 years and even outliving the lawyer, who by then had paid her $180,000, which was twice the value of the apartment. Australia's largest ever petition of 792,985 signatures was submitted to the Parliament in 2000 to protest against rising beer prices. Towards the end of the Cold War, the Soviet Union had an over-the-horizon radar system that was so powerful that it interfered with the world's electronics, and some people believed it to be a Soviet mind control experiment. In Iceland, they have an app to detect whether or not your date is a relative, due to the country's small population. There's a coast-to-coast hiking trail called the American Discovery Trail that connects Delaware and California. The center star of Orion's sword isn't a star, it's the Orion Nebula, and is the only nebula visible from Earth with the naked eye. There was a swan nicknamed Hannibal, who killed and injured other swans. If any new swans were to enter his pond, he would fight them off, often hold their heads under the water to kill them. Any swans attempting to leave the pond would have their feet smashed to smithereens. In 1929, a bat tour was built in Florida Keys to control mosquitoes. It was filled with bats, which promptly flew away, never to return. Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt sold the rights for the first images of their twins to People and Hello magazines for $14 million, thereby making them the most expensive celebrity pictures ever taken. The money went to the Jolie Pitt Foundation. Genghis Khan's chief advisor was a captured scholar named Yelu Chukai. His contribution to the Mongol Empire was to suggest that the Mongols not kill everyone, but tax them instead. The letter E was used to designate a failing grade until it was phased out by the 1930s over the fear of students interpreting it to mean excellent. 10 Downing Street, the residence of the Prime Minister of the UK, has a cat with a government title of Chief Mouser to the Cabinet Office. His day-to-day responsibilities include contemplating a solution to the mouse occupancy of the house. Some men are allergic to their own semen, and they experience flu-like symptoms after each ejaculation that can last for up to a week. If you shine a black light on a person with vitiligo, the depigmenting skin condition Michael Jackson had, their skin will glow yellow, green, or blue. The Soviet Union did not admit that a reactor had exploded at Chernobyl until nearly 3 days after radiation from the disaster set off alarms at a nuclear plant in Sweden, 1,000 kilometers away. Dogs' brains have gotten larger and they've gotten smarter relative to cats, largely because dogs are more social. Approximately 160 million people in the USA wear glasses or contact lenses. Bipolar disorder, a serious brain disease that causes extreme shifts in mood, energy, and functioning, affects approximately 2.3 million adults in the US, or about 1.2% of the population. Smells and tastes are experienced in approximately 1% of all dreams. At least 30 million neurons in the entire visual cortex are activated by the single image of a house or face. Tap water in Canada is regulated to a higher standard than bottled water. Grasshoppers have ears in the sides of their abdomen. You would weigh more at the poles than you would weigh at the equator. However, the difference would only be 0.5%. Approximately, you would weigh slightly more at sea level than at the top of a mountain. This is due to oblateness and gravitational pull. There are more than 150 people cryofrozen right now in the hopes that one day the technology will be invented to revive them, with over 1,000 people registered to do the same upon their death. In France, a bakery, by law, has to make all of its bread that it sells from scratch in order to have the right to be called a bakery. Most airplane crashes happen either 3 minutes after taking off or 8 minutes before landing. In 1967, the Prime Minister of Australia went missing. It was only 4 decades after he went missing that it was confirmed that he had accidentally drowned. A scorpion can hold its breath underwater for up to 6 days. Ethiopia is currently in the year 2006 because it has 13 months in its year. The artificial sweetener Splenda was discovered when a researcher misheard the command to test this chemical as taste this chemical. During World War II, 2 Japanese officers named Tokiyoshi Mukai and Tsuyoshi Noda had a contest or race to see who could kill 100 people first using only a sword. Disturbingly, it was covered like a sporting event in Japanese newspapers with regular updates on the score. Coal power stations put out 100 times more radiation into the air than nuclear power plants, producing the same amount of energy. During the lifespan of a human, enough saliva can be created to fill up 2 swimming pools. The driest place on Earth is Antarctica, where some parts haven't seen precipitation for years. Ryan Gosling was casted for the role of Noah in the movie The Notebook because the director wanted someone not handsome. During World War II, prisoners in Canadian war camps were so well treated that they were given games and entertainment like soccer tournaments and musical groups. When the war ended, many of them didn't want to leave Canada. Roughly a third of all food produced in the world for human consumption every year goes to waste. This is approximately 1.3 billion tons, equating to roughly $1 billion down the drain. All the characters in Toy Story only blink one eye at a time. There are more vegetarians in India than any other country. The creator of Peter Pan, J.M. Barrie, gave away the rights to the franchise to the Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital so that they could always collect royalties and fund the hospital. In 2005, there was a reality show that piloted in Germany called Sperm Race, where 12 contestants donated their sperm to a lab, where doctors observed their seed race toward an egg. The winner of the sperm race got a Porsche. Big Ben in London is not the tower, but the bell inside. There are 3 books in the Harvard University that are bound in human skin. If an astronaut got out of his spacesuit on the moon, he would explode before he suffocated. A multi-millionaire named Forrest Fenn has hidden a treasure valued between $1 to $3 million in the Rocky Mountains, and in order to find it, you must solve his riddle. So far, no one has done it or found the treasure. In 1958, Robert Lane from New York City named his son Winner, and later another son Loser. Winner ended up as a criminal with a lengthy arrest record, and his son Loser went on to prep school on a scholarship, graduated from college, and joined the New York Police Department. In California, there's a law that prohibits a vehicle without a driver to exceed 60 miles 97 km per hour. Companies like Google, who make autonomous cars, have the technology to make them go much faster, but must limit them based on this law. Users upload an average of 350 million photos to Facebook every day, and in total have uploaded more than 250 billion photos to date. Your sense of smell and taste begin to improve dramatically within 48 hours of quitting smoking. Experiences that you have throughout your life leave chemical markers on your DNA, essentially ingraining superficial experiences into your descendants. Leonardo da Vinci's The Mona Lisa wasn't famous until it was stolen from the Louvre in 1911. During the American Revolution, many untrained American soldiers used bayonets only to cook meat over fires, rather than using them for close combat. After receiving bayonet combat training from a Prussian general, the American army was able to win an entire battle without firing a shot. Winston Churchill found so much enjoyment and relaxation in laying bricks that he even joined and paid dues in the Bricklayers Union. He even inquired in a letter, "Is there a rule regulating the number of bricks which a man may lay a day? And what are the restrictions on overtime?" In August 2013, Google went down for 5 minutes and as a result, took 40% of all internet traffic with it. Young children biologically have a higher tolerance for sugar, and there is virtually no limit on how much sugar they can handle. Prairie dogs have such a complex means of communication that they can embed descriptions of predators within their calls, and even have a specific call to describe a man with a gun. 25% of the world's gold reserves are reportedly held in a vault underneath the island of Manhattan. Vladimir Klitschko auctioned off his 1996 Olympic gold medal in March 2012 for charity. The buyer paid $1 million, but immediately returned it because he wanted it to stay in his family. Alexander the Great was embalmed in a coffin filled with honey. The demilitarized zone between the border of North and South Korea, with practically no human inhabitants, has become a refuge for multiple endangered animal species. The feat for the fastest red card in football history was achieved by Lee Todd of Cross Farm Park Celtic in mere 2 seconds into the match. Lee Todd was sent off for foul language after he exclaimed "fuck me," that was loud after the starting whistle. A Norwegian rockslide 800 years ago is believed to have created a tsunami so powerful that it turned Britain from a European peninsula into an island. Since many female insects mate just once in their lives, insect populations can be controlled by releasing swarms of sterile males into the wild. The females mate with them, never have babies, and die. The method has eradicated populations of dangerous insects in several regions. A 2012 episode of Peppa Pig was banned from Australia as the central message that spiders were not to be feared was deemed inappropriate for an Australian audience. Elmer Fudd initially just wanted to shoot Bugs Bunny with a camera. He came to the country to photograph wildlife, but bugs drove him crazy, causing him to jump into a lake and nearly drown. After that, Elmer replaced the camera with a rifle. U.S. zip code 12,345 belongs to the main corporate campus of General Electric. GE receives thousands of Santa letters each year from kids believing it would make the most sense for Santa Workshop to have 12,345 as his zip code. After hearing Kennedy's end of the decade speech, an Englishman made a wager with a bookmaker of £10 at January 1000 that a man will set foot on the surface of the moon before the 1st of January 1970. He thought it was a common sense bet. William Banning, father of a soldier who was killed in the Korean War, sent his son's Purple Heart and an angry letter to Harry Truman, blaming him for his son's death. Both items were found in Truman's desk after he died 20 years later. Gray whale's mating ritual involves a third male escort whale courting the female. Although the male escort equally vies for her attention, there is absolutely no aggression between the males. The birthing ritual, on the other hand, involves a second female whale assisting the mother. Some migraines have no pain, but people experiencing them can have vision loss, flashing lights, wavy lines in the vision, and hallucinations. These are known as silent migraines. The word soccer was first used in England before the Americans adopted it. There are about 1,200,000 nerve fibers in each human optic nerve. The gene responsible for Huntington's disease was discovered in 1993. The human brain has 100 trillion synaptic connections. Most walruses appear to be right-handed.